The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan (ICAP) is a premier accountancy body, committed to producing the highest quality professionals with world-class competencies. Our diverse global alliances ensure that unique expertise, resources, and insights are readily accessible for the benefit of our fraternity of members. ICAP is proud to have reciprocal arrangements with other accountancy bodies around the world. Our Overseas Coordination Committee (OCC) is responsible for overseeing international collaborations and establishing swift connectivity with our overseas members. Under the guidance of the OCC, the management committees of our chapters work to conduct networking events and provide support to ICAP members for employability and appropriate settlement. We are pleased to introduce you to the managing teams of our chapters around the world. Australia.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum. A very warm welcome from Sydney to all the participants of CA Pakistan Overseas Convention. My name is Farrukh and I am Vice Chair for the Australian chapter of the ICAP members. Australia is ranked 18th in the list of most rich countries. Its economic prosperity is built on a strong foundation of good governance, open markets, and the rule of law. Australia's lifestyle is another factor which draws in workers from around the world. On global cost of living indices, Sydney, Melbourne, and Perth rank far below other international cities like Hong Kong, Singapore, New York, London, and Los Angeles. Australia attracts global talent looking for fresh opportunities, and many of them choose to stay. Pakistani CAs are late to embrace Australia as their home. I was only the second Pakistani CA to migrate to Australia in 2002. Now they are estimated to be around 150 Pakistani CAs and counting. Australia chapter of the ICAP members was established in 2019. The chapter played instrumental role in getting the mutual recognition of its members locally with CA Australia and New Zealand through International Pathway Program. This agreement has recently been extended for another 5 years term. For Pakistani CAs, Australia has everything: affordable lifestyle, good employment opportunities, and cricket. I welcome you all. Thank you.
ये इतना ब्लर क्यों आ रहा है? नहीं मैंने अपना बंद किया हुआ। क्या है?
Hello and a warm welcome from Bahrain to all the participants of the CA Pakistan Overseas Convention. I'm Mohammad Saeed Bird, Chairman of the Bahrain chapter of ICAP members. Kingdom of Bahrain is a gateway to the Middle East, strategically located at the heart of the Arabian Gulf. With a diversified and vibrant economy, low cost of business, and efficient logistic connection, Bahrain is the best place to start your business, expand to GCC and MENA region. Our chapter has more than 100 members working in Bahrain. Most of our members are working in financial
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan (ICAP) is a premier accountancy body, committed to producing the highest quality professionals with world-class competencies. Our diverse global alliances ensure that unique expertise, resources, and insights are readily accessible for the benefit of our fraternity of members. ICAP is proud to have reciprocal arrangements with other accountancy bodies around the world. Our Overseas Coordination Committee (OCC) is responsible for overseeing international collaborations and establishing swift connectivity with our overseas members. Under the guidance of the OCC, the management committees of our chapters work to conduct networking events and provide support to ICAP members for employability and appropriate settlement. We are pleased to introduce you to the managing teams of our chapters around the world. Australia.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum. A very warm welcome from Sydney to all the participants of CA Pakistan Overseas Convention. My name is Farrukh and I am Vice Chair for the Australian chapter of the ICAP members. Australia is ranked 18th in the list of most rich countries. Its economic prosperity is built on a strong foundation of good governance, open markets and the rule of law. Australia's lifestyle is another factor which draws in workers from around the world. On global cost of living indices, Sydney, Melbourne and Perth rank far below other international cities like Hong Kong, Singapore, New York, London and Los Angeles. Australia attracts global talent looking for fresh opportunities and many of them choose to stay. Pakistani CAs are late to embrace Australia as their home. I was only the second Pakistani CA to migrate to Australia in 2002. Now they are estimated to be around 150 Pakistani CAs and counting. Australia chapter of the ICAP members was established in 2019. The chapter played instrumental role in getting the mutual recognition of its members locally with CA Australia and New Zealand through International Pathway Program. This agreement has recently been extended for another 5 years term. For Pakistani CAs, Australia has everything: affordable lifestyle, good employment opportunities, and cricket. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Bahrain.
Hello and a warm welcome from Bahrain to all the participants of the CA Pakistan Overseas Convention. I'm Mohammad Saeed Bard, Chairman of the Bahrain chapter of ICAP members. Kingdom of Bahrain is a gateway to the Middle East, strategically located at the heart of the Arabian Gulf. With a diversified and vibrant economy, low cost of business and efficient logistic connection, Bahrain is the best place to start your business, expand to GCC and MENA region. Our chapter has more than 100 members working in Bahrain. Most of our members are working in financial services, audit, assurance, manufacturing, and some in other industries. Bahrain is well known for its contribution towards growth in Islamic banking. With support from AOFI, ICAP Office Karachi, and some other sponsors, we successfully conducted a hybrid event on Islamic banking and digital revolution in July last year. For Bahrain chapter, we try to arrange hybrid events with online participation, and we invite all of you to attend our future events that will be announced on social media of ICAP. For any opportunities that you may want to explore in Bahrain, you can contact Management Committee of the Bahrain chapter. Our contact details are available on ICAP website membership section, and you can search for our contacts on that website. Thank you.
Canada.
Greetings and Assalamu alaikum from the Canada chapter of ICAP members. This is Asad, the chairman of the chapter. We have more than 500 members and associates residing and working in Canada. They are working mostly in the auditing, accounting, consulting, and financial services sectors. Canada is the second largest country by area, and it has one of the most cold and beautiful places around the world. It also has one of the most diversified populations around the world. Canada is inviting more than 1.5 million immigrants by 2025. CA Pakistan
and public sectors. I would like to thank ICAP for arranging the Overseas Convention to bring all the overseas members closer and to share our views and best practices of managing the opportunities during economic crisis. I'm looking forward to know members and to learn from other chapters of how we can better facilitate our members. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
United Arab Emirates.
Hello everyone, good morning. This is Mahar Afzal, Chairman of the ICAP UAE chapter. I hope you all are fine. I had a great 2023. First of all, I would like to talk about the UAE. We all know that the UAE is a regional hub and second home for Pakistanis, and around 1.5 million Pakistanis are living in the UAE. The country is transforming itself very quickly to align itself with the international world. Only the last 4 years, so many laws and regulations like corporate tax, value-added tax, ESR, UBO, transfer pricing, etc. have been introduced. And these developments are creating opportunities for the professionals like us. There are around 1,000 members of the ICAP living in the UAE. And the UAE chapter of ICAP is the largest chapter of ICAP out of Pakistan. These members are working almost in every local group and in every multinational. ICAP UAE chapter is a wing of Pakistan Association Dubai. ICAP has its own branch in the UAE as well, and as promised by the president of the ICAP, the branch will be positioned as a regional hub to enhance the connectivity among the members and to enhance the professional in the GCC countries. The management committee of ICAP UAE chapter containing 8 members. 3 members have been elected from Abu Dhabi and 5 have been elected from Dubai. The chapter have 5 subcommittees with the name of the patrons, the sponsorship and subscription subcommittee, CPD subcommittee, social subcommittee, and job placement subcommittee. Each committee is headed by the member of management committee. The team has certain aspirations, and these aspirations are to make the chapter self-sufficient, to enhance the member participation in the events, to conduct a continuous professional development activity for the members, and to work for the placement of the members and associates, and to work on the image building of the ICAP in the UAE. To meet their aspiration, the management committee has given its business plan to the president of ICAP in the latest meet and greet event that was held in October 2022. These events were held in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and these were the largest event in the history of ICAP UAE chapter. The committee is working on the business plan that has been presented to the president of ICAP. In case you are in need of any support related to start up a business, in case you are exploring any other opportunity of business, in case you are exploring job opportunities in the UAE, you can drop us an email on the given email address, or you can connect with any member of the management committee on the given phone numbers. It will be pleasure supporting you. Thank you very much and have a lovely day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The United Kingdom.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Faraz Jan Mohammed, a member of UK Chapter's Managing Committee, and I welcome all of you to CA Pakistan's Overseas Convention. We have lived through unprecedented times in the recent history, with 2020 and 2021 marred with COVID infections and its impact on health, mortality of individuals, as well as wide economic fallout. But we also saw rapid scientific developments and innovation in form of vaccine development. So in 2022, as we emerge from COVID, we face a set of unexpected challenges in form of Russian invasion, energy shocks, supply chain constraints, and rampant inflation. 2023, as we enter into this year, brings its own set of challenges. Not the least, the synchronized slowdown of world economy and anticipated recession in most of the developed world. So the theme of this convention, seizing opportunities from economic crisis, could not be any better. There's a host of experts and speakers from across the world who will be sharing their insights and views on the challenges that are faced by world economy in the coming year, as well as how we should posture to face those challenges. So I hope you find this convention insightful and interesting. Thank you.
Southeast Asia.
Continent of Pakistan based in ASEAN region. So we took an initiative over the last 3 years effort along with some of my other colleagues to register a ASEAN chapter of ICAP members registered in Malaysia. So I'm really glad to welcome all of you, and I really look forward to this CA Pakistan Overseas Summit 2023. Fantastic initiative by the ICAP team. I'm really excited to listen to the speakers. I hope you have a good time and you have good takeaways. Thank you. Bye.
United States.
Assalamualaikum ICAP. This is Mohammed Wakar from US chapter, and we are very excited to attend this virtual convention where our leaders are going to talk about how to survive in difficult environment and how to seize opportunities when times are rough. I find it very relevant, especially we are talking about 2023 in recession, and this is going to be a great learning experience. Excited to attend it. See you next week. Bye-bye.
And Oman. We all welcome you to the CA Pakistan Overseas Convention 2023.
Hey, mine. Okay.
आप कोई 5 4 3 2 करेंगे ना? शेयरिंग ऑफ करें मुझको भी करा सामने स्पॉटलाइट कर दिया शेयरिंग बंद करो Assalamu alaikum and welcome everyone to today's event. We will start the program with a recitation from the Holy Quran, followed by our national anthem.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم هو الذي يسيركم في البر والبحر حتى إذا كنتم في الفلك وجرين بهم بريح طيبة وفرحوا بها جاءتها ريح عاصف وجاءهم الموج من كل مكان وظنوا أنهم أحيط بهم دعوا الله مخلصين له الدين لئن أنجيتنا من هذه لنكونن من الشاكرين فلما أنجاهم إذا هم يبغون في الأرض بغير الحق يا أيها الناس إنما بغيكم على أنفسكم متاع الحياة الدنيا ثم إلينا مرجعكم فننبئكم بما كنتم تعملون إنما مثل الحياة الدنيا كماء أنزلناه من السماء فاختلط به نبات الأرض مما يأكل الناس والأنعام حتى إذا أخذت الأرض زخرفها وزينت وظن أهلها أنهم قادرون عليها أتاها أمرنا ليلا أو نهارا فجعلناها حصيدا كأن لم تغن بالأمس كذلك نفصل الآيات لقوم يتفكرون والله يدعو إلى دار السلام ويهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. He is the one who enables you to travel on land and at sea, until when you are aboard the boats and they sail with those on board under a favorable wind, and they are pleased with it, there comes upon them a violent wind, and the wave comes upon them from every direction, and they think that they are surrounded from all sides. They pray to Allah, having faith in Him alone, and say, if you deliver us from this, we shall be grateful indeed. But when He delivers them, they at once start rebelling on the earth wrongfully. O people, your rebellion is in fact against your own selves. It is our worldly life that you are enjoying. Thereafter, it is to us that you have to return. Then we'll tell you that what you have been doing. The example of the worldly life is just like the water which sent down from the sky. Then the vegetation of the earth grew with it, which is meant to be eaten by man and cattle, until when the earth took on its ornament and was fully adorned. And its people thought that they had control over it. Our command came to it at night or by day, and we returned it into a stubble, as if it had not been there later. This is how we elaborate the verses for people who reflect. Allah invites people to the abode of peace and brings whom He wills to a straight path. Sadaqallahul Azim.
National anthem. Hey Shafaq, have you ever experienced the joy and privilege of being part of a record-breaking event?
Yes, Imran, I'm experiencing it right now. this being the first ever all-virtual CA Pakistan Overseas Convention.
being held in time zones all over the globe from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m.
From USA to Australia, bringing all of us together to talk about opportunities at a time when everyone is dwelling upon challenges.
Indeed, it is. And let me take this opportunity to welcome our esteemed members and guests to the CA Pakistan Overseas Convention on Steering and Seizing Opportunities from Economic Crisis. I'm privileged to introduce Ms. Shafaq Fazil Azim as the Master of Ceremony for the event, who is currently Chief Advisory Officer and Company Secretary at the Pakistan Institute of Corporate Governance, a fellow member of ICAP, and an independent director on the board of a public-private NGO.
And I have the pleasure of introducing my co-master of ceremony, Imran Ahmed, who has over 20 years of experience and has worked as a CFO in Pakistan and the Middle East, in international and local companies, both listed and unlisted. He is currently the CFO of Engro Fertilizers.
We are both so honored to be part of today's event, which is being attended globally by the overseas chapters and committees located in 10 countries in different regions, including North America, UK, Middle East, Australia, and Southeast Asia.
Yes, this conference has been scheduled in such a way to ensure that our ICAP members across the globe may join for at least some sessions, if not all, in their respective time zones. So we thank you all for joining today's session, be it at 5 a.m. in Canada, 10 a.m. in UK, 1 p.m. in Bahrain, or 9 p.m. in Australia.
Shafaq, from the title of this convention, Seizing Opportunities from Economic Crisis, what comes in your mind? Let's give it a shot.
With hardships come ease.
There is light at the end of the tunnel.
When you hit rock bottom, the only way is up.
With every crisis comes opportunities to rethink, reorganize, and refresh.
We are not here today to criticize systems, policies, or government, and neither are we here to look back and see as to what we did not do over the past few decades.
Today, we are here to listen to our esteemed speakers as to how they believe that we may seize opportunities in this economic crisis.
Indeed, Imran. And as always, ICAP and its members try their level best to be part of the solutions rather than dwelling on the problems.
And Shafaq, you know that our role is well recognized by the government, as our president, Mr. Ishfaq Tola, has earned the status of Minister of State of the Government of Pakistan as chairman of the Reforms and Resource Mobilization Committee set up by the federal government.
It's a very proud moment for the whole of the CA fraternity, and we congratulate Mr. Tola on this. On that positive note, let's move to the first segment of today's event, an overview of the convention by the host, Ms. Hina Usmani.
Ms. Hina Usmani is a fellow member of ICAP, carrying over 30 years of professional practice experience. She is founder and managing partner of Usmani and Company, an all-women-led quality-rated SMP in Pakistan that introduced a unique working model in 2013 for women accountants to work from home and with flexible hours. She is also a partner at Ilyas Saeed and Company, which is affiliated with MGI Worldwide.
She also has the honor of being elected as the first woman council member in 2017 and the first woman vice president of ICAP in 2019. She currently chairs the Overseas Coordination and CA Women's Committee of ICAP. We welcome Hina to provide an overview of today's program. Thank you, Hina.
Okay, Anna?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Beginning of the convention. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This greeting itself is amazing to me, as it demonstrates the truly global outreach of this convention across continents and across various time zones. On behalf of the Overseas Coordination Committee of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, I warmly welcome all participants who have joined us virtually from across the globe, as well as in person at various locations to this first CA Pakistan Overseas Convention 2023. Given the exceptional talent and potential, our overseas community is growing at a fast pace. And at present, around 25% of our members are based outside Pakistan. In addition, a large number of our students who completed their professional training and succeeded in mid-level examinations are serving in various organizations in different countries. Our overseas members are our pride. They have uplifted and continue to uplift the CA Pakistan brand on a global stage by serving at leadership positions. Our members serve as a role model for our students, and their success stories motivate them. They inspire our younger generation to aim high by using their full potential to contribute for the betterment of the society, both in terms of ethical values and economic empowerment. The Overseas Coordination Committee was formed in 2009 with an objective to provide support to all members and alumni. Hence, the TORs of the committee have been delicately formulated to establish a mechanism for staying connected, timely assistance, and continued professional development. Currently, there are 7 ICAP chapters in each country, namely Australia, Bahrain, Canada, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and United Kingdom. Another chapter named ASEAN chapter of ICAP members has been recently formed at the regional level and will serve as a body to include over 10 ASEAN countries, resulting in the expansion of the outreach of ICAP Pakistan. In addition, 2 coordination committees in the USA and Oman are working under a transitionary arrangement before a formal chapter is established. The chapters managing committees are formed through the electoral process. And in our efforts to progress, the Council has recently approved a framework of overseas chapters of ICAP members, which will further our engagement with members around the globe. The last few years have been unlike any in the past. The COVID-19 pandemic had a significant adverse impact on global economic activity, with mounting inflation and stress on supply chain. The global economy has endured a tough past few years, with sharp decline in growth rates and decade-high inflation. The 2023 is likely to be very challenging. IMF expects for many people, 2023 will feel like a recession. The slowdown in economies will be broad-based. It may reopen economic wounds that were only partially healed post-pandemic. The inflation is considered as the most immediate threat to current and future prosperity. Recently, the World Bank slashed its global economic outlook to 1.7% for 2023, from its earlier projection of 3%. Pakistan is overburdened amid floods due to adverse effects of climate change. putting the economy to a very low expected growth rate of 2% as per revised forecast by the World Bank. Along with the recession, we face slowing of the fight against poverty, global debt crisis for developing countries, and inaccessibility of energy resources. This daunting picture requires a new, unique outlook for solution that is nuanced and sustainable. It means changing our mindset, developing inclusive governance frameworks, and a diversity of other voices in the discussion. There is much to do over the coming years. This is why we have designed the theme of this convention as seizing opportunities from the economic crisis. Our program for today is multifaceted and is divided into 3 key components: the economic crisis, the people perspective, and the sustainability viewpoint. First, we will set out to understand the economic crisis and extract key learnings about the depth and complexity of the problem that economies are experiencing. Then we will analyze the impact of the economic crisis on people. This will help us to understand the required strategic, technical, and social capacity building measures, and rethinking business models to include our youth. Lastly, but certainly not the least, a sustainability viewpoint will be used to understand how our economic activities need not just recover from a crisis, but recover in a way that is mindful, environmentally friendly, and bears fruit for the generations to come. If the pandemic has taught us something, it is that we need to change our perspective on how we operate as individuals and organizations, and how our function impact not just economies, but also our physical environment. For gathering rich insights from our discussion today, an essential aim for the Overseas Coordination Committee is to expand our outreach to our existing members to inspire a future generation of CAs and to provide support to a Pakistani CA in every corner of the world. We are thus delighted to have a carefully curated list of expert speakers, which includes our own members from multiple geographies. These high repute individuals will shed light on these important topics with their deep insight and knowledge, while we will be missing to listen to few of our shining stars who could not join today from USA. I'm grateful to each of our today's speaker for their taking time out for this monumental event of broad convergence and optimistic about the positive outcomes. Before I prepare myself to enjoy the rest of the conference, I would like to offer my gratitude to the entire council under the leadership of Mr. Ashfaq Tola, the Overseas Coordination Committee, the chapters managing committees, and the ICAP Secretariat for their constant support, which gave the organizing team the strength to put together this exciting event. I would like to acknowledge my colleague at the Council, Khurshid Kotwal, who greatly helped in putting the idea of this convention to practice. I would also like to special mention Zarmeen Siddiqui, Secretary OCC, and her team, who have put significant contributions with their tireless efforts. This event would also not be possible without the timely support of IT and marketing teams. I'm hopeful the success of today's event will make way for continued similar events in the future, and wish you all a very happy and prosperous 2023, with anticipation that you will benefit in real life from the valuable learnings from today's discussion. I will end my note with a beautiful verse of our beloved poet Allama Muhammad Iqbal. तू शाही है परवाज है काम तेरा, तेरे सामने आसमां और भी हैं. Thank you very much. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, Ms. Hina, for providing an overview of today's session and sharing as to how ICAP is taking steps to improve the inclusiveness of our global members.
2021 started with hope following the global recovery after the pandemic, with focus on long-term sustainable thinking, hybrid models of work, and open-mindedness towards technological advancements.
Unfortunately, the sense of revival was not very long-lived. With the outbreak of Russia-Ukraine war that resulted in humanitarian crisis, disruption of economic activity, trade, and value chains, and physical damage that significantly slowed down the global growth.
Yes, and Pakistan was no exception. To add fuel to the uncertainties, Pakistan witnessed a political transition, and the country was hit by the most devastating floods in its history as a direct result of climate change, destroying over 2 million homes and leaving 7.9 million people displaced.
However, there is silver lining on every cloud, and we are honored to have with us Mr. Ashfaq Tola, who will share with us his thoughts as to how Pakistan may be able to avoid a full-fledged economic crisis.
Mr. Ashfaq Yusuf Tola, well, he does not need an introduction to our CA fraternity, but as president of ICAP, and he's president of ICAP and holds the rank and status of Minister of State as chairman of the Reforms and Resource Mobilization Commission. He is a member of the steering committee set up under the patronage of the Minister of Finance and Revenue of Pakistan for providing strategic guidance regarding implementing the Federal Shariat Court's judgment on riba. He sits on multiple boards worldwide, and he has significantly contributed to policy making and publications at various forums. We now welcome and invite Mr. Ashfaq Tola to share his views on today's event.
Rahman Rahim, Assalamu alaikum, members of ICAP and distinguished guests. Madam Hina Usmani, Chairperson, Overseas Coordination Committee, Ms. Khurshid Kotwal, Zishan Ijaz, our distinguished council member, Mr. Shoaib Member, Chairman, UK chapter of ICAP, Mr. Farooqi, Kashif Farooqi, head of SOCPA's team, Mr. Abu Talib Hadri, Secretary ICAP. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be here and to just deliver a short presentation before you. At the outset, let me just congratulate Hina and her team for a marvelous work that they have done. And this is for the first time that such a convention or such a program has been held on a webinar basis on such a mass scale. Thank you, Hina, for such a marvelous work. Secondly, the team deserve a full round of applause and a big hand from all of you because of their marvelous work. The IT team is working day and night to make this event a success. I think ICAP has gone very far in arranging these types of programs, and I think we are conducting these programs meticulously. The topic which has been assigned to me today is really very tricky. We all know, and as mentioned by Imran, that the world is passing through a difficult phase as far as the economy is concerned. We all know that this man-made crisis of Ukraine is inflicting heavily on all of us, especially the developed part of the world. However, they have their purchasing power which they can utilize, and they can still circumvent against this difficult situation. But for a country like Pakistan, it is a difficult proposition because we are facing a two-edged sword. Number one, due to devaluation of currency, and two, due to global inflation on account of commodity crisis. If we go by the books, I can give you a brief presentation as far as this crisis is concerned and how we can avoid a full-fledged economic crisis. Can you please move to the next slide? Next slide, please. As depicted in this slide, the entire world is in the grip of recession and also the low GDP growth. The World Bank has projected a very dismal position of the entire world, and they've given a GDP growth of world GDP growth of 1.7%, which is too low as compared to 2.9. So that means that there's a clipping of 40% GDP growth around the globe. If we go for the advanced countries, it has been decreased from, they have projected it will be decreased from 2.5 to 0.5%. So once the GDP growth of such countries where the consumption is name of the game has been decreased or will be decreased, it will be a difficult task for or a daunting task for the rest of the world to cope up. As far as the rest of the world is concerned, especially the emerging economies, we have a growth of 3.4%, and incidentally, the same growth, average growth, was projected for this year as well. So to cut short, the purchasing power, less purchasing power of these developed economies will definitely hurt the economy of countries like Pakistan. When it comes to, next slide, please. When it comes to Pakistan economy, Pakistan is facing a Herculean task to cope up with. We have got some external imbalances. Next slide. External crisis. This one, which you are showing in the screen. Yes. Thank you. The only problem which Pakistan is facing right now, which is really the problem, I would say, is the external imbalances, because my imports are obviously more than my exports. My service imports are more than my service exports. And we have no exportable surplus really under the given circumstances. However, I cannot say that we don't have the scheme, we don't have the strategy to just mitigate this. Obviously, last year, which was financial year 21-22, the projected figure of current account deficit, which was 2% of my GDP, it was around 8 billion, which was done by the State Bank of Pakistan. But unfortunately, it ended up in 17.4 billion, meaning that we have incurred or we have extended our imports, or we have made more imports by $9.4 billion. So if we go by the books, and if we add those 9.4 billion in our today's reserve, it could have been 14 or 14.5. You can safely say with this amount of reserve, a country like Pakistan was in the safe zone. So our ring fencing could have been much more better, and we could resist, we could fight it out, this recession, meticulously. However, due to overspending and over imports, we are facing this crisis which is hovering right now and which is hurting our economy and day-to-day life. Next slide, please. The cost of IMF program. Like most of the countries in the world, we are also in the IMF program. And obviously, when we borrow from IMF, they have their preconditions and which we have signed. So we cannot go back from our words, and we have to fulfill all these conditions. But right now, due to these heavy floods and due to imbalances of our import vis-a-vis export and the international recession and Ukraine crisis, it is a very difficult task for all of us to fulfill all these conditions. Pakistan has to fulfill its commitment. And in order to fulfill its commitment, we have to see from where we can do it. Now, under the IMF program, we have signed that we will not borrow from State Bank of Pakistan. We have signed the autonomy of State Bank of Pakistan, and both the houses has approved a legislation whereby the State Bank of Pakistan is autonomous now. Hence, we cannot borrow from State Bank of Pakistan. Previously, the profits of the State Bank of Pakistan used to be the profits of Government of Pakistan, and those were construed and received as a non-tax revenue. It is not available anymore. Last year, we had a profit of 474 billion, which was a sizable amount and almost 25% of the non-tax revenue target. So which is missing now. So this is a big blow on the economy of Pakistan. Government cannot buy directly from the State Bank of Pakistan, and consequently we have to buy from the commercial bank. The commercial bank, they borrow or they get deposit from the common man, or they generate their resources from open market operation through State Bank of Pakistan as a lender of last resort. And they lend further to State Bank of Pakistan, to State Bank of Pakistan, and through that to Government of Pakistan in their gilt-edge security like T-bills, Pakistan bond, and sukuks. Consequently, they are charging whatever they are charging as a markup or as an interest or as a yield. In addition to that, we have to pay 2% extra to them. And that is costing us 680 billion per annum. Suppose if we are recovering 50% in the taxes, we are still paying them 314 billion rupees, 314 billion rupees to them. And imagine that only 1 million investors are getting the benefit of this bonanza, whereas the cost is being paid by 220 million people. Suppose if I invest this much amount in Benazir Income Support Program or in SMP or SME loaning, I could have reduced my poverty by almost 50%. So this is a big blow. However, we have made a commitment and we have to fulfill that. Yes, we have to be an extra mile careful while negotiating the next program if the government intend to enter into another venture with IMF. So we have to look into all these factors before taking any decision. Next slide, please. I think I've already covered most of the things, and I think next slide, please. How to mitigate, how to circumvent, and how to go about and to deal with the situation. We have no option. Let me tell you very frankly. I know which is a bitter pill to swallow, but we have to remain engaged with IMF. And we have to complete this program in the best way possible, which is the only way out of Pakistan's economy. This is my personal view and not the official view of the government of Pakistan. Gas and electricity tariff. To my utter surprise, when I look at the things from my bionic eye, I think we need a detailed ramp out or detailed total revamping of the entire whole scenario. We have got so many subsidies available, but they are being distributed indirectly to the rich people. We have to give targeted subsidy. We have to increase the tariff of gas and electricity, and we have to save that it should not be burden a class which is below the poverty line, or maybe the underprivileged class, or maybe the protected class. So what we have to do, we have to work out the numbers, I think, which we have. And what we have to do now, we have to pass through this direct subsidy through Benazir Income Support Program. We have to increase the tariff for the industry. We have to increase the tariff for the domestic makers. This is no free lunch. In the developed country, I know the purchasing power is very high, but still they are paying much higher cost of these natural resources than what we are paying. And I think it is the prime responsibility of government to engage with the stakeholders, to revamp the taxation system, which I am being assigned to, and inshallah we will do it. This is the priority, that then the spending shall be in the priority. The two major expenditures are, one, the interest payment or the debt servicing, and exchange regulation need to be tight. I mean, we have opened up import of luxurious items. I think it needs to be clipped, and I hope that in future we have to rationalize it. Rationalization doesn't mean we have to stop import. We have to prioritize it. We have to import the essential good. We have to facilitate import of material which is being used for exports. And I think there is a direct correlation between import and exports, which is almost 65%. So we need to allow them against their remittances. In the meantime, exporter also needs to streamline their businesses, and they have to bring their money back to Pakistan on a fast track basis. Banking sector reform is also need of the hour. We have heard, and the investigation is on. Let us wait for the results. What we can achieve from those investigations, and how we can avoid such untoward incidents in the future. I think next slide. The next slide is thank you. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for your valuable thoughts. Indeed, I completely agree with you that what we need to implement is that we have to continue to remain in touch with the IMF. We have to come out of the across the board subsidies, direct subsidies to be provided to the poor of Pakistan, government to prioritize spending, exchange regulations to be tightened, and banking sector reforms to be introduced. Very well captured resolution of the issues that we are currently facing. And thank you, Mr. President, for sharing your very valuable insights.
Thank you. Businesses were put to the ultimate test of continuity during these trying times, and those charged with governance were having to cater to losses, human resource impact, and environmental after effects. The adoption of long-term sustainable environment, social, and governance practices was never so clearly felt and acknowledged as they are now.
So facing crisis upon crisis. Let's hear the views of Mr. Salman Haider on how the world can respond and cope with these uncertainties. Mr. Salman is one of over 25% members of ICAP who are based outside of Pakistan and are contributing significantly towards enhancing the brand of CA Pakistan globally. So Mr. Salman, over to yourself. Sir.
Introduction?
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Salman, just a quick introduction.
I'll just complete the introduction. Yeah, Salman Haider's banking career spans over 25 years across EMEA and Asia. Most of his career has been in wealth management leadership roles, in addition to retail banking, corporate banking, and global markets experience. His banking career has held, during his banking career, he has held various roles in London, Zurich, and Singapore. Currently CEO for the Global Wealth Management for Habib Bank AG Zurich, building the bank's private banking business in Zurich and Dubai. We welcome you, Mr. Haider, to today's event.
Thank you very much for that very kind and generous introduction. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. I hope you can hear me okay. I'd like to firstly start by thanking the president of ICAP, Mr. Tola, Ms. Khurshid Kotwal, Ms. Hina Usmani, and the entire team at ICAP. It is a personal privilege and an honor and a pleasure to be invited to speak at this forum. It's a very rich forum. I'm conscious of the fact that I'm not a chartered accountant, so everyone on this forum is far smarter than I am, and I wish I'd had the opportunity to pursue my CA. But I have a lot of friends who've done their chartered accountancy from Pakistan, and I understand how rich this platform is and how important this forum is in terms of what you're doing. So congratulations to you on pulling together a wonderful virtual conference. I'm going to do my best to stick to my time of 15 minutes. So firstly, thank you. I'm going to be speaking about the economic crisis. I think we heard from Ms. Hina Usmani and Tola Saab about what's the global scenario from an economic perspective, and then obviously a very local sort of domestic Pakistan perspective as well. During sort of my comments, what I'll be doing is covering three things. I'll give you our perspective as a bank and our Chief Investment Officer, Dr. David Wattenweiler's perspective on the nature of the modern crisis, because I think it's important to understand where we are. Secondly, I'll share with you a little bit on the macroeconomic and geopolitical currents that are shaping 2023. And then finally close by telling you a little bit about what we're telling our clients and what we're seeing in the market in terms of how do we leverage such crises and navigate through them. Because in the end, as the famous saying goes, you never waste a good crisis. There are opportunities within them as well. But nonetheless, this is an era of polycrisis, as our CIO defines it. And what that basically means, it's an assortment of shocks that come together to generate a greater negative impact. And we saw that. We saw that with the pandemic. I think it was an extremely terrible time for the world over the last 2 years, and had really caused a huge amount of human destruction and lives more than anything else. Having said which, everything you have to look hard for a silver lining out of such a disaster coming through from a health crisis such as this. But I think human perseverance and human ingenuity were both very evident. And I think we can all take heart from the fact that the pace at which we saw vaccines being developed, vaccines being deployed, and the world just being able to go through a pandemic such as this is remarkable and requires a recognition of human resilience. The shocks that we saw in 22, some of them were unforeseen. I don't think anyone came into 2022 coming out of a COVID crisis, supply chain issues, logistic issues, to see something on the geopolitical side similar to what happened with Russia and Ukraine. And that really led to commodity prices and further supply shocks, which had a significant impact. And so you take the US, which is a key economy along with China and pretty much drives the rest of the world. So you had inflation spiking that we had not seen in the last, 20 years or whatever. You had the Russian war come through. You had geopolitical tensions climbing through with US and China specifically. You had a realignment of ties for the US with the Middle East. And then you had fiscal and monetary policy tightening that we just had never seen in the last 10, 15 years as well. That led to obviously shocks for Pakistan as well. I'm not going to speak too much about Pakistan because there's a lot of experts in the room on that. But the trickle-down impact absolutely had impact on Pakistan as well. And then, of course, you had the natural calamities with the floods, production slump on the agricultural side, the trade deficit and political instability. So, I think Tola Saab spoke at length and very well about the challenges Pakistan's facing and potentially the way out of it as well. The other thing that I think was very important for us to understand is pivoting from an era of great moderation. So post the global financial crisis in 2008, effectively, we've seen 12 years of just money printing, quantitative easing, whatever you call it, but free money. And free money does a lot of funny things in markets, right? It basically turns, you had profitless innovation coming through. It's great to have innovation, but you have a lot of tech companies, unregulated crypto. You can go across the board and see some really funny things that happen across the world when money is free and is being able to be cheaply found and thrown at stuff. And then suddenly you see central banks realizing that the inflation scenario is completely out of control and suddenly tightening monetary policy. And because of that, we all saw what happened in the markets. But the most important impact of this was the fact that historically, from an investments perspective, the 60-40 rule in terms of equities and bonds and a balanced portfolio was thrown out of the window for this year at least. You had both stocks and bonds suffer drastically during the course of this year because of a very seismic shift that wasn't foreseen coming through. And that did turn the entire investment thesis on its head. And going against the basic diversification benefits that you speak to anyone about between having a balanced portfolio across equity and fixed income. So in a way, you could say, yes, it wasn't a debt crisis like the GFC. Balance sheets of corporates and banks were in far better state. We didn't have any systemic runs on the bank or anything of the sort, but this was a somewhat of an equity crisis and inflation creating a lot of issues. So you go through a bit of a cleanup and suddenly value stands out. When you look at the macroeconomic and geopolitical currents that are now going to shape 2023, we've got cyclical challenges, we've got structural challenges, and that leads to what we think expectations are in the near term for 2023. We have heard both our prior speakers talk about a recessionary environment globally. Growth has moderated. We expect major economies to go through some sort of a recession. And I remember when inflation had just kind of started spiking, there was a lot of talk in the media and a lot of pundits were talking about transitory inflation, right? You've seen the COVID crisis driving supply shocks and you see transitory inflation and suddenly that's going to be out of the way. And I think a lot of smart people never saw inflation as transitory. They did not think that this was going to be just a spike and come back. And similarly, a lot of people now believe that the Federal Reserve or the global central banks, as they're hiking as much as they can on the interest rate side, this may be transitory interest rate hikes as well. I'm not personally of the view that that's going to be the case, neither are we as a bank. The reality is that the Federal Reserve and other central banks will absolutely keep inflation front and center of their radar and take whatever steps they can, monetary policy steps, to contain inflation. And you're seeing that with the State Bank in Pakistan, you're seeing that with the Federal Reserve. So what's very important to be looking out for is that because of a sapping of real disposable income, disruption in the commodity markets, we don't know what the Russian war on Ukraine is going to look like in 2023, continued tightening by the central banks. Yes, you've seen China open up a massive U-turn in terms of opening up and allowing moving away from the zero COVID policy. It could be that there is spurts of growth coming through. Inflation will potentially decline. Even if you look at the recent numbers printed yesterday, there is a slight easing in inflation, but I don't think we should be carried away. I think this year could be a year where we see some more pain before we see any gain come through. But we're not of the belief that the Federal Reserve will suddenly pivot and start slashing interest rates and move back to anything that we have seen similar over the last 10, 12 years. The Federal Reserve is very focused on wage inflation, labor markets, and have a target inflation in mind as well. So let's see what supply chains do. If the pressure on supply chains eases out, and the headwinds faced by tight labor markets and high wage growth kind of recedes a little bit, I think the Federal Reserve by the third or fourth quarter might start easing off on rates, but we can effectively, in our view at least, forget a zero rate environment coming through. And then you've got structural challenges to think about, further restrictive monetary policy if inflation continues, and that remains to be seen. You might see a lot more restrictive fiscal policies coming in the form of most sovereigns looking to expand public spending. And then obviously, as many very senior strategists have pointed out, that entire globalization trade scenario has been challenged severely. You see it between the US and China, you see it on the chip wars, you see trade frictions, you're seeing a lot of nearshoring. So as a result, between energy translation, climate risk, and you can put all of them together, the end of globalization and its dividends is something that needs to be thought about. So effectively, when you look down at 2023, you've got competing market narratives. You've got faster decline in inflation. If that happens, the Federal Reserve will start lowering its rates, which drives to higher growth, and that leads to a positive environment for what we call risk assets. So you may see the equity markets and fixed income markets doing well. Versus the other narrative, which is a sluggish decline, inflation sticks around, it doesn't go away, the Federal Reserve cannot cut its rates, and the headwind for risk assets very much remains, and a recessionary, stagflationary scenario is something that we'll have to live with. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. Just talking a little bit about markets, if I can talk a little bit on them. The US economy has remained resilient. Again, corporate balance sheets, bank balance sheets are in a good place. We do expect a recession in the US. It may be slightly milder than what was expected a few months ago, but we'll have to see what household savings rates look like, whether the Fed remains committed to fighting inflation, and does it continue to tighten more or not. And then we'll see how normalization in the supply chains, housing rents, and inventory levels in corporates, how that rebounds and what that does for the US. So US effectively may avoid a very deep recession, but you will see somewhat of a recession scenario. Europe is the bigger challenge. The key issue in Europe is energy, prices of energy, Ukraine, Russia, gas supplies, you name it. A big challenge that Europe is facing and Europeans are facing is that their disposable income is being sapped up considerably by spending on energy bills. And as much as European governments are trying to subsidize that, it's going to be a challenge because unless there's a positive sign, the dependency on Russian gas imports is as much as 80%, and that's going to be a very, very challenging time for them. China navigating an exit from zero COVID. One of the statistics that I read was of the 267 million Chinese over the age of 60, 60% of them or something do not have a booster, do not have a second or third jab from COVID. And I think that was one of the reasons why the Chinese government was very keen on maintaining zero COVID, but they've had to reverse from that environment. And that does mean that it leaves the population, a vulnerable part of the population, very vulnerable to corona. And you're seeing that in the numbers. In one day, apparently, there was like 37 million cases out of China. So we'll see where that goes. But the emerging market environment will be interesting to see. Emerging markets, excluding China, are expected to slow down. And we have to see what the reopening of China does for the Asia Pacific region, especially those which benefit from China. Outlook on the US dollar, two schools of thought. One, are we at peak dollar? So if we do see a sustained downside and the Fed starts easing rates, you will see the dollar weakening, and it's probably hit its peak. And if you don't, then of course, if the risks remain as they are, inflation remains as they are, the Fed continues to hike in its interest rates, the demand for US dollars will continue. Where does that leave us in terms of opportunities? We tell our clients the same thing. It's very important, and I say this to clients when I meet them, and I've been doing this most of my career, two things. One, always get paid for the assets that you're holding. Similar to real estate, we buy a house, if it's for investment purposes, we rent it out, we earn rentals. If you're earning equities, make sure that you're earning equities that are high quality, paying you dividends, you're getting paid for those assets. Similar on the bond side or the fixed income side, you get paid for what you're in terms of coupons. So our sort of advice to clients is don't chase yield over the quality of credit. It's important that after the drop in prices in 22, quality credit starts looking attractive. And because of that, it provides a margin of safety in terms of bouts of market volatility. So we do recommend to keep low to medium duration and looking at good investment opportunities on the fixed income side. And of course, optimism for 23 in terms of returns. If the Fed cycle is reaching an end and inflation is expected to decline, your fixed income portfolio should do well for you. Current yields on riskier bonds, such as high yield bonds, just do not provide enough compensation for the extra risk. So you can get about 5.6% of yields on BAA corporates versus a 5% earnings yield on the S&P 500. And then to add to that mix, cash is king again, and cash is earning good returns. And you can put money in a US dollar deposit, earn decent returns. You don't have to take market risk. So that's an important perspective. We do believe US Treasuries with a maturity of up to 10 years should definitely be very much part and parcel of any diversified portfolio. And we are seeing a lot of clients look at that as well. And then as you go through any of these crises, as I've seen in my career as well, I think this is the time you look at very high quality assets on the equity side. So you look at very good stocks, those that have sound business case, those that are high quality, paying dividends, those valuations are now at fairly attractive levels across the developed markets and the developing markets as well. Even if you look at Pakistan, for example, you look at where the KSE is, naturally the macroeconomic scenario and all has to be looked at, but there are some very, very good companies trading at attractive yields in the local market in Pakistan as well. So we do recommend at this stage to start accumulating quality shares, more defensive sectors, consumer staples, healthcare and the like, and then seeing where it goes. Having said which, and you're going to talk about it later in the session, sustainability, innovation are very much part and parcel of how the world is going to continue to grow, perhaps in pockets, but it's extremely important. I personally, as I said earlier when I began, and I'll close on this as well, human perseverance and ingenuity is something that we should never take lightly. The human race has a tremendous ability to adapt to change, adapt to crisis, deal with something just like we've seen with the pandemic as well. And when you're coping with uncertainties and you're coping with crisis, very, very important that whatever you do from an investment perspective or a strategy perspective or a business perspective, you do look at diversification. I've always said this, it's never about timing the market and it's always about time in the market. So remaining invested in the market is extremely important. And whatever you invest in, you've got to make sure you understand it. If you understand it and it meets your profile, risk profile, your appetite, your liquidity needs, it's extremely important that you follow that. Sometimes it's very, very basic stuff that I'm saying, but you'll be amazed if you look at the last 12 years, how some of the most sophisticated sovereign wealth funds and whatnot were busy trying to invest in FTX and crypto. And today we're looking at severe issues coming out of that. So it's really, really important that you understand where you invest. We as a bank are a commercial bank, a trade finance bank, and we look after our clients' money. I'm a big believer in wealth preservation. That's our role. We're here to help clients do that. But that's my kind of view. I think I'm pretty much in time. I'm going to wrap up here again by just kind of hoping that what I've shared with you is helpful, gives you a perspective of what we see at least happening on the global macroeconomic side globally, because you understand Pakistan very well. There's a lot of members, ICAP members on here from all parts of the world. I'm sure I've touched on some of those areas. But more importantly, I hope you find this a very productive forum. It is, again, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. It is a privilege and an honor to be part of this. I wish you all very well. I wish you all the best of health for the new year to you and your families. And thank you very much again for having me on.
Hello, I hope I can be heard. Thank you, Mr. Heather, for your insightful views and very practical tips for financial and investment management during these times. Indeed, cash is king. Imran, shall we continue the momentum with further insights on navigating successfully through this economic crisis?
Yes, indeed. We have been joined by Mr. Moazzam Shah, an ideal speaker for today's event with his vast international exposure. He is Group CFO at Aspen Medical, a global healthcare provider headquartered in Canberra, and is currently serving as the Regional Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Australia and New Zealand. Moazzam also sits on the board of an international company operating within the healthcare industry and has more than 20 years of international experience gained in Australia, Asia, Europe, Middle East, and United States. Wow. During his journey as CFO, he led business turnarounds, managed digital transformation projects, successfully concluded M&A deals, and restructured finance functions of diversified conglomerates. We welcome Moazzam, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a privilege and an honor to engage with ICAP on this event today. Firstly, I just wanted to sincerely thank Hina Osmani, Council Member and Chairperson, Overseas Coordination Committee, and Farooq Khan from ICAP chapter in Australia for reaching out to me with an invitation to speak. So thank you very much. Whilst signing up for this event, I took the liberty to ask the organizing committee if I would be expected to deliver my talk in Urdu, and I was informed that this event will engage international audience, and therefore English will be the medium of communication. As I have not had much opportunity in my last 20 years of my career to deliver professional talks in Urdu, it still remains a fascinating idea for me, which hopefully I'll be able to do on another occasion. My apologies for digressing, and let me get to the topic now. In the past few years, COVID-19 struck and transformed the landscape of businesses across the board. In healthcare industry, where I work, is no exception. So now, as the world is coming out of pandemic, hopefully, the world's leading economists have spent most of the 2022 convincing themselves that if the global economy was not already in a recession, it is about to fall into one. The prediction of a recession stems from the facts that economic growth has slowed down in the wake of rising interest rates, a 41-year high rates of inflation, a very tight skilled labor market, disruption in the global supply chains, which was previously due to COVID-19 pandemic and now due to conflict between Russia and Ukraine, all while COVID-19 variants continue to lurk in the background. I will take a pause here and admit that I'm not an economist, and therefore it's not my job to make predictions about how high interest rates are going to go up further into the new year, or to what extent GDP of different economies will tumble from their current state. All right, so just to briefly introduce myself and the roles that I play in different walks of my own life, I wear three hats simultaneously. Firstly, I'm the Global Chief Financial Officer of a business that operates in multiple jurisdictions, and therefore part of my job is to watch out how the changing economic factors might impact financial health of my business. Secondly, I am a non-executive board member of an international healthcare organization, and as a board member, it is my duty of care to evaluate potential economic implications on strategic objectives of the business that I'm responsible for. And thirdly, in my own personal life, I'm the head of a household, and therefore any economic downturn can potentially implicate my own personal finances. And therefore, I got to watch out that space as well. Now, given the volatile economic climate that we all live in today, the big question here is, if there is an economic crisis, which could be more than likely, how do we navigate through it successfully? Not only as businesses, but also as nations and as individuals. Well, before we go about finding an answer to this multi-million-dollar question, first, we would need to see what are the key risk factors that are making the world economy so vulnerable to a deep financial crisis to 2023. And I promise you that I have not invented anything new. I'm just going to echo what Salman has already touched upon during his part of the talk. But I've listed down a few points which I think are pertinent. So I'll, without doing an assisted reading, I'll just go through these points one by one. I think the first key risk is, and again, as the previous speaker has already talked about, is the energy crisis in continental Europe. We all know that Russia has completely or partially cut off gas flows to almost 12 EU countries. What it would mean is that a major part of the industrial sector would be forced to hold back their energy usage and potentially reduce their workforce. Also, high energy prices will lead to bankruptcies as businesses become unprofitable. The next point on my list is a staggering level of commodity prices and global food insecurity. The world has recently seen more frequent extreme weather events, like of what we have also witnessed in the form of devastating floods in Pakistan, droughts and heat waves in the US, Europe, and China. They are all contributing to the rising pricing of some foodstuff. Also, the war between Russia and Ukraine, two of the world's largest agriculture exporters, has also led to huge price spikes, and which also raises the risk of food insecurity. The third point on my risk, which again is a key risk factor from the global economic crisis perspective, is the conflict between China and Taiwan, which might force US to intervene. Even though a direct conflict is less likely in my view, however, recently military exercises by China and a more aggressive Taiwanese response raises the risk of miscalculation, which could actually result into a wider conflict that would wipe out the semiconductor industry in Taiwan, on which global supply chains heavily rely. It also poses the risk of pulling US, Australia, and Japan into the conflict, which can be catastrophic. The next point on my risk list is a high global inflation. It's no surprise to anyone. We all know that a high level of inflationary environment not only fuels social unrest, but it also drives many businesses out of the market. Now, a persistent inflationary pressure caused by supply chain disruptions and Russia's invasion of Ukraine has pushed global inflation to its highest level since the 1990s. Another one is, what if a new variant of coronavirus springs up? A new deadly variant or even another infectious disease can send global economy back into a recession. If another aggressive variant of the virus surfaces, countries may impose lockdowns, consumer and investor confidence would sink, leading to a downturn in financial markets and retail sector, apart from many other sectors. Then we've got a cyber warfare. A cyber war amongst nations can cripple the state infrastructure in major economies. I talked about Russia's invasion of Ukraine and tensions surrounding Taiwan. These conflicts have increased the likelihood of major state-on-state cyber attacks. It can lead to shutting down of state infrastructure, which can severely disrupt business operations at the global level. And then we have got the growing love affair between the Western world and China. And this can easily result into a full decoupling of the global economy. Due to the growing tension, West could unite to impose trade and investment restrictions on China. China could block export of raw material and goods crucial to the Western economies. And this will have implications on supply chain and operational disruption for the businesses. Then we have got aggressive monetary policies. Major central banks around the world are rapidly raising interest rates to combat inflation. These measures are fueling increase in the cost of borrowing. This would undermine the household purchasing power in the wake of the high energy and commodity prices. In the developed countries, the economic slowdown could result in an asset market crash, something that we have also experienced here in Australia, where the property market has declined significantly from where it was last year, and so are the equity markets. Whereas in the emerging markets, interest rates rises will trigger an extreme currency devaluation, as Mr. Tola has explained in his talk, and raises the risk of sovereign debt default, as it has happened in Sri Lanka very recently. And last but not the least on my list is the risk of Russia and Ukraine conflicts turning into a global war. The global economy in the extreme scenario can actually fall into a deep recession, and obviously with a severe humanitarian crisis. All right, now as we have talked about the underlying risk factors which may trigger the crash of the global economy, it is also important to note that, economic variables of different jurisdictions around the world vary considerably, and they are likely to react differently should there be a global economic crisis. Okay, I think we are in the home stretch now, and I'm ready to go ahead and present the way forward. But before I do that, I can comfortably say that I'm not going to enlighten any one of you with anything to do with scenario planning and the robust cash flow forecasting and some of the other technical accounting techniques that we use in the financial world to plan for the future. Instead, I would like to emphasize on two critical attributes in dealing with the prevailing economic circumstances that nations, businesses, and individuals are facing together. These attributes are agility and resilience. What do they mean? Being agile is the ability to think and move quickly. And being resilient is the ability to withstand and recover quickly from a difficult condition. Since I work at Aspen Medical, where a lot of work that we do is around project management, it not only requires us to be highly responsive to the situation, but also to be highly collaborative in our approach to achieve deadlines in a very high stress and a high tempo work environment. A practical demonstration of this core value of Aspen Medical is what I have witnessed firsthand during COVID-19 pandemic. From provision of healthcare facilities to the indigenous communities in remote part of the United States of America, to ramping up clinical workforce in UAE, and from managing the supply chain of vaccines in Papua New Guinea to quickly establishing COVID surge facilities right across here in Australia. We all have seen that most resilient companies during 2008 economic crisis geared up for the recession earlier than their counterparts. Even if they have lost revenue during the downturn, the resilient ones had higher EBITDA margins because they were able to reduce their fixed cost earlier in the recession cycle. The resilient companies were in a stronger financial position than the others in the industry because they built flexibility into their investment planning and operations and were able to increase their earnings. When that recession was at its worst, the resilient ones were able to reduce their debt more than others, using funds from divesting businesses and certain assets. The resilient ones had more cash that was then used to acquire assets from their competitors that had to sell assets when the overall economy improved. There have been 12 recessions since World War II, and a recession can last up to a couple of years. Not all countries or all businesses are affected to the same extent as others in a recession. No matter where you are in the world, you will find that agile and resilient nations, businesses, and individuals are in the best position to weather the impact of a recession and come out stronger on the other side. As they say, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And with that, I conclude my talk and would like to thank you once again for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moazzam, for sharing the global challenges and their impact on the global economy. I completely agree with you that the global economic decoupling is quite highly likely, and cannot agree more with you when you said that only the countries and the nations which are going to demonstrate agility and resilience are going to come out of it as a success story out of a recession that is quite imminent. With this, I would like to move back to to Shafaq.
So let's move on to my favorite part of any conference, the panel discussion. So Ms. Khurshid Kotwal is the moderator for today's first panel discussion. Being one of the senior and most active ICAP members, she is council member and also chairs the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board. chairperson of the Risk Committee and on the board of the Pakistan Microfinance Network. She is founder and CEO of a management consultancy, Asman International, and has worked in Unilever Pakistan for over 18 years in different leadership positions.
And let me take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Ali Kazmi, who is the managing director at Hensoke Consultancy, has over 25 years of financial services industry experience and actively advises bank boards on financial, regulatory, and governance matters. He has held the role of head of taxation at BlackRock and has worked as an international partner of Deloitte UK and Middle East.
We also welcome Mr. Musaddiq Rahman. He is a global enterprise digital transformation, data and analytics leader with over 15 years of diversified professional services experience across various sectors. He has helped maximize the impact of data insights on business results, operational efficiency and effectiveness, and fact-based cultural change.
Mr. Akif Siddiqui, my mentor and my senior at PwC, now an assurance partner at PwC Canada. Akif has extensive experience working with property and casualty insurance companies, as well as clients in the banking, investment management, life insurance, and reinsurance industry. He is also a member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan, as well as Ontario, Canada.
We welcome Ms. Uzma Adil Khan. She is a fellow chartered accountant and the first female head of a regulatory organization in Pakistan in the oil and gas sector. She has served as managing director and chief financial officer of Sui Northern Gas Pipelines Limited, which is the country's largest gas transmission and distribution company, and has worked in a variety of different organizations, public, private, educational institutes, and regulatory bodies. We look forward to a very engaging discussion. Over to you, Khurshid.
Thank you, Shafaq and Imran. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to you all from Pakistan. Good afternoon to everyone joining from Asia and Europe. Good evening to those joining in from Australia, and a very good morning to friends joining in from North America. The global economic activity is experiencing a broad-based slowdown. Inflation is higher than seen in several decades. Central banks across the world simultaneously are hiking interest rates. The world may be edging towards a global recession in 2023. Some of the developing markets may be facing financial crisis, which can do a lasting harm. The cost of living crisis, invasion of Ukraine, and the lingering COVID-19 pandemic all weigh heavily on the outlook. Global growth at 1.7 in 2023 is the lowest since 2001. A third of the global economy will be in recession this year. Pakistan is experiencing its own set of challenges. The economy has deteriorated due to heavy flooding, impacting economic growth, coupled with high inflation and an emerging currency crisis. Finding opportunity during a recession is possible. I remember in 1998, when I worked for Unilever, Pakistan was under similar pressure with depleting foreign exchange reserves and low economic growth. Yet, we at Unilever found numerous opportunities to grow the business and exceed our targets. In today's world, the remedial action lies in the areas of market segmentation, science-industry linkages, information, communication, and technology infrastructure and services, labor markets and skills, venture capital, and entrepreneurship. New economic realities offer a chance for businesses to innovate, reduce costs, improve customer experiences, and enhance employee engagement. The key of success is agility, reworking the business strategy to seize the opportunity. Savvy leaders can take advantage during a recession to grow their businesses, keep profits up, even expand their market share during a time when other companies are stagnant or contracting. With this, I move on to you, Musaddiq. You are leading digital innovations and are a change leader. Tell us what's happening in North America, the opportunities in the economy, in the manufacturing and supply chain and the retail sector, and especially in context to the consumer packaged goods industry. I know you have some interesting slides to share with us on the automation hotspots. So over to you, Musaddiq.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, guys. So quick background, Musaddiq Raymond. I'm a partner here at EY, Ernst & Young, within the US practice. I've spent about 15 plus years serving clients in the retail sector, manufacturing sector. I do have an accounting finance background, but I also have an information technology degree as well. So I've kind of played dual roles. So I think one of the biggest factors that we're seeing due to COVID, and now you have the recession and the little bit of an economic crisis that we're all running into, is the digitization of the back-end processes and the front end, right? Back-end could be finance and supply chain and so on and so forth. And then front end may be, launching new ways of working. It may be, customer experience. It may be launching web, mobile, point of sale systems, which can basically, make a frictionless experience for the clients. So what I'll do is I'll share my slides and I'll just kind of walk through some of the opportunities that we're seeing here in the US, and then continue the discussion. So hopefully you guys could see my screen. It's three main areas that we're seeing a significant amount of what we call digitization within the retail sector and the manufacturing sector as well. From left to right, it's the back-end processes, the streamlining of the processes, and that may be supply chain, that may be finance, that may be procurement, that may be understanding better the distribution center and the transportation centers, what information exists, what inventory exists. So there's been a significant amount of push to streamline and make the back-end processes better and make the companies more resilient at the end of the day. So we're currently serving hundreds of clients across the globe, focusing on the process optimization, and it may be due to the economic crisis, it may be due to COVID, it may be companies just want to run leaner back-end supply chains. Besides the streamlining of the process, the second main area that we see, which is gaining significant amount of traction, is still continuing to find ways to grow the business. Regardless of if you're running into COVID, or regardless if you're running into the economic crisis and the recession and whatnot, the headwinds, companies are still trying to kind of find ways to reach their customers. So reaching the customers may be now not only through the brick and mortar retail stores that the companies have operated for 50 years or 100 years, but now they're launching web catering, and maybe they're launching mobile apps, they're launching online presence, just to kind of make sure that they can find new avenues, new ways to continue to grow the business. Or in some cases, they are growing business in markets that are less mature, buying out different competitions and whatnot. So I think that's the second area that we continue to see gaining significant amount of traction. Last but not least is still having a frictionless customer experience. So frictionless customer experience may be that many companies in the US specifically, and Europe, are launching what they're calling it the self-checkout. So if I go to a retailer, I don't need to kind of stand in line and wait for a cashier to check me out for what I have bought. I mean, there is self-checkout kiosk popping up in every single retailer. So there is significant amount of traction there, just kind of making the entire experience very quick. On the frictionless checkout, there's the curbside pickup as well. So let's say if I'm buying some goods, if I'm buying some restaurant meals or whatnot in the U.S. I mean, this is something new. Pakistan, I think this was done for a while. Was that I can just kind of pull up in my car. I don't need to kind of get out of my car and just kind of have someone bring the goods, bring the let's just say diapers for the kids, or could be some food. So the entire, if you can think about this, entire value chain is getting very frictionless. The processes are constantly getting optimized, and then companies are still finding ways to basically shift the business, not only from a brick and mortar perspective, which is the physical locations, but also into the web, the mobile, and the point of sale systems. So I'll pause there for a second and see if there's any questions.
I can move on at the moment.
Absolutely. So a couple of examples you guys will see. I know I'll try to kind of zoom in a little bit, but I have 2 slides that I'll just kind of briefly cover. Is that what are some of the automation opportunities that we see within the context of finance, and what are some of the automation opportunities that we see in the context of supply chain? So finance, if you guys could take a look at it from the right to left. And when I talk about automation, it's digitization, it's RPA, it's adding in AI ML, which is the artificial intelligence and ML, machine learning capabilities. So from a core operational accounting, that was my first career, by the way. So focusing on those areas and how do we optimize those. Maybe there are some commission adjustments that are taking place. Instead of having someone focusing on doing those in Excel or manually kind of copying and pasting and extracting data from SAP and Oracle and bringing that into a spreadsheet and focusing on some of the spreadsheet manipulation. I think those type of activities are getting automated very frequently. This is a hot topic across many companies here in North America. The journal entries. I think back in the day, there's lots of journal entries that we're basically looking at. And I'm sure you guys are automating some of the journal entries as well. And there's huge amount of push, huge amount of ask for streamlining the accounting function, streamlining the finance function as well. Accounts payable, yeah, I think you guys see the opportunity there. Bank account reconciliation, I think that's a no-brainer. The same banks we can access, log in, pull in the same reconciliation. The balances and reconciling across different banks. So I think there's opportunities there as well, and intercompany reconciliation and so on and so forth. So I think you guys see some of the opportunities that exist from a intelligent automation. So we're moving away from just RPA. We're moving away from just looking at the process automation. Now we're starting to kind of add what we call as the intelligent automation. So adding more and more AI in there, adding more and more ML in there, machine learning capabilities. So we streamline the process every single month. It gets better and better. And I'll spend no more than just another 30 seconds on the supply chain opportunities. You guys could take a look at this. It's a very, very manual process, and it has been. Typically, supply chain from procurement to demand sensing to logistics to distribution centers to delivering the goods, and having a view of inventory throughout, consistent inventory. What do we have? What do we need to buy? What is selling better, right? So the entire, what we call is the end-to-end visibility across the supply chain. There are hundreds of opportunities within supply chain as well. Just RPA, process automation, intelligent automation, bringing in AI ML capabilities. So this is something that I'm currently involved at multiple retailers, multiple companies where we're basically finding synergies between supply chain and finance. So finance sits at the center, and then finance has basically procurement function, manufacturing function, supply chain function, all tied very closely. And if we can automate some or all of these, I think that's a win-win for our companies and for all of us.
Great. Thank you, Musaddiq.
Absolutely. Thank you.
A key message coming out for all finance professionals: the mundane jobs are moving away, and the finance community needs to gear up in terms of the digital technology knowledge, in terms of becoming more digital accountant and auditors, having knowledge on data analytics, on artificial intelligence, RPA, machine learning. I think these are the key things that we need to, as finance professionals, reskill ourselves to stay more relevant in the future as well as now. So thank you very much, Musaddiq. I now move on to Akif. You are an assurance expert and have a strong understanding of insurance products. The insurance market and the business may be facing uncertain times. This also presents opportunities for the Canadian insurance industry. If we take a moment to examine the stage of the Canadian economy and the risk landscape, one can identify factors such as inflation, rising interest rates, supply chain disruptions, the impact of geopolitical conflicts, and natural catastrophes. It is no doubt a time of heightened uncertainty, but there are opportunities for those that are bold enough to take these challenges. So over to you, Akif, to tell us a bit more about the opportunities in the insurance sector.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you, Khurshid, for inviting, and thank you, Imran, for the kind introduction. It's good to see good old friends after a very long time. And I was listening to the earlier presentations, and Moazzam mentioned presenting in Urdu, and it didn't even, like, it sounded fascinating and scary at the same time. I don't know whether I would be able to complete that, or I will struggle with the vocabulary there. But it would be a very nice idea to go and do it in future. So I like the thought process going there. As Khurshid mentioned, I am within the insurance world, and as a typical insurer or a typical auditor, the first thing which I do is to look at the last year's working papers. And before we actually go into the future and how that lays in, let's think about where we are right now. Insurance industry faced, and in most market, faced lots of challenge with the COVID and the hard market which we had seen in the last decade. And most of the insurers came through these post-COVID remarkably well. Industry not only met its escalating obligation to policyholders, including increased life and health claims, but also went above and beyond by offering free insurance to first responders, premium forgiveness, refunds. Insurers dealt with unprecedented interruptions to their business by accelerating its urgently needed digital transformation as well. And they proved their relevance in the time of extreme crisis, not only as an economic player, but also as a provider of protection and peace of mind for business and individuals. As these recent challenges assisted in softening the insurance market, insurers were able to get certain rate increases and enhance the products and maybe make some investment in the legacy system. At least that's what we are seeing in the North American market and in the European market. Now, if you consider the current economic challenges, insurers are going through to face inflation, high interest yield. Like, this is not new. Like I think my previous panelist and even Khurshid mentioned it just before the introduction. But that would also be faced with demands on climate risk and social purpose and new form of competition, like increased growth in digital innovation. And on top of that, our favorite changes in the accounting reporting. Irrespective of how, thank you for bringing this slide up. Thanks. I'll come to it in a bit. Irrespective of how each insurer responds, they will need to reassess their strategy, and a status quo is not an option. I think you have already seen some of these general themes, but when I think in terms of insurance industry, these are the 5 key themes which we are looking seeing. I'm glad to see Mossadegh's slide that at least the 3 of them are common within those 2 industries. But I'll try to focus on the 2 which are more unique. Widening trust gap is one of those key things which we are seeing within the insurance industry. To quote one of the recent surveys done by Elderman Trust Barometer, that 54% of the respondent of the survey, and the survey is done for global community, it's not focused to one geography. The 54% of the respondents trust the financial services sector. So that has gone down by 10% a year earlier. So previously 64% of the respondents were trusting the financial services, and now it is only 54%. This erosion of trust combined with global protection gap has drastically widened across all sectors. And when I talk about the protection gap, this is basically increasing from 1.4 trillion in 2020 to about 1.9, would increase by 1.9 trillion by 2025. And the most significant increase is within the Asia Pacific region. And that would be accounting for almost half of all the uninsured risk. So what insurance might be doing to strengthen the trust, what we are seeing within our industries is that more and more providers are focusing on elevating the social injustices by creating more inclusive business environment, working to bridge the coverage gap by educating customers and creating affordable products. I think one of the other significant area where we are seeing drastic change is rapidly evolving customer needs. Customers today aren't simply looking for financial protection. They want personalized solutions presented in the context of day-to-day life, be it while buying a car, planning for retirement, or starting a business. Customers expect insurers to go beyond their risk transfer obligation and offer end-to-end solution covering risk prediction, prevention, and intervention too. And to underpin these services with powerful digital and data capabilities. I know Mossadegh did mention about digitization and digital disruption. Within the insurance industry, as digital innovation and adoption continue to fundamentally reshape the risk landscape, they also create opportunities for those insurers that can innovate at pace. I won't dive too much down into digital because I think this would be a common theme throughout, But one relevant survey which I saw recently, and we do talk about it recently, is the markets are shifting. Historically, if you see the insurance market, the Internet of Things had about 105 billion of insurable market. We expect that that market would be increased to 1.5 trillion by 2025. This is the drones insurance market, your Teslas and your EVs and all those things. Even if you think about specific to drones, that is expected to grow from 69 billion to 141 billion. Just few data points. I know climate risk is one of the biggest discussions in the West these days. The growing threat of climate change possesses systematic, physical, and transition risk with direct implication to insurance industry. The last thing which I wanted to talk about is the convergence, collaboration, and competition. A digital, data-driven economy is allowing organizations to share and collaborate within and across industry, and there are new ways being created throughout. I think I read it somewhere that, or one of the leadership conference I heard, that it is necessary to be conscious about your own capabilities and decide which you want to bring to the table and where you want to partner with a strategic partner. And that would be the key opportunity going forward for individuals who can create their own niche and bring to the table, whether it is in the distribution channel, whether it is in the product assessment, whether it is in the risk elevation. And that's where I think most of the opportunities and challenges would lie. In all, what I would say within the insurance market, a status quo is not an option. I think most insurance companies, if they want to be successful, they would have to play offensive, mainly in digital, engage in digital ecosystem, and build customer intelligence. Those would be the three key areas where most insurance companies should be playing with. With that, I'll pause for any questions if there are.
We'll take the questions at the end, yeah, if you don't mind.
I don't at all. Over to you, Khushi.
Right. So if any of the panelists want to add in or comment, please feel free to jump in and add. Otherwise, I move on to Ali. Ali, you work with some of the most successful global organizations in the financial services. The UK is said to be one of the weaker global economies this year with a 1% GDP contraction. Brexit has left the economy 5.5% smaller. Yet the UK banks are forecast to achieve higher profits in 2023. Very interesting, according to S&P Global Ratings. Now, I'd like your thoughts on the strategic opportunities in the banking and fintech world presented in the new economy. Over to you, Ali.
Sure. First of all, Assalamu alaikum everyone. आप लोगों की मेहरबानी है कि आपने मुझे invite किया और ख़ुसूसन खुशी साहिबा, शुक्रिया आपका कि you pulled all of this thing together. So well done. I'm going to speak from a banking perspective, mainly UK, but actually it's on a European-wide basis, actually on a global basis. So we had the fortune of listening to Salman earlier on, and I would say that whilst, Salman covered the commercial side of things, but I think it's very important as accountants for us to understand what does the world look like from a wider perspective within the banking industry. First of all, post global financial crisis, we have seen new regulations or new capital requirements particularly, and also new business practices. So our industry, the banking industry, is a lot more resilient, and there are strong buffers to withstand any disruption challenges, which includes things like Brexit. By the way, Brexit I regard as a disruption event. And, we will ride through it. But the main thing is, the focus of this panel is really around opportunities that are presented. So it doesn't actually matter. We have had the benefit of listening to, Musaddiq, Akif, and also the other speakers before me, but there are only 3 key challenges that any organization within any industry has to contend with. Number 1 is digitalization. Secondly is globalization. And thirdly, it is sustainability. And if organizations are able to have a view on these 3 things, they are set to do well. There is immense amount of change that is taking place within the banking industry. Actually, it's not change, it's a revolution. We have had this 70s mein hua tha, when the first ATMs came out, computers, NCR computers lag rahe the in banking and so on. We're essentially going through the banking model is being challenged completely. If we look at traditional banking industry, and Khurshid Zaiba, you mentioned UK mein kya ho raha hai. I mean, there are extensive business transformation programs underway. There is something called open banking. So you got APIs, they can look at all your financial transactions and they can assimilate that data and basically lead to better pricing. There's aggregator models and things like that. So the whole of that traditional banking will be badal rahi hai through open banking. You've seen extensive amount of branch closures, and actually that's where it's going to go. I mean, we just heard how the customer experience is really important. And also what I would say is that actually the channels, banking channels are being digitalized. So that's whole existing, but also what we must do is our ecosystem is changing. So particularly with the banking, you've got a lot of non-banking financial institutions and BFIs. They're stepping in. Traditional funds you have. Now you get crowdfunding. If I wanted to borrow money for my business, in the old days, I would go and sit in front of a bank manager. That's gone. I can go and raise better pricing just through. So the web is basically really changing the whole way we do business. I'm not going to go into crypto, that's a thing in its own right, but all of these things are actually a big thing. Now, one thing that I was going to pick up on is sustainability, because in a lot of these, we've got a lot of technical accountants and bankers here, they will talk about that. But sustainability gets a bit of a sort of like, we gloss over it or we don't really understand it. I think the key message, if there's one thing that this panel or our audience basically listening to us takes away is the ESG agenda is not going away. Okay, it can only advance. Okay, the concerns about climate change are there. I mean, Pakistan obviously jo kuch hua hai, we can't ignore that. Okay, and as a model, one of my clients is Triodos Bank. It's out of Netherlands, and they have made the green agenda as a key feature of their bank. So if you get a chance, just go look at their website. So I think these are some of the changes that are taking place, but within these changes are the opportunities. Khurshid Sahib, can I talk about some of the regulatory things, or you want to pick that up later?
Please, you can carry on. Yes, do continue.
Okay, I'll just take one more minute. And I would say that obviously the firms, as long as they have a strategy around the 3 points that I mentioned, digitalization, globalization, and sustainability, they can have a strategy to capitalize on the opportunities that are there available for them. But aapki environment kaisi hai? That is really important. And that's where governments and regulators come in. अगर आप देखें कि there are in places like Singapore, UK, Abu Dhabi, I mean, these people, regulators have sat down and said, let's create a framework, a framework that supports these new emergent industries, payment providers, open banking. You have rules and regulations. Now, the regulator is actively going out then building a rule book around this. So that's one key thing. The other challenge or the opportunity or the environmental factors that is there is having a highly developed skill set, a workforce that is there. Uske andar jo hai aapke academia, aapke institutions start coming in. They can play a very, very important role. And a resource-rich country like Pakistan, I mean, they should be really thinking about how can we take advantage of this change and build a workforce or people basically skill them up, upskill them so that we are ready to do that. I know that this is a topic which is very close to your heart, Khushi Saiba, which is to do with the role of academia and particularly sort of like, digitally enhancing their skill set. That's what I was going to say.
Thank you, Ali. Yes, you're very right. I think we really need to work closely, the corporate sector and the academia, to build the right product, the right finance product, as well as the future accountants or the auditors, for that matter, in all professional fields. And a very important point you touched on ESG. Yes, even times may be difficult. It's not about shelving ESG. It's more about talking more about ESG, doing more. There can be efficiencies also in that respect. And with that, thank you, Ali. I'll move on to Uzma now. You have been a regulator in the oil and gas sector. Some sectors are recession-proof and unaffected by the downturn. Tell us how one can transform the energy sector and what are the opportunities for Pakistan to make its energy sector greener, cheaper, and more reliable.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you. Energy is one thing which I don't see people reducing their use of. In fact, in times of crisis, and even in the recent COVID situation, which we saw, the use for energy was enhanced. So what basically can we do for our power and gas sectors? Because these are the two sectors I have worked with closely. And I don't want to make any comparisons, but our behavior pattern as compared to the rest of the world, especially the developed countries, is very different. So we really need to concentrate on changing our behavior pattern. Because of the pricing, we have not been able to pass on the price of energy really because of the social, economic agendas of the governments. So what we need to understand is that we need to conserve this energy. If we are not willing to pass on the cost of this energy to all, in all fairness, then how do we go about meeting our energy demand? And how do we meet our energy needs? So our behavior pattern needs to be changed drastically. We, as a nation, because we have not paid the correct price for the energy, we want rebates, we want the energy at a discounted price, which I'm sure nowhere in the world it is an acceptable situation. With the price of energy, what we need to do, and you know it very well, all of you know, that no matter what crisis goes on, the need for utilities does not reduce. This is a basic necessity. Power and gas, these are two basic necessities of each household. So we need to conserve this, and then we need to create an awareness our awareness is lacking this thing. In Pakistan specifically, and of course in the rest of the world also, even where you can easily find energy at a reasonable price, they're very aware of their consumer habits. We need to really change our consumer habits. This is very important. And for this, we basically need to run campaigns, or we need the regulator to step in and make certain things mandatory. If you know very well, in the last few decades, we have not been able to pass the price of power and gas both onto the consumer in its full form, which impacts our energy, which impacts our requirement, and obviously then it affects our balance of payments. We take the energy and we are not able to, for example, we are importing gas these days. We import LNG, then we get into a circular debt situation. That has to be avoided at all costs. But the government has a social economic agenda. And for that, it does not pass on the price of all the commodities in all fairness. And it tries to bear the brunt itself, which is not a workable situation. At the same time, the consumer has got into a habit of wasting or not conserving the energy. We need to be very active on this force. And as all of the people have, or everybody emphasized, and the emphasis cannot be underestimated at any stage, is automation. We need automation in our processes. We need automation to reduce the losses incurred by the power and the energy sector, because the cost of these losses also is a huge burden. And in order to avert the crisis created by this special loss, we need automation. And automation in all the processes is very important. So I would really want to emphasize on the conservancy bit and the automation part. And of course, I would not like to make a political statement at any point. However, the political agendas and the socio-economic agendas may not be of much use in the longer run, because obviously there is a price for everything. And we need to create an awareness that if the product is so expensive, the cost has to be shared. And if you want to bear this cost, then you have to pay for it. I know all my dear panelists have really spoken so much about the things going on in the different work scenarios in their fields, but it is very close to my heart, the energy sector. And the main thing which concerns me is the lack of conservancy in us, which we have not been able to really cultivate. So with that, I think if any of you would like to add something to it, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Uzma. Yes, we surely need to be more careful on our energy utilization, and even our habits need to change a lot. You're absolutely right. I could go on and on with my questions, but I will take on some questions that are coming from the audience, and please feel free to add in. So the first question, of course, I think people are also worried. How do you see this automation triggering unemployment risk? Having said, what new sectors will be growing? So what new sectors will be growing? Anyone wants to take this, or could I ask Musaddiq to help us out with this?
Yeah, no, I think it's automation is I think it's a value add, right? It's a value add. It's not replacing some of the work that so to speak, the humans were doing. So think of this, that you could spend more time looking at the synergies between finance and accounting and supply chain and procurement and manufacturing, versus focusing on doing bank reconciliation and Excel spreadsheets yourself. So anything that is boring, anything that is what we have heard in manufacturing, anything that is high risk, anything that can kind of jeopardize the safety of our humans is going to be automated at some point in the manufacturing space. So I've given you two examples. Automation in manufacturing is going to be anything that is risky, anything that is boring, anything that is mundane every single day. Someone has to do the same thing. It is, at least in North America, majority of those tasks will be automated, either by RPA and or robots, such as something that's been launched by Boston Dynamics. And then on the retailer side, I think something similar is taking place as well. And that trickles down to accounting, finance, supply chain, and manufacturing and whatnot. So I think I'll consider this as a value add.
Okay,
and just to add to it, sorry, Ali, why don't you go ahead first?
Ali, yeah, you carry on, Akib.
Yeah. Okay. Like, excellent question, and I think I would totally agree with Mossadegh and what you said. The workforce is changing. Like, I think learning new skills would be used, and if I think in terms of my industry, historically, let's take an example of, say, auto insurance. Historically, if I would have to buy an auto insurance, I would have to get on a call with somebody who would try to assess the risk profile, how bad of a driver I am, and how many accidents I have to give me a quote. Now, the way the world is changing, like all that data is already in place. There is an automated tool which will define the risk and price it. And that price option would be available to me to select what auto insurance I have to buy. Now, as a consumer, I can select between the 5 or 6 different insurance companies which are playing in this world or this field. I would be able to select it. From an insurance side, they have made a redundancy of all those people who were focused on gathering the information and presenting that information and then relaying it to an underwriter to make a pricing decision, or an actuarial to make a pricing decision. So those mundane tasks would be going, but they are being replaced with higher skill, higher motivation discussion. Now, most common reaction to this is that that would mean that there would be a lot of unemployment, which is not true. And I'm quoting one of the stats which I read recently, that currently, and I'm talking about US right now, there is about 8 million people who are unemployed. But out of that 8 million people who are unemployed, with maybe a higher number, there is about 4 million people who are not looking for a job, and they're looking to do some kind of business activity, some kind of different retooling themselves in some of those conversations. So it's not about losing of the employment. It is about changing of the employment, changing about how we look things. There are much more entrepreneurs now, and that's how the economy and the world would change. Sorry, Ali, I took longer than what I thought. Over to you.
Sure. I mean, it is a very good question, and I would like to slightly broaden the discussion, which is generally what are the opportunities across board. And I think it traditionally, we have always looked at other jurisdictions, accountants are better trained and so on. I think it's a real opportunity for ICAP to basically enhance its curriculum. You incorporate, say, for example, digital automation and so on within your thing, your accountants will be better trained some of the overseas accountants. I mean, and it's a fantastic qualification. You know, it's an opportunity to leapfrog, and I've seen a record number of ICAP qualified accountants come to the UK, particularly because Brexit, okay, it's an issue in the UK, but we are desperate for good quality accountants to come to the UK. And so I think there are real set of opportunities if we're able to capitalize on it. So we shouldn't be scared of it. We should almost embrace this change and use the opportunity that it presents.
Thank you, Ali. CA Pakistan and ICAP have actually incorporated in their student syllabus as well data analytics as well as fintech training. So a student will need to pass these exams before they can move forward or become chartered accountants. So we are quite aware of this, and we realize the importance. In fact, in one of our MSA papers also, what we've taken a decision is that now, whilst doing that paper, you'll have to demonstrate through a dashboard and your analytics, the data analytics, so those through technology. So those are the direction steps that we have taken, and our vision is actually to turn out future digital accountants and auditors. So thank you so very much. Just one last question, and then I will just wrap up the session because we are getting late, which is on crypto. And Ali, that's directed to you, that because of the recent frauds, what do you think is the role of the regulator here? Or regulator in this respect? So if you can just quickly answer that question.
Sure, I'll be very quick. I think, first of all, what's happened recently, that was outright fraud. Okay, it's no different to some of the other frauds whereby you misappropriate funds and so on. So put that aside. But I think, what can the regulator do? I think the regulator should definitely be looking at it. Obviously Pakistan's been with the FATF sort of like experience. We have to be very mindful of the AML aspects of what crypto risks there are for the economy. So I think that's one thing, that look at what's the thinking, the leading thinking. But also on the other side, again, the opportunity side is, have we as a regulator set up a fintech sandbox? I mean, you have such a rich resource in Pakistan. That's almost, if the government is listening, and I'm sure, now that Mr. Tola is there, that's a real challenge. That if you can do that, I would sort of like strongly recommend that should be the top agenda, is to set up the fintech sandbox, which is what UK FCA did in order to really get the whole industry moving.
Right. Thank you, everyone. With that, we have many more questions, but we can answer them offline. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and for a very good discussion. And we'll move on to the next segment now. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists and Ms. Khurshid for that wonderful panel discussion. Now with this wonderful first session that we had, which is one of its kind for the Overseas Convention, we now move on to the next part of this conference, which is seizing opportunities from economic crisis.
I don't know you, but don't you think I should introduce ourselves to the global audience? Dear audience, my name is Muhammad Ali Bilal, and I have Ms. Anam with me. We will be the MOCs for this session for next 2 hours. Anam has over 13 years of experience in logistic, beverages, and FMCG sector. She is currently associated with the PwC Jeddah office in Risk Assurance Department.
Thank you, Ali. Please allow me to return the favor. Ali is the Director Corporate Finance and Accounting for Savola Food Company, which is a subsidiary of Savola Group, a Saudi Arabian listed industrial company. He has 13 years of professional experience in audit, tax, and corporate finance with PwC at different offices. He is a chartered accountant from ICAP and ICAEW. Ali is also currently part of the ICAP contact persons in KSA and a member of the Professional Accountants in Business Committee of ICAP, which is very famously known as the PAIB committee. Now, with all the introductions done, we move on to the first topic of this session, which is strategic innovation helps businesses unlock a new source of growth.
Innovation and change are few constants in the growth equation of businesses. Innovation plays an important and key role in introducing novelty to the existing product lines, processes, leading to increased market size and shares, revenues, customer satisfaction. Thus, it is considered as a new source of growth. For this, we have Mr. Aurangzeb, President HBL, who will be speaking on this aforementioned topic.
Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb joined HBL in 2018 as the President and CEO. Prior to this responsibility at HBL, he was the CEO of JP Morgan's global corporate bank based in Asia, with a rich international banking experience of over 30 plus years in other senior management roles at ABN AMRO and RBS based in Amsterdam and Singapore.
He's the only Pakistani to be invited to the exclusive membership of Global CEO Council organized by Wall Street Journal Dow Jones Group. He is the chairman of Pakistan Bank Association, chairman of Pakistan Business Council, council member at the Institute of Bankers Pakistan. He received his BS and MBA degrees from the Wallen School.
Please welcome Mr. Aurangzeb for the session.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege to be invited to this august audience. I understand a number of you here in Pakistan, and there's of course all of you who are joining internationally as well. I was just saying to Ashfaq Tola Saab that you have picked actually a great and a very timely topic. Not only figuring out, but going for the opportunity in crisis. And I have to say that organizers must have been impressed with what Winston Churchill once said, that never let a good crisis to waste. Now, Pakistan has its, fair share of ups and downs, and we are indeed in the midst of macroeconomic instability, which is exacerbated by the political wrangling. Now, we also know, and this is over years and decades, that this is one country which has always shown resilience. We bounce back, and we bounce back in a very, very strong way. And the reality is the size and scale and the potential of this country will always keep both the domestic and the international investors interested. But the important thing is that we keep faith. And, it's just mentioned, I'm in different forums. Ashfaq Tola Saab, mashallah, is now in the cabinet. There's no dearth of policy prescriptions in Pakistan. We know the what and the why part of it. Where we falter is the how part of it, the implementation, the execution of what we need to do as a country. And that's where, I want to spend, a few minutes, the next 10 minutes that I've been allocated, to not talk about, the theoretical aspects of what can happen in a crisis, but talk about over the last 3 to 4 years, what HBL has gone through. And, how we have, we are very, very fortunate to be the largest bank in the country, and also by the State Bank been designated as a DSEB, which means we are a systemically important bank in the country, and therefore our fortunes are directly linked with the fortunes of the country. So I just want to draw your attention to 2 or 3 experiences that we have gone through over the last 3 to 4 years. And I would want to start from the COVID period, right? And at the peak of COVID, roughly 1/3 to 50% of our physical network was closed. Not only HBL, we have the largest network, about 1,700 branches. At the peak of it, about 600, 700 branches were closed. And so was the rest of the industry. But the way things changed during that period, first of all, the client buying behavior. You know, we talk about SMEs, we talk about the mid-sized enterprises, you know, who have previously not allocated limits to their managers, because the state always said, "Ye maine khud sign karna hai." Well, for 3 months, you know, there was no choice. You had to go and get into digital platforms, get into internet banking, and then that's where the banks came in and HBL came in, right? Because there was a demand which had to be catered, because we essentially moved seamlessly to a virtual space in a period of 3 to 4 months, because the demand was there, and then the banks, including HBL, we stepped up. So it was internet banking, it was mobile first, data driven, and that became the digital offer. Or, you know, the point of all of that was, in a crisis, we could have just said, while we are an essential service, we cannot deliver. And you went, jab innovation ki baat karte hain, innovation is not only about technology, it's about thinking out of the box, thinking how we are going to do things differently. And that's what sort of came through. And of course, NCOC and what the government at the time did was fantastic. But in terms of financial services, it changed the landscape completely and forever. और उसकी मैं एग्जांपल आपको ये दूंगा कि till 2018, it took 70 years for HBL, as the largest bank in the country, to claim a client base of 12 million. Alhamdulillah, last September, which is September 2022, our client base had gone up to 32 million. The genesis of that acceleration of that financial inclusion was in a crisis, which was COVID, because we didn't have a choice and we had to think out of the box as to how we deliver. And since then, we have never looked back. So ये एक इतनी important चीज है कि crisis में आप opportunity देखें और सिर्फ उसके बारे में बात ना करें. Go for implementation, execution, try it, tweak it, and just take it forward. Because what happens is that by the time you get to the next crisis, that is what, you know, then helps you. And the next crisis came, actually, unfortunately for the country, was during the summer of last year, which was a devastation which happened through the climate change and the flood devastation, which we saw, having 1/3 of the country underwater. And during that period, whatever technology that we had developed during the COVID period came in handy. And we used similar state-of-the-art devices, which were enabled with real-time NADRA integration. And because that was important to authenticate, validate, and provide payments. And these payments were not small, even for the international audience. During a span of 4 to 6 weeks, which was August and September of last year, we dispersed through that technology payments of roughly 200 billion rupees. And the reason I'm saying it's not even a small amount for our international audience, because even in today's exchange rate, it's close to about $900 million. And it went to 10 million plus beneficiaries. And if you think a beneficiary, which is a family, and in an average size of 6 members in a family, it touched the lives of 60 million people in Pakistan. even before the new census comes out, it's roughly 1/4 of the country and 1/4 of the population who got this immediate relief. And that is a very important component of the 4-hour conference which happened in Geneva. It's because it had to start with relief, and then rehabilitation, then reconstruction, and everything else that follows. So all I'm saying is that even during a period of crisis, and what we need to connect is crisis, opportunity, and then the innovation part. And when it comes to innovation, normally people think innovation is all about technology. And I keep on coming back, and I'll keep on coming back to that. It's way beyond technology. It's people, process, and then technology. Some of my team members are sitting here. They're sick of hearing me saying this. कि हर चीज को हम कहते हैं innovation and technology. No. Change the processes, change people, and change our mindset of how we are going to address the problems. So I want to switch gears right now, because there's another sector which is in crisis. Forget about the country. Is a sector which is in crisis, which is agriculture. Agriculture used to contribute 22% of the GDP of this country. And we have now taken a reverse gear. The latest stats say we are now 19% of the GDP. Now that's fine at the aggregate level. What does it mean? It means we are importing wheat. It means we are importing cotton. And it has real implications for what we are going through in terms of the foreign exchange crisis at the moment. So, from again HBL's perspective, and this is about 2 years back, we said we will continue to finance, which is fine, because we are the largest agriculture financing bank in the country. But then what? So our book was 30 billion. We are now at 50 billion. Okay, very good. But that's incremental innovation. It's incremental thinking. Can we do something disruptive? Can we do something radical? And that's what we have tried. I'm not saying it's a success, but that's what we have tried. In terms of building capacity in the country, focusing on productivity, and focusing on the small farmers. Because 85%, 80% plus farmers are small farmers. So what do we do? The business model that we changed, and these are just interventions and pilots. I just want to caveat that. We did that in maize, rice, and now we're doing in wheat and cotton. So what we said was कि हम जो आड़ती का role है, middleman का जो role है, उसको we will try to bring down. We cannot take it out. So what we said was, we will provide the inputs to the farmer. हम fertilizer खरीदेंगे. We will buy the seeds. We will give it to the farmer. We will give them agronomy की जो advice है in terms of what kind of fertilizer they should use, what is the crop cycle. We provide them satellite imagery in terms of the weather patterns. And more importantly, we give them mechanized service. जब आप rice बोने जाते हैं, तो जब आप हाथ से बोते हैं versus the harvester, which comes is precision and its productivity. And then we said, for the small farmers, we will also arrange the offtake, right? ताकि जो भी वो produce करें, वो कोई इसको खरीद सके. So this was a closed loop. And, I can't, again, as I said, I can't say success yet, because we are going to, inshallah, scale it up. But the pilots that we have done over the last 2 years, and this was throughout the crisis, we started in the COVID period, and then one crisis, macro stability, macro instability, etc. And we have continued with these pilots. Uska jo result aaya in pilots ka, wo ye hai that the productivity in terms of yields have gone up more than 20%. Right? We always talk about कि on this side of the border itni yield hai, us side of the border itni yield hai. Ye fark hai. And it's on our control. The second thing is, and even more importantly, because we took the middleman out of the equation, the money which has gone into the small farmer's pocket has gone up by 100%. And the reason I say these pilots are successful is because, we didn't rely on HBL. I didn't rely on my own team. क्योंकि हम तो कहेंगे हमने बड़ा अच्छा जबरदस्त काम कर दिया. We requested Princeton University to come in and independently validate these results. And the results that I'm now mentioning is validated by Princeton University. अब हम जो इसको करने जा रहे हैं, we have requested the State Bank of Pakistan that we allow us to form a Zarai subsidiary where we will bring all non-financial services, जो mechanized उसमें जो services ला रहे हैं, वो हमारे control में होंगी, जो agronomists हों, उस हमारे control में होंगे, and we will provide it to all the farmers in the country, etc. Now that to me is innovation, because it has nothing to do with technology, and this technology is a small part of it, but we all had to go out of our comfort zone. कि हम बैंक हैं, हम तो सिर्फ finance कर सकते हैं, हम balance sheet अपनी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, but capacity building के लिए this was very critical that we take that leap of faith, and inshallah we are very determined to scale it up. और मैं बड़े वसूख से ये कहता हूँ कि not the current administration, but when we gave this presentation to the previous Prime Minister and his cabinet, which was last December, he asked me, what do you need from the government? And I said, we don't need anything from the government. We are just telling you there are other ways of getting agriculture back on track without subsidies. Right? So to me, that is innovation. That is what thinking out of the box means. That is how the growth can happen without burdening the government. The last thing I just want to mention, because I think I am out of time and I'm very respectful of your time, ताकि आप अपना schedule उसको जारी रखें. The SME part. Again, the banks in general, HBL उसमें included था. When we talk about SME, we sort of muddle up the S and the M. The middle group is doing pretty okay. They get financing. And the corporates obviously get it. It's the S part of the SME where we have a problem. Because जब भी कोई बैंक जाता है किसी small entrepreneur के पास, small business के पास, तो हम पहली चीज ये कहते हैं कि आप क्या चीज गिरवी रखेंगे. So our thought process is collateral based lending, and we had to move away from collateral based lending to cash flow lending, because that is the future. We keep on talking about the SMEs and SMEs, and SMEs is the cornerstone and the bedrock, and it's absolutely right. But unless they get the financing, and financing through formal channels, not parallel, not the parallel financing that goes on, because यही बात agriculture में भी मैंने बात की है, वहाँ भी small farmers को पैसा मिल रहा है, but the implicit interest rate is 80%, 90%, and that's where the banking industry has to step up, and that's where the S part of the SME within the banks, we have to move towards cash flow lending, and that's where we require your help. That's where we require your help in terms of increasing the literacy of the S part of the SME. हम यहाँ इकट्ठे मिलकर काम कर सकते हैं between ICAP and the banking industry. And I say that not only wearing my HBL hat, but also as the chairman of Pakistan Bank Association. Because जितने हमें cash flow की transparency आएगी, और उसमें आनी भी चाहिए, because fintechs are coming in. They are looking at the last 10 years of a Karyana store and say कि ये इतना माल distributor से खरीदते हैं और उतनी repayment कर देते हैं, and year after year after year they've been doing that. And that's where the banks and HBL has already started on that journey. We should take comfort. So this is my submissions in terms of innovation and growth and crisis, right? And ये हम हमेशा जब crisis होता है तो हम ऐसे करते हैं. Government को ये करना चाहिए, private sector को ये करना चाहिए, banks को. Everyone should pitch in from their perspective, because that's where how we are going to take this country forward. My last submission would be, Ishfaq Ullah Sahab, aap yahan baithe hain, we have the brightest minds in the country on this conference at this point in time. And my request to all of you would be, the way I have mentioned that the banks need to get out of their comfort zone, HBL needs to get out of their comfort zone, you all need to get out of your comfort zone. Forget about only dealing with finance. मैंने अभी इनको आके कहा है कि is an MIT engineering graduate who is our CFO, and he's doing okay. And then we have two of the finest chartered accountants who are working for us in my executive committee, doing very different things in life than finance. And that's your potential. That's what I would invite you to come in and play a broader role in the economy of the country than just the finance bit as well. Once again, I'm very grateful to Ashfaq Tola Sahab, Aapko, the organizers, for asking me to be here. It's been a huge privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Aurangzeb, for providing insight regarding how HBL historically navigated into the COVID times. Moving towards the next topic, young employees can bring fresh perspective and a different way of thinking to the businesses. Most young workers are eager to learn, build their experiences, and apply their skills in the workforce. This passion is great for the team building, productivity, and the workforce morale. The chance for professional development on the job is essential and especially important for the younger generations. According to the Gallup survey, up to 80% of the millennials consider on-job training to be the most important factor.
You know, Adi, the next speaker coincides from the same region for which ICAP has recently formed the first chapter at the regional level, the ASEAN chapter of ICAP. This is in alignment with the government of Pakistan's ASEAN Action Plan and will cover countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, Philippines, Vietnam, you name it in that region.
And I think it will be the 8th chapter of ICAP members, and it's an outcome of a great effort by the members of the coordination committee comprising of Humayun Habib, Muhammad Rehan, Shehzad Mahmood, Munim Imran, and Sayyid Munir Hassan, under the guidance of OCC and swift support from the offices of High Commission of Pakistan in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, and the Embassy of Pakistan in Jakarta, Indonesia. We will now see a video prepared by ICAP team for the ASEAN chapter.
Thank you for this wonderful video. Now, speaking on engaging young speakers through economic crisis, we will now welcome our next speaker, Her Excellency Ms. Amna Baloch. As a career diplomat, she joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Pakistan in 1991. Since then, she has served in important positions at the headquarters in Islamabad and Pakistan missions abroad in various capacities. She holds a postgraduate degree in history from the Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, and she's an executive MBA from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. As a Pakistani diplomat, she has served in Denmark, Sri Lanka, China, and she is presently the High Commissioner of Pakistan to Malaysia. Please welcome Ms. Amna Baloch.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and best wishes to all the participants across diverse time zones. At the very outset, I would like to thank the ICAP and the organizers of CA Pakistan Overseas Convention for extending an invitation to be part of this event today and share views on the important topic of engaging young workers through the economic crisis. I'm deeply honored to be part of such a distinguished panel of experts and industry leaders who have made an incredible impact over the course of their career to the image and progress of Pakistan. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate and acknowledge
ICAP and its representative team here in ASEAN region on successful establishment of ASEAN chapter of ICAP members. My team at the High Commission of Pakistan in Kuala Lumpur, as well as my colleagues, the envoys of Pakistan in the ASEAN region, are pleased to support this important initiative that aims at promoting institutional as well as professional collaboration to create growth opportunities for Pakistan talent abroad. The ASEAN chapter and this convention represent an exceptional institutional platform to inspire and engage young workers during uncertain and volatile economic times. I commend ICAP's leadership for their efforts to channel the energy of young workers in a deliberate and structured manner. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all are aware that presently Pakistan has one of the largest youth population. According to an estimate, this youth comprises 65% or 2/3 of total population of the country. If we compare this figure with the literacy rate and the skill sets, a worrisome picture starts to emerge. It would be suffice to say that we need to take a holistic view of the situation to prepare for the future. Youth is a period of multiple transitions and growth as the future course of life begins to take shape. It is a very critical stage when the right policies and interventions not only protect the youth against risks, but also set their future trajectory towards a safe and productive life. However, this problem is not exclusive to Pakistan. Rather, it is turning into a global phenomenon as well. The government of Pakistan is cognizant of the challenge and has adopted multi-dimensional strategies to support youth in these changing times. The Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme and the Hunarmand Program are two very important initiatives introduced in this regard. Despite the current difficult economic situation in the country, the government continues to ensure support for the youth within the limited resources available. It is my considered view that political commitment and innovative approaches will pave the way to engage youth of Pakistan in a productive and effective manner in the days to come. Being in ASEAN region for the past 3 years, I have had an opportunity to closely observe the local initiatives undertaken to engage youth. The COVID-19 outbreak and the emerging recession has made ASEAN countries more inward-looking. There is a growing realization to implement policies that have a direct bearing on the welfare of the youth. The outlook for the year 2023 is expected to bring many economic woes, and unemployment will be one of its most obvious outcomes. The main economies of ASEAN already have a plan in place, encouraging youth to acquire new skills, supporting startups, offering incentives to the companies to hire young workers, and investing in education and vocational programs. The model of public-private partnership in Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia has opened immense job opportunities for the youth here, which can be replicated by many other countries as well, and particularly by Pakistan. The partnership between ICAP and the High Commission of Pakistan is one such example, and establishment of ASEAN ICAP chapter is a successful outcome. I sincerely hope that this platform will play a pivotal role in the days to come, and ICAP members will become a bridge to attract young talent from Pakistan to this region. I thank you all. Have a very happy 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Amna, for that very insightful role of what youth actually is playing in times of these crises and everything. Indeed, it is one of the major vehicles when it comes to our economy, the youth and the young generation of different countries. However, we've also noticed that, during this crisis, people have actually witnessed some very depressive symptoms and disorders. Following the 2008 global financial crisis, the GFC, an increase in the prevalence of depressive symptoms and disorders was seen across most of the developed world, actually. A pervasive increase in mental health care utilization for depressive symptoms was seen during or following periods of economic recessions. Ali, did you know that 22 studies reviewed the association between unemployment and depression? And 21 of these studies found a positive relationship between these two factors. Now, for this, we actually have our next speaker who will be talking about the impact of economic crisis on human behavior.
Let me introduce Mr. Saqib Beg. He has 25 years of global experience at different public listed companies, accounting firms, providing leadership to various aspects of finance function. Currently, Saqib is serving as a Chief Accounting Officer at Peloton Interactive. Prior to joining Peloton, Saqib has spent 10 years with various public companies, including Meta Platforms, Colgate-Palmolive, and General Electric. Over to you, Mr. Saqib.
Thank you, moderators. Thank you, ICAP, for the invitation. It's hard to follow, these wonderful speakers, but I'll try my best. Let me try and, share my screen. Guys, let me know if you guys can see my screen.
Yes. Okay.
Perfect. Thanks for the introduction also. Briefly speaking about my last 10 to 15 years, I've been in the US since 2008. And I came right in the midst of the financial crisis. Did survive that, both in public accounting as well as worked at GE during that tenure. But then we saw another phase where the growth in technology sector did disrupt the brick and mortar companies. The growth of e-commerce had pervasive impact to many businesses. And then the last few years, we have all seen the impact what COVID had, the US, globally, and many economies. So I would like to share some of the thoughts that, personally I have experienced over time, and hopefully that'll be, helpful for the audience. So I think it is important that we understand that in the recent past, complex political issues, geopolitical issues have impacted the global economies in many ways. We have seen COVID and the impact it had on inflation, cost of capital, supply chain disruption, foreign currencies. The other new thing that the world has seen, especially that was true in the US, part of Europe and Asia, is an era of great resignation, where a significant portion of the workforce voluntarily resigned, or they were considering resigning in pursuit of better work-life balance, higher job satisfaction. Some of that was also driven by ESG factors, and particularly the social aspect that we have seen over the last couple of years, very active in the US part of the world, but also true in many other parts of the world. I think it is important to have this context that in which environment we are in right now, because each crisis is unique in its own ways. So you have to be able to understand how to respond to that crisis in that unique fashion also. Nevertheless, whenever you are in any economic crisis or downturn, making businesses recession resilient requires multiple levels. Some of the traditional ones like cost management, how do you think about innovation, how do you go after the growth, and that could change. But talent is also a key part of this strategy. And it is proven, there are many studies out there that now proves that a resilient workforce, does play a part in making organizations resilient and help them to weather through many economic challenges. And this is where many organizations sometimes underestimate the role that an inspired workforce can bring to the equation. And that's where it is extremely important that organization leaders, they focus on how to boost employee confidence and how to think about the efficiency and retention. And in a couple of panel discussions, Akif talked about, how the emerging skill set is impacting the workforce, their desire to get into a new job, data science, data analytics. Accountants now are required to do more than ever they did. It's no longer sort of number crunching, number assessment exercise. You have to provide insight back to the business. The understanding data, the value of data, how to govern that becomes extremely important. Like at the end of the day, what we're trying to get to is that a resilient, motivated workforce does outperform an organization that does not focus on that. And there are definitely proven studies there. So before I go to sort of my next slide, there are a couple of polling questions. It'll be very interesting to see like how you guys think about it. We'll give 30 seconds to the audience. Let me know if we should move to the next slide or not. Yeah. So very interesting. So this was a study performed in 2021 by Pew Research Institute, and they looked at multiple factors. But the top 3 factors why workforce resign in the era of Great Resignation was the top 3 that I listed. Pay was too low, no opportunities to advance in the company, and they felt disrespected at workplace. Now, all other factors listed are still like pretty significant. You could see that almost it's close to half of the population. So it does tell us that there are a multitude of reasons why workforce considered switching jobs. And that's where it is important for each organization to pay attention to understand what is the pulse, what are the dynamics, and take actions accordingly. Let me go to my next polling questions. While we wait for the results, this was pretty interesting to me. You will see what is the magnitude of this and how important certain aspects in the organization are. Okay. So based on the study that MIT performed, the top predictors for attrition was the toxic corporate culture. And it's 10 times higher than the usual factors. And as you can compare and contrast that, it's 3 times higher roughly to any other factor listed. Job insecurity, higher level of innovation, especially when people are looking for stable jobs. They don't necessarily always want to be in the midst of innovation, which is pretty interesting. And then failure to recognize employee performance. So I think this is what I've personally seen in many companies when I have built teams and interviewed people when they exit the organization. Often corporate culture becomes the #1 reason why people join companies. Also, is the prime reason why people leave job they love and they know, and they switch the companies, and corporate culture continues to remain one of the top factors. So what should we do? The goal is to boost the morale, enhance the productivity, inspire the workforce. So what are some of the common strategies that we can all consider? And it's not all inclusive. It's just some of the things that I thought were important, which I have seen personally. In a diversity, equity, inclusion, this is something that in the last couple of years has been the conversation far more than ever. And it is an important factor for organizations to pay attention to, because it is, again, proven by studies that a diverse workforce, an environment that is D&I enabled, significantly outperforms competition. So what's the core principle of this? At the heart of it, it's about implementing practices that treat workforce with respect. And not taking into account their age, race, color, language, their personal choices, giving everyone the equal level of respect. I think that is extremely important. It mobilizes workforce. It gives them confidence that they can be authentic, they can be themselves in any workplace. And that plays into innovation, that plays into just bringing energy every day. And that rubs on others as well. It is also a very strong retention tool. And one thing that I would like to emphasize, and I cannot overemphasize on this, it is a choice. We all have a choice to follow this and be very intentional about it. In some of the organizations that I've worked, especially in the last 3 years or so, D&I practices are embedded in the hiring process and hiring decisions. For example, in one of the companies that I work, at certain leadership roles, you have to first make sure that your talent pool for the interview process is D&I compliant. Means you have all kind of representation in that pool before you even commence the process. It's painful sometimes. You have to wait for a couple of months to make sure that the pool is there. But in the long run, it does pay dividends back to the organization. So I think it's about being intentional. The other thing that I have been noticing in many of the talent review and performance reviews over the last couple of years is a very active conversation, dialogue about overcoming bias in the process. The talent team, people team, they are now very much interested in challenging managers, leaders on, hey, how you are assessing the performance of this individual. Are there any sort of biases that you're bringing to the equation? And that's extremely important. The more voices in the room that is talking for you, advocating for you as an individual, the better the outcome is. So it's no longer dependent on one particular person who's your manager or your leader to drive your career advancement. I think the organizations are taking a combined responsibility, and that's great. The other thing that is important is some of us, historically, maybe myself as well, we did not fully understand the significance that D&I can impact, or the practices can bring to the organization. So education is a key part of this process. Okay, make sure my slides are working okay. The other thing that is extremely important, especially in the last couple of years, is how organizations enable work environment flexibility. We all have seen that COVID pandemic has accelerated the remote work arrangement. Workers are now demanding new and flexible work-life arrangements. In one of the companies that I previously worked, people demanded to work from other countries outside of their home countries. It brings additional operational challenge, tax complexities for the organization. But people were willing to jump the ship and work for companies who are offering those kind of benefits. I think that's where it's important that what as an organization you can do to enable that. Employees are generally also reluctant to return to office for the full work week. And that continues to be a challenge for many organizations. And I think the biggest challenge of that is that how do you develop a consistent organizational culture, especially when you have hired and built new teams. People haven't necessarily spent time together, build the trust. So it's important that we as an organization find practices and policies that is centered around flexibility. We have to look at the personalization aspect of the employee. Having said that, it is also important to have clear expectations and roles and responsibilities. For example, what kind of role cannot be fully remote? What kind of role, for example, innovation-based role, collaboration-based role continues to be roles where leaders and organizations expect employees to be in office as much as they can, or find opportunities to connect more frequently if you're even a remote employee. So I'll go to my third polling question. Yeah, irrespective of what is the answer here, I think you can see that a significant chunk of the workforce prefers hybrid work model. In both my current company and previous company, when we talk to our employee base, more than 80% of the people in those organizations wanted a hybrid model, not a full remote work experience. The debate was, what is that model? Okay, interesting to see. I think you guys got like pretty much close to how we are seeing on an overall basis. So this is based on recent survey, what workforce is preferring from a hybrid work model. 54% of the workforce, almost half of it, do expect to both come in office as well as work remotely and find that personal balance in life. The other strategy, which I think it remains true in every scenario, but it's more important now than ever, that as you think about investment in the future, you have less access to capital, and how do you create a competitive advantage? It's through investment in people, development, and career advancement. I know Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb talked about innovation in people, process, technology. I think this is where it is relevant. In my own personal experience, having lived through a few crises, the financial crisis, the brick and mortar debacle, recently also, especially in the tech sector, layoff that has happened. Often organizations follow like a broad brush approach to manage talent. My personal view is that a cookie cutter approach often leads to ignore a role of key talent. When you apply strategies like, all right, like let's just eliminate a particular team, or let's just look at certain levels and tenures and eliminate those teams and not invest in those, you're often going to lose talent that can be very valuable to the organization. Most workers, they want to improve, and they have growth goals, they have growth mindset. So the responsibility is on both sides. Individually, we all have to invest in ourselves, but I also think that organizations need to develop plans, how to educate, how to upskill the talent and to improve their productivity, but more importantly, retention. And you'll see in one of the polling question why retention is extremely important, even from sort of a cost perspective. Developing formal education plan is extremely important, and many organizations in the US market, and definitely they do that. Some do better job than others, but it is, given how skill set is evolving and changing for accountants. For example, in my previous company, I had a dedicated team of 15 plus doing data science applications on accounting judgments and estimates, very new innovative areas. But we had built that muscle through a strategy where we did hire people from external, but made a requirement to upscale the internal team members, because that's the long-term sustainable model. You can't go and replace your entire workforce with new workforce with new skills and competence. What is also important, I think, is developing an individualized career path and having a mentorship program. I think these are great tools to deploy on an everyday basis, working with your workforce. I think I'm challenged with moving my slide. Give me a second. Yeah, the other tool, all of us love that, the reward and recognition piece of that. Despite all the economic challenges in the recent past, impact of COVID, and also the layoffs in tech sector that we have recently seen, the labor market remains vibrant. I think Akif was talking about it, that not everyone is looking to go back to work again in the US market. I was looking at some study where for each person who's looking for a job, there are like more than 1.6 jobs available in the marketplace. So the competition is stiff in the current labor market. So companies need to develop attractive and equitable compensation plan and benefit packages. People are giving more value to intangibles, such as paid leaves, mental health programs, access to education, as a distinguishing factor. Flexibility we talked about. So thinking about reward and recognition holistically is important. It's no longer just how much cash I'm getting, how much bonus I'm getting, what I'm taking home. It's the quality of life that is also important. Organization can look to create certain metrics in that respect to see how they're progressing. Transparency is good. In my current company and last company, we shared with employees the market ratio, the target percentile of the compensation. And it gives a reference point to employees that how they're tracking against others in the market. The other thing that is also extremely important, given that the work-life balance sometimes can get skewed towards one way versus the other, how do we take care of an employee well-being, and how do we stay transparent? Employee value environment all the time when they see a full support around their physical, mental, and emotional health. They love to have social opportunities, which drives engagement, and it eventually helps to build trust. And trust is foundation to a lot of things we do in life. What's also important to pay attention that I previously mentioned, that every workforce is unique. They have distinct goals, needs, and personal goals. So it's important to calibrate for that. And being open and listening to employees is more important than ever. Employees are vocal now. We talked about the ESG aspect earlier, especially on the social side. People are no longer married to one organization. They join the company and they retire after 25 years, they get a pension. That's not what they're looking for now. They are willing to look on both sides and say what we are getting out of this relationship from an employer-employee, and it has to be beyond just financial reasons. Other thing that is extremely important, I think, in this time is having a good sense of what's happening on the ground. The Pulse survey, obtain feedback, but more importantly, take corrective actions. I cannot tell you how many times I have found frustrated employees that, okay, all the surveys and the pulse checks have been done. We have all the data. We can see what's not working. We did do discuss as an organization, but then there is no corrective action, no follow through. And that's where employees lose trust in management and leadership. One last polling question, and then hopefully I can have some closing remarks. This is where I was earlier referencing that why it is important to have a high retention rate. I think over the last few years, a lot of industries and companies have seen high turnover ratio, which I think in 2021 was in many organizations double the prior year rate. Yeah, that's interesting. I think 3 to 6 months is a good guess, but I think we'll be a little surprised that the actual study says is 6 to 9 months of the salary. This is what it takes an organization when you're replacing a key talent or any talent. So it's pretty significant. I'm sure like in certain cases it's less than 6 months. This is a broad average. And this is eye-opening. Taking care of employees, often we lose talent for, hey, we didn't give them enough increment, or we didn't take care of a personal need. And it costs organization tremendously. And especially in the era of great resignation, when this happened at scale, it was a huge challenge for many companies. So, key takeaways, I think we have all learned that the recent events have profoundly impacted the workforce management and how organizations should approach that. Invest not only in current but future workforce. Key examples could be build curriculums, and I've been personally involved in some of those curriculum development and giving roadmaps to internal workforce how they can upskill and do more fun and interesting things and get out of the mundane kind of job. No hidden secret anymore. Proven studies that a motivated, engaged workforce will create competitive advantage, and not only will help organizations to survive, but can enable organizations to grow during this economic downturn. And with that said, I would give the floor back to the moderators and to the next speaker. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Saqib, for sharing your views on the economic crisis and how should be managed and what are the strategies to retain employees. More than 32% of ICAP members are based out of Pakistan, and majority of them are based out of Middle East. Recently, ICAP is in process of enhancing an already existing MOU with SOCPA, which is an accounting body in KSA, and that would help members to have the CPD activities and will increase the coordination between two of accounting bodies. Now, I will give the floor to Anam to start our next session, which is a panel discussion.
Ali, when we had 2020, which was basically the year of COVID, it was an eye-opener year for everyone. We saw that the new normal was actually working from home and flexible hours. This was no longer an option or a privilege, but it was more like a compulsion, like Mr. Aurangzeb said in his earlier session, that they did not have an option, it had to be done. And with this, we witnessed that the skill sets of professionals changed as well. From people focusing now on creating startups and entrepreneurial endeavors, we will now move on to a panel discussion, which actually focuses on insights on people skill development during an economic downturn?
Let me introduce our moderator, Mr. Yaqub Sattar, who will be moderating this session. He's a board member at IFAC and past president of ICAP. Mr. Yaqub Sattar joined IFAC board in November 2017 and was nominated by Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan. Mr. Sattar previously served on IFAC Professional Accountants and Business Committee, including as deputy chair for a period from 2015 to 2016. Mr. Sattar is currently a managing director and CEO of Asia Petroleum since February 2013. He's also a deputy managing director of finance and a CFO of Pakistan State Oil after joining the organization and executive director in 2006.
Wow. Now we will also be having our panelist. Our first panelist is Mr. Nouman Ali, who is currently working as the CFO of ESG and Sustainable Finance for HSBC Group. He's based in London. His responsibilities include monitoring the sustainability performance, including business partnering, contributing to the group's ESG strategy and governance, delivering external ESG disclosures, and engaging with external stakeholders.
Thank you, Anam. Our next panelist is Mr. Ashar Noor. He is a Chief Investment Officer for Altog Group, a sophisticated single-family office with a well-diversified financial investment portfolio in private and public equity, real estate, and venture capital. Ashar sits on the boards for several companies worldwide representing Altog Group Global Investments.
Our next panelist is Ms. Kamala Kure, having a career of more than 23 years. Ms. Kamala, in her entire spectrum, has worked in diverse industries, including holding senior positions on the working of capacity of general manager operations at WNS Global Services. She's engaged in the finance and accounting operations, capability creation, legal, company secretarial operations, solution designing in different business operations, mainly for UK and USA based clients. She's also worked as a non-CA Pakistan overseas member.
And the last is Mr. Sohail Raza. He has over 3 decades of experience in public accounting, consulting, and advisory services. He's a chartered professional accountant Canada and a certified public accountant USA, besides being a chartered accountant from ICAP and a Ferguson Karachi alumnus. Sohail is a founder and managing partner of SRCO Professional Corporation, which is a Canadian public accounting and consulting firm with its regional offices in USA, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. He leads a global team for more than 50 people spread across 6 countries. I'll give the floor to Mr. Yaqub to start with the panel discussion, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, because my camera somehow is not working, so they're working on it. Thank you very much for the introductions. And what I had to say was that I've been watching this conference since afternoon, and some really excellent speakers and excellent things that even I have learned today. And also my compliments to the chairman of the committee, overseas committee. She picked a date when Pakistan is playing New Zealand, the final of the one-day match, and it's very interesting. So anyway, we'll move on with our deliberations. The topic that we have today is insights on people's skill development during an economic downturn. And we have heard since afternoon people talking about the crisis that our small blue dot is going through. And so for the past 3 years, which is the pandemic that we saw and the war that is going on and the recessions and the inflations and the climate related disaster that Pakistan saw, 30 million people being displaced and affected, which is equal to the population of Canada. Now, unfortunately, during an economic crisis, manpower cost is the first in line to the chopping block. And the manpower development cost is a total no-go area. But again, the intelligent ones, they see this differently, and they see an opportunity to retrain the manpower to overcome the crisis by capacity building and improving productivity, as we heard Aurangzeb also talking about this. Now, the good thing is that we are lucky that we have a panel which is extremely diverse. We have Noman Ali in London, we have Asher in the Middle East, we have Chamila in Sri Lanka, and we have Sohail in the North America, which is Canada and the USA. Now, I'll have just one question, two questions. First, the first one, which will have to be answered by all the four panelists, and you have 5 minutes each for that. And the question is that in the current economic environment, how is people development being handled or addressed in your part of the world? I'll start with Noman, who's based in London. Noman, your perspective on that.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be in this convention, and it's a really good, important topic which we are talking about right now. So, I mean, as we discussed, there have been significant headwinds and impact on people over the last 3 years, starting with COVID, then the impact of the recession, the geopolitical crisis we have, and then more recently, the cost of living challenges which we are facing, especially in Europe and the UK. So on the people development agenda in such times, I would like to highlight 5 key things. One is the future ways of working. Secondly, inclusion and diversity. Thirdly, learning and skills development. Then listening to our colleagues. And lastly, well-being. So if we start with the future ways of working, meaning how we should work to meet new demands, we have seen that we had to adapt at pace due to the impact of COVID-19. This offered all of us the opportunity to rethink how we should work, considering what worked well during the pandemic and the challenges they faced. So firms need to consider their future ways of working strategy and provide a framework to implement hybrid working principles and adopt new technologies and working practices to enhance productivity and well-being. Secondly, on inclusion, it is important to value diversity of thought and build an inclusive environment that reflects our communities. The D&I agenda has gained importance in the UK, and various D&I targets are also being introduced in the UK. Thirdly, the learnings and skills development is quite an important part of the people agenda. Focus should be on building a dynamic and inclusive culture where colleagues can develop their skills and experiences that help them fulfill their potential. Listening to colleagues is also quite important. Some surveys of employees and customers will really help us to understand that. And at the end of, we need to put our employees at the center of our decision making. If things go wrong, we should take action to take timely in a timely manner. Lastly, well-being. Well-being programs are a key enabler of people strategies, especially as we move towards a more hybrid way of working. We all see the importance of mental health, and that is also a key agenda on the people front as well. That was all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, so Asher, you're next.
Sure. Thank you for giving me the opportunity here. Look, there is no doubt that these are difficult times with a global recession around the corner. So the doom and gloom stories that we've been hearing all day today, whether we like it or not, it is quite true, and they are here to stay. So I echo what all the other earlier speakers have said on this subject. But this is where the twist is. For most Middle Eastern nations, they seem to be immune to the difficult times. In my short talk, will focus mostly on Saudi Arabia, given that's been my primary domicile for over 2 decades now. They were one of the first ones to open up during COVID, and they've been able to subsidize utilities and staples for their nationals with ease, despite skyrocketing inflation. Their economy, I think, is mega strong. Their currency is super stable. They are running budgets in the black, not in the red. Their oil revenue, their dependency on oil revenue, that they're weaning off that is declining. Their sovereign wealth fund is flush with cash, with liquidity, and they're flexing their muscles globally. Even the regional geopolitical temperature is very much under control. Even Ronaldo is sitting in Riyadh. So the list goes on. So then the question is, what is it that they are doing on the people development front? And yeah, well, tons of interesting things, and I'll take a stab at a few of those. Firstly, the pool and the quality of talent of Saudi nationals joining the workforce has increased dramatically in the past decade. Saudi women are now part of that game changer that is in play. And Sone pe Suhaga, these Saudi millennials are Western educated who decided to return to the motherland to serve. This was mostly possible through that King Abdullah Higher Education Scholarship Initiative. So you see, all it takes is one good policy decision and then sticking with it. But other than the Saudi nationals, there is a massive demand for specialist, subject matter expert expats. They're in high demand. And why is that so? Because of all the mega and the giga projects that are being rolled out. The Sovereign Wealth Fund, PIF, is kind of like a market maker. So it is not the private sector, and it's also not a traditional public sector employer. What they are doing is they are rolling out companies almost on a weekly basis, and through the PPP model, taking those companies from an idea or a concept or just the vision or just the business plan, they're taking it all the way to listing or an IPO. And I think the attendees on this call would be pleased to hear that many of our ICAP brethren, they are the backbone of so many of these ventures. Another thing, previously, foreign specialist recruitment firms were not, they couldn't establish base in Saudi. That restriction is no longer in place. So multinationals are now being offered crazy incentives, interesting incentives, to set up their regional headquarters in Saudi. So the demand for talent is there. And from a people development aspect, the good news is that a lot of it is getting institutionalized. Previously, you might have needed a Vasta to get a job. Well, it's still true to some extent even today, but the barriers to entry are generally getting lowered for talented manpower. One last point on people development, and just to kind of balance off things for what is actually missing in the Middle East. What I'm seeing is Saudi employers are kind of still hesitant to embrace some aspects of modern work culture that we have spoken about today on the call, such as hybrid or remote working. But I think it's just a matter of time that this resistance will have to fall sideways, hopefully once they see the value in it. To conclude, okay, so look, Saudi is not on a different planet. They are going through good times. These are good times for them, but the challenges remain. On the people front, one of the challenges on the people front that I can think of is because of the global job losses in the rest of the world, and simultaneously the opening up of the kingdom has meant there's a tremendous amount of inbound people pressure. So regulators and companies in Saudi are kind of still trying to figure out how to balance this inbound people pressure without it penetrating their bubble of prosperity, I would say. But yeah, I'll leave it at that.
So Ashad, do you really, I mean, is it because they are flushed with cash that they have a different environment altogether?
They were always flush with cash. They've run budgetary surplus. Yaqub Saab, you have served in the Middle East. I have served in the Middle East. We have seen that money was not necessarily an issue It is the change in the mindset, the perspective, opening up the kingdom, opening it up to business, welcoming FDI. That is the game changer.
Okay, interesting. So we go to the opposite side now. Where's Jamila? I can't see Jamila.
I'm still there.
Okay, come in, please.
Yeah. So first of all, let me thank and congratulate ICAP and my close friend Hina Osmani, the council member of ICAP, for organizing this session. Wonderful topic. So from a Asian perspective or from a Sri Lanka perspective, I think all of us have gone through the economic downturn. It's not a strange experience for any of us. But for us in Sri Lanka, it was, multiple of impacts because of the political context that we were in, the instability and the social unrest and insolvency. We had to declare ourselves, foreign currency crisis, you name it, you have everything here in Sri Lanka, and it was a nightmare for all of us. So with all of these, obviously, there is a huge impact on the employers and employees in the country. And, as we all know, one thing that we, focus on in the PNL in a downturn is how do you cut down on your L&D expenses, which is not an exception for Sri Lankan companies as well. And this reminds me, being an accountant, this small story where the accountant went and asked the MD of the company, these people are leaving the organization. Why are you investing on training and developing these people? And the answer from the MD was another question. What if they don't leave?
Yeah.
So this actually brings to where we are in. If you don't invest in your people because it's economic downturn, you will not be able to face the future because the requirement, the skill set that you need for the future is totally different once you come out from the economic downturn. So that is why it is clearly important for you to invest in skill development of your employees. So some of the areas that we've actually looked into from a Sri Lankan context is that we immediately start embracing technology, online platforms, like any other country, where, the first step for us to invest and train people in almost all the organization was technology. And then I would say second area that Sri Lanka specifically look at is some of the skills required for you to sustain the organization and face the crisis that you are in. This requires in terms of your job role and the environment that you're in, because if you experience this, there isn't a time that we have managed people in distance. This would be the first time that any of us as people managers, as leaders, have managed people at a distance. So it's a different skill set that is required, which most of the organization train their people, train their managers, train their leaders to how do you manage your people at a difficult time in a distance. So that was one skill set that was focused on. And then specifically in terms of the softer skills in a crisis is something like empathy, flexibility. For Sri Lanka, which was really badly needed because we went through a power crisis. We had a transport issue because we didn't have fuel to operate the transportation. So either you can work from home, you can't come to the office. There is a lot of flexibility and empathy on your employees, which is required. And that was something actually, it is amazing that how companies invested on training their people, even at a lower level, in getting these skills developed in their employees. And the last thing that I want to touch upon is how do you got your people to unlearn to relearn? because the World Economic Forum recently released the report says 50% of us who are in the employment would require relearning by 2025. So most of the companies, because of the situation we are in, I'll just give one example, who are in sales and marketing, didn't have opportunity because of the crisis to go in. But those employees were reskilled into finance and HR skills so that the main part of the organization operations could be still run even without they didn't have. And another example would be people who are in the manufacturing process, who are operating machineries. Because of the crisis, you couldn't have production. So they were deployed in many of the clerical work in the organization. And the last point, was the entrepreneurial skills that we developed to support some of the crises that we had in terms of liquid petroleum, and the electricity power cuts. There were a lot of in-house gas development, liquid gas development for cooking purposes. There were rechargeable batteries, rechargeable electrical bulbs, which came out because of these entrepreneurial skill development that took place. So I'll take a stab at it, and we'll come back for the discussions on the next question. Over to you, Yaqub.
Yeah, thank you. That was really interesting, and it's really tough, the period that Sri Lanka went through. We were all watching and praying that you get past this thing. But anyway, I'm sure to a reasonable extent it's behind Sri Lanka now. So let's move on to Sohail. Sohail, you are in the first world. I'm sure you have a totally different story to tell.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Yaqub. Thank you, ICAP and Khurshid, for having me on the panel. It is an honor and pleasure for me to be here. So as you know, I'm in a different part of the world, in North America, and this session started very early morning for us, almost about 5 a.m. And I was debating in the morning that whether I should attend it from the office or from home. And I finally decided to come to the office very early because I had a meeting, in-person meeting, following up after this session. So when I was leaving from the home, my wife asked me that when you go out from driveway, just check how much snow is there and let me know so that I can prepare myself. So that's a glimpse on North American life. But anyway, let me begin. I will give you a different perspective. I'm a practicing CA here in North America with offices in US and Canada, as well as the Middle East. So let me begin by providing you an insight into what we have experienced in the past few years in the Canadian market or the North American market specifically, from a people perspective, and how various organizations are coping with these challenges. So, as always is the case, economic crisis, during economic crisis, some businesses thrive while others suffer. And in our case, the example could be healthcare related businesses, educational institutions, rideshare and delivery businesses. They have done remarkably well during the COVID or other disruptions, whereas some businesses like hospitality, travel businesses, they have suffered badly. So that's life. And the public accounting and consulting businesses have been fortunate, and they have generally done well. So a lot of firms here have recorded double-digit growth in their businesses, and that is primarily driven by huge government stimulus coming into economy and higher economic activities resulting from it. Now, from our industry perspective, the single largest challenge that we have been facing in our profession over the past few years is an acute shortage of experienced and skilled auditors and accountants. As a result, there's been a huge pressure on the existing employees and resources to perform well and work extra hours. Now, this has resulted in challenges, many challenges, including mental health issues. And you may have read the tragic news a few months ago that a 27-year-old female staff working for EY Australia died at the office over the weekend. Now, this is serious. This indicates the seriousness of this challenge that we are all facing. And according to a research report, and that I quote, says 87% of Canadian employers report that COVID-19 has affected their employees' health and psychological well-being. And 61% foresee that pandemic affecting their employees in the next 2 to 3 years. So this is an ongoing phenomenon that is going on. Now, many firms have started using, to address this concern, many firms have started using offshore resources. But again, that has its own challenges around the quality of supervision, time zone differences, regulatory requirements. For example, Accounting Oversight Board here in North America, they expect offshore employees to receive a detailed level of supervision and training, in addition to having equivalent professional qualification. So those are challenges with that. Now, let me quickly elaborate on how we are coping with these challenges. So first and foremost, we are being very selective and restrictive in accepting new businesses. For example, our firm alone declined new businesses worth a significant dollar value during the last year. And this is totally unprecedented in our business. I've never experienced this in my 30+ years of career in public accounting, that where you decline the new business because of lack of capacity. So the other countermeasure is increased use of technology to improve efficiencies. For example, testing of IT applications and control, more use of data analytics in performing various audit procedures, attending virtual inventory counts with the help of technology, including drones. Over the past few years, almost half of the physical inventory counts were performed remotely. So this was unprecedented a few years ago. Reinforcing mentorship programs for our employees and trainees. For example, each of our firm's CPA students goes through a mandatory review every 6 months. It's a detailed review. And then expansion of online training courses versus physical attendance and traveling. Introduction of a hybrid model where people get the flexibility of working from home for a few days a week. This has become a perk now, and one of the few things that employees value most, among others being the corporate culture and job security. Frequent virtual group meetings to ensure well-being of our people and providing a means to virtually meet other colleagues. Introduction of mental health programs, for example, counseling and assisting employees with personal challenges. So those are some sort of the measures that we have taken. And now quickly, I will say, going forward, there's almost a consensus that we will see a recession and a partial reversal of the trend that we've experienced in the past few years. However, the demand for technical skills, as Usher mentioned, it seems to stay here, at least for the next few years. So given this scenario, there will be opportunities for those who will be more competitive in their technology, communication, problem-solving skills, and more adaptable to changes. So that's the message from me.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm on a board of a psychiatric care hospital, and we have seen a 30 to 40% increase in footfall post-pandemic. It's getting very difficult to cope with the number of patients that are coming in. And we get a lot of inputs from organizations where they want us to come and deliver lectures. So our doctors go there and help them out. So anyway, that's a very interesting information that all of you have given. So we move on to our second segment. And the second question if you can see on the screen, is what are those specific skills that need to be developed or acquired going forward? What are the top 3 skills on your list? So you again have 5 minutes each, so deliberate on it at ease. And I've slightly changed the sequence now. Now I want Jamila to come first, and then we will have Sohail, and then Ashar, and then Noman.
It's good, Yaqub. Sorry, it's good, Yaqub, that you've given me a break. Otherwise, I was thinking I will continue.
So anyway, so Jamila, let's hear you out. What are those specific skills that need to be developed or acquired going forward?
Sure. I don't know what was the requirement for the change, but I'm happy to take that on. Yaqub, just wanted to quote the well-known author, the author of the book Future Shock, Alvin Toffler. He said the illiterate will not be the person who cannot read, but the one who doesn't know how to learn. So this actually sets the grounds to say that your learning, your skill development would be something that would require for your life time, and it needs to be continued. So what you have acquired so far will not take you to next stages in your life if you don't upskill yourself. So in my view, I identified 3 skills. First one is the cognitive skill, broadly, which means your ability to understand complex ideas and situations and adapt effectively to those situations and to the environment, and to learn from your experience, reasoning, and being creative, and also critically thinking, and focus more on the problem solving. So it's a combination of skills that we have been talking about, which has been there. But if I put all of those together, I would first consider that as one skill, which is the cognitive skill. The second one I would take onto the list would be social and emotional skills, which is an ability of an individual to navigate the interpersonal and social situations effectively. This means your leadership skills, your team working ability, your collaboration, because it's a time for you to collaborate. You cannot be competing at a time when there is a crisis, which you don't know at what time it would come up. So it's one of the key skill that would come under the social and emotional skills, and empathy and emotional intelligence. We've been talking about emotional intelligence for a couple of decades now, but I think this was a time that it has actually been practiced and been realized by many of the people. And the third in my list, the last, is the self-management skill, which was handy for most of us who have been working specifically at distance, working from home, to have the growth mindset, which help you to actively learn by yourself, being resilient, stress tolerance, and being flexible in the situation that you have to face in, specifically in the times that has been very difficult for us. And why I put all these things together, it's not necessarily that we need to look at the time that we are currently going through, the difficulties that we are facing now, and how would I come back to the new norm that is in the present, but the change that would come in the future, which would be totally different to what I have been in the past and what I am in the present. So I do believe these, at a broad level, these are the 3 top skills that I would recognize that any individual would require for the future.
Yeah, excellent. Very, very good input, Chamila. I hope our friends at ICAP are capturing all this to recap at the end of the conference. And I'm sure a gentleman by the name of Asad Firoz has been given this responsibility. So that's excellent, Chamila. Sohail?
Sure.
After the short break. Yeah.
Sure. So we are having break now, or?
No.
Oh,
You
okay.
said you were happy with the short break, so I'm saying
Sure,
enough of the short
sure.
break.
Sure.
Yeah,
So my 3 skills are totally different from Chamila's. So I think your idea of diversity is working.
Yeah. Someone was worried that what happens if there is a repetition. So I cleared that problem.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's totally working.
Yeah.
But thank you once again. I will answer this question based on my experience here in Canada, in meeting with and guiding many CAs from Pakistan who migrate to Canada. So the 2 biggest challenges always are, for many years, is the lack of Canadian experience in Canadian qualifications when any newcomer comes to Canada. So with the emergence of remote working opportunities and online courses that are being offered by various institutions here, I think these challenges over the period of time are being overcome. So I would just say that those who are planning to migrate to Canada, just be mindful of this and make themselves ready for these challenges before they land in Canada. Beside these challenges, in terms of the top 3 skills, I was just thinking about it last night. And again, technology comes to the mind first and foremost. Technology is changing at a very rapid pace. You may have heard about a recent release, I think last month or so, something called ChatGPT, a new AI tool that can tell stories and write code. It has the potential to take over certain roles traditionally held by humans, such as copywriting, answering customer service inquiries, writing reports, creating documents. So as AI continues to improve, more and more current routine and repetitive jobs will be threatened by automation. But AI presents opportunities as well and create new jobs and the different organizations. So it is up to us to see where things are going and find our niche opportunities there. Now, staying up to date with the latest technology is important in future-proofing our career. Continuously learn and familiarize yourself with the latest technology. Examples are AI, RPA, data analytics, the other items that we've talked about, in addition to cybersecurity, which is a hot button issues in these times, auditing and valuation of digital assets. These are certain areas where there's a very dearth of expertise and knowledge, and those are the areas of opportunities in our mind. A great example or a great opportunity here is the ICAP's data analytics course that's happening currently, or programming, dashboard, predictive modeling, and data mining, etc., that Khurshid referred to or alluded to earlier. So these are the real opportunities for those who want to future-proof themselves. So technology being the first. The second in my mind is strong communication skills, being articulate and direct. This is the most fundamental people skill because it encompasses your persona and ability to get along with other colleagues. Being articulate is a very important people skill in today's workplace when time is at a premium and technology requires constant communication. So I would say that 2 aspects to it, being direct and articulate. This is something that we learned when we come to North American market from our countries, and active listening as well, because we tend to hear people saying with a view to answer immediately. But I think we really need to get into the practice of our habit of listening carefully before we start answering, because it is really helpful if you do that. And remember, Allah gave us 2 ears and 1 tongue for a reason, right? So we have to just try and practice that a lot. And the last in my mind is adaptability, because the ability to adapt to new situations is a valuable skill, especially in a troubled economy. Being comfortable in unfamiliar environments and learning to succeed while facing new challenges is the key to being adaptable. Take time to understand other roles and responsibilities and become comfortable completing tasks that not usually in your scope of work. Pivoting your work and business models towards opportunities presented by the crisis is the key to success. And that's all from my side.
Excellent, Sohail, especially when you rang a bell with me when you talked about Chat GPT. Just 2 days ago, it was on a WhatsApp group, and a friend of mine, he just typed over there friendship, and it gave an amazing piece of art, which then we circulated amongst many of the friends group that what is exactly a good friend. And he said it just came out. I just typed friendship and it gave me a full paragraph on it. So amazing thing. And then AI, again, your Raptors basketball champs in Canada, they won the tournament using AI. And this was, I learned when I visited a friend of mine in IBM in Toronto, who heads the AI initiative over there in IBM. And he explained to me how, the basketball team is using AI. So lots of interesting things going on in the world. So Noman, it's Ashar, it's your turn now. So let's hear you out.
Yeah, I don't envy Noman because all the good slick skills have already been taken. Not much left for me. Jamila and Suhail, you have already put some of the ones that I was going to talk about. So I'll have to.
Noman will surprise us. Don't worry.
Hopefully so. So let me take a stab at this way. That let me start by giving everybody on the call. We have more than 200 participants. Let me give you an assignment up front. Try and recollect tomorrow what I'm going to say in the next couple of minutes. If you can, then you already have a skill that is going to be so much in demand. It's already in demand, but it's going to be so much in demand in the future. That is the ability to listen, to comprehend, and retain. Suhail kind of took a stab at that, but yes, if we can listen, comprehend, and retain. The problem is, given our shrinking attention span and all these automated and monotonous work routines, the biggest skill gap seems to be as simple as being able to focus or concentrate. I was going to talk about empathy and emotional intelligence, but Jamila, you've already addressed that, so I'm not going to take too much time on that. I was obviously going to talk about soft skills, how essential they are, communication, leadership, creativity. So I have to scratch those off the list as well. Suhail has already addressed that. So then what is left for me is two things which are close to my heart. I would want to talk about. These skills are important and they bear repetition even if they've been spoken of. One is digital literacy. Given that the only businesses that will survive in the future are those that are tech-enabled, for us finance professionals, tech skills are absolutely essential. Now, by tech skills, I don't mean that we become coders or software developers. This is more about having a short learning curve to embracing whatever new tech comes our way in our line of work. So if you have to grapple with AI or Web3 or any new ERP system or blockchain, there will be a very short lead time given to us by our employers or organizations to learn what it means and then plug it into our workflow from an accounting or finance perspective. So basically what that means is our ability to embrace and learn ASAP, whatever new tech is thrown our way, find its use case, deploy it, embrace it, make sure it doesn't bleed the organization. I know it's all easier said than done, but those of us who can do it, people like me who started out as auditors, but then conquered the tech barriers of ERP systems. I think I've spoken enough on the ERP side. There's another aspect within the digital literacy space, which is taking traditional businesses from brick and mortar to the cloud. That is a lasting skill with an edge that will keep you relevant. The only other skill that I want to talk about, and while Jamila did mention that, is self-management. Not people management, but self-management. Why? Because we are already working out of our homes as a physical team of one person. So self-management is a skill that employers will desperately seek in employees, both from an admin or an operational aspect, or even from a emotional or behavioral aspect. And with all this hybrid and remote working going mainstream, self-management is the finest way to demonstrate to an employer a skill that they probably don't even know, but they will desperately need from their employees going forward. Of course, time management, stress management, they all come within the umbrella of self-management. Look, it's a fascinating topic, but I think ICAP will have to invite me again if they really want me to drill more deeper into this mother of all skills for the future. Yeah, so to round it off, if you can remember all the skills that I or Suhail or Jamila rattled through in the past couple of minutes, by this time tomorrow, if you can remember any or most of those, you already are somewhat future-proof.
Excellent, Ashar, as always.
You're very kind, thank you.
No, I don't think an ICAP conference is complete without you being there. And I know this for the past 12 years now.
Yes, and you have been kind enough to invite me many times, yes.
Anyway, so good inputs. Now, the reason I kept Numan at the end was because he has a special area that he's working on, which is the ESG areas. And I'm sure he's going to cover that in detail also. So, Numan, it's your turn now.
Sure. So from a sustainability or ESG perspective, I guess the first question is this: why is this topic important? It is important because A, it's the right thing to do to be a responsible corporate citizen. Secondly, we also see the real impact, as we saw personally with the flooding we saw in Pakistan, sadly. And thirdly, sustainability has a direct significant impact on business models going forward globally. And lastly, this topic is what is being expected from our external stakeholders, including our shareholders, customers, employees, all are very keen on this new topic. So, I mean, overall, we have seen that the whole ESG agenda has gained significant momentum over the last 18 months or so. At the global level, there have been significant activities, and companies and corporates are committing to various net zero targets. So keeping in mind this new topic, I guess the three things which I wanted to focus on or highlight from a skills perspective are, firstly, communication and influencing, because this is a topic which needs to be clearly articulated to the market, to stakeholders, to our employees, and you also need to influence that why is this topic important. Secondly, integrity. If you're talking about sustainability or ESG, then you need to be transparent and you need to be honest and you need to lead the way from the front and you need to live those values. So this cannot be a topic where you can have double standards. So integrity is core to sustainability in ESG. Thirdly, I'll squeeze in two into this category: change management and technical aspect as well. So from a change management, given this is a new topic, sustainability isn't the topic of the past where we were focusing on donations or philanthropy. Sustainability now, with climate being the core and the social aspects, is going to have significant impact on organizations going forward. So we need to see how we embed sustainability and ESG into our target operating model, into our organization, even from a finance perspective, how it impacts our planning processes, our disclosures, our stress testing. We need to see how we embed that into an organization, and hence change management is important. And the very last one is technical. And this is an opportunity for us as chartered accountants to really embrace and get involved in this topic. We see the IFRS Foundation setting up the ISSB. They're coming up with disclosure standards. there are certain very complex and complicated topics within climate, especially on disclosures, but some of the more technical topics such as financed emissions, which impacts banks. So it is a technical topic because we need to see the real impact from a science perspective. Hence, it requires a bit more technical know-how on it as well. So that is all I had to say on ESG.
Yeah, excellent, Noman. Because I remember giving a presentation on ESG in Sri Lanka, Jamila, in I think 2011 or 12. And we've been discussing ESG since that time. But now, even at the IFAC board, we have a lot of experts coming in and making these presentations. So IFAC is also extremely serious on advocating this and taking this forward. It's now up to the regulators, I think, who should be really pursuing this, like the stock exchange should be, forcing the companies to now get towards the ESG related area. And I'm sure you're doing a lot of good work with HSBC in London on this topic. So let's check if there are any questions. I know one that came in on data analytics and data sciences. Chamila, were you trying to type an answer over there, or you want to?
I was actually typing the answer and I sent it. I don't know, for some technical reason it couldn't move on to the respondent. But do you want
just
me
say
to
a few
provide-
words on that, so the Mr. Faisal Ali Khan is satisfied that he got an answer.
Sure. So yes, I think it's one of the key skill that is important for us as accountants who are in the accounting profession. And I personally have experienced this in my current role as well, working with different global organizations across the world, across different regions. What happens is the BAU, the business as usual, the routine task of an accountant is more or less getting automated, and it can be an task that be performed without an accountant presence. But these skills, which is being supported by the skill of an accountant, is something that is very crucial, value adding to an organization in decision making. So there are a lot of techniques, tools that is being available. If you can get hold of those and spend some time learning it, that would be an added advantage to your career and to add value to your respective organizations as well.
Noman, there's one for you. I think it's a typo. How ESG will impact the stress testing? Can you elaborate further?
So basically within ESG, the first E is relating to environment, climate, and what is happening with the last 2 years or so. As you know, organizations do stress testing, especially in the banking sector, of various impacts. Now, for the last 12 months or so, there are requirements to do climate related stress testing. So from a climate perspective, there are two types of impact. One is like a physical risk impact, and one is the transition risk impact. So those risk impacts of these two categories are basically assessed by organization, banks, and that is how stress testing is impacted by climate.
Okay. There's one question by our friend, Mr. Qazi from Lahore, and he's a big proponent of the Toastmasters Club. So, Sohail, I believe you have been also associated with that. Now, you see, one of the things that I do in the IFAC board, we have a lot of people from different countries, like 22 different countries are sitting on the board. And during coffee breaks and lunch breaks, I keep asking them, what are the key issues that you face in your country with the professional accountants? And the one common thing which runs all across the world is the presentation and communication skills. They have a problem everywhere. So Pakistan should relax. We are not the only ones. And even Sri Lanka or anybody else, it's a common pandemic issue as far as this thing is concerned. But ICAP has done good in adopting the Toastmasters Club, which helps people to come and hone their skills and improve their skills in public speaking. And it removes all the inhibitions and the because there's an counter also sitting in that particular forum. So Sohail, let's hear your experience on that, and how would you suggest the accounting profession to adopt this and use this?
So I think there are a number of ways this can be handled, Yaqub. In my experience, I've seen in Canada, people come from many countries, and obviously they need this skill, and they work on this. There are certain accent training courses. There are certain written communication courses. I remember my times when I moved from Middle East to North America about 20 years ago. And I was with Ernst & Young in the Middle East, and I moved to Ernst & Young in Toronto. And one thing they did in my first few weeks was a public speaking a training course. It was a full 2 or 3 day training course that happened for all those experienced recruits from other countries. And in that course, the whole crux was, they make you speak, they make you write certain things. And then when you're speaking, they record you, and then they present it to you and they critique, and then they tell you that, change this, change that. And when you're writing, they give you feedback in writing. So it's a question of getting the right resources, either from whichever organization you can get. And in Canada, there are lots of those type of organizations available that help new immigrants. And I'm sure that for CA Pakistan, it will not be too difficult to identify these type of resources and sharing it with the prospective CCAs and CAs to help themselves. So at the end of the day, it's combination of first and foremost, we need to realize that this is something that needs to be done. So that's the first step. Once you realize that, then there are various means available to handle that. And I'm sure that the one that you mentioned is also one of them. But yeah, so my experience is varied in this area, Yaqub.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on this? We just have 2 or 3 minutes left.
Yaqub just wanted to add something on this point, because this is something that I handle on the training and development part for the CAs.
Okay.
So when it comes to communication, Toastmaster point, most of the time the perception is that you need to know English. I would say, English is important because it's an international language which you can, communicate with most parts of the world. But it's more or less about your ability to articulate your ideas to the audience that you are dealing with, which is what is lacking at the moment in most of the people that I have come across. They don't understand the audience. They're not trying to fix it to the audience that they could understand what they're trying to communicate. For example, if you take an accountant who's going and explaining to a HR person about finance, he's talking about his term, which is not something an HR person could understand. So how do you communicate? How do you articulate the point to the audience in their own understanding is what is important in terms of communication and
Exactly. And the way I put it usually is that this is one thing which will transport many of our fellow accountants from the back office to the boardroom because of the skills that they possess. So with that, I think I'd like to thank all 4 of you, making it very, very interesting. And a lot of points that people have mentioned, we could even form a book. So thank you, ICAP, for allowing us to have a go at it, and back to the studios.
And we are back. For those of you who may have joined the convention midway, I have with me Imran Ahmed, who is CFO Engro Fertilizers, and I'm Shafaq Fawzal Azim, Chief Advisory Officer at the Pakistan Institute of Corporate Governance. We thank all the panelists for an insightful discussion.
Shafaq, what a session. A truly international perspective on how Pakistan may maximize on the opportunities arising from the current economic crisis. How well the sessions have flown, as we heard from some very accomplished speakers with sector-wise impacts and possible responses.
And they even covered innovation and the human capital element.
I agree. Look at the last panel discussion. Opportunities within challenges, and then skills that are needed to capitalize on those opportunities.
And now we are all set to speak on something which is very close to my heart, sustainability.
Indeed, Shafaq, without sustainability, any recovery and opportunity realization is not there to stay for long. Managing Director, World Economic Forum has just warned that climate and human resource development must be at the core of concerns of global leaders, even as they battle current crisis. Cooperation is the only way forward.
So now for some insights on resilience for sustainability amidst worldwide economic downturn. I am honored to be able to introduce a fellow member of ICAP and a senior colleague of mine, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, who was previously a partner at EY Pakistan. He is currently working as Secretary General of the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions, a global Islamic finance standard setter.
He is an expert in assurance and advisory services to Islamic financial institutions, and a member and co-chair of ICAP's committee responsible for development of Islamic financial accounting standards for Pakistan, and a member of the insurance committee leading the accounting regulations development for the Takaful. Mr. Omar, over to yourself.
Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. The Honorable President of ICAP, Sister Hena Osmani, Chairperson for the Overseas Committee, Council members, respectable members of the overseas chapters, and all members. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. To be honest, it's a great opportunity for me to be here, and I'm so much thankful to the management of the overseas committees for allowing me to share some of the ideas on a very important subject that I believe is probably providing some of the possible solutions to the current situation. I believe I am allowed to share my screen. Yes, that is, I think, shared now. So what we need to talk about right now is more focusing on resilience for sustainability in this economic downturn situation, which is the global phenomena impacting Pakistan as one of the more affected areas or more affected countries out of that. So let me start with the root causes. Again, it is a long list. I have tried to summarize some of the most important ones that I believe have major impact, but I think I have a poll question on that as well. And once I'm done with this slide, I would request the hosting team to actually put that poll question on this as well. So from my perspective, the root causes include, as of the situation now, COVID-19 pandemic, we all agree, supply chain disruption and commodity prices cycle. The commodity price cycle, to some extent, is dependent, it has been created because of COVID-19 pandemic, but this is not the situation for everything. Actually, there are situations where you can see the commodity price cycle was even being impacted even without the COVID-19 pandemic, and things were actually on a higher side. And then obviously Russia-Ukraine war has significantly impacted it. The next thing that I'm going to touch upon is the capitalistic, unjust, imbalanced economic system. The problem is that maybe the resources are not that much scarce as the system that is distributing those resources between countries, between people, between societies is incapable of, or rather not meant to do that exercise in the right way. Derivatives market being bigger than the real commodities market. A lot of people don't actually try to understand the challenges that have been posed by the new financial systems. The derivatives market being multiple times of the real market means that actually the prices are not by the demand and supply situation, but rather these are more driven by the sentiments of the derivatives market. And the additional causes I would quickly like to touch upon, which are actually related to these. Interest rate hikes to curb inflation, causing inflation. That is a chicken and egg situation. All type of inflation can never be handled through only the interest rate hikes. And the interest rate hikes in the stronger currencies are making them even more stronger, which is completely disrupting the economics of certain countries. Energy prices were quite high. Now we are seeing a recession coming, so they are going down, but effectively they have already destroyed the economies of some of the countries. The derivatives market that I talked about and the hoarding methodology mindset, the capitalist mindset, actually it goes with more with sentiments and less with the real demand and supply situation. And the result, particularly in countries like Pakistan, you can see hoarding of sugar, hoarding of wheat. All these things are creating problems. Financial conditions have become tighter in most regions. Incomplete, inefficient energy infrastructures are there. Even the gas pipelines, transmission facilities, all these things are inefficient, incomplete, not providing you enough opportunities in countries like Pakistan in particular. And obviously credit bubbles are there. Considering the economic conditions, they are going to impact big time. I have put a poll question on that so that I think I will see the answers towards the end, but I will request the hosting team to put them time to time when we come on the relevant slides. Now, coming to the second part of what are the biggest challenges right now. So first thing is there are so many natural disasters right now which are not so natural. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Zahar al-fasadu fil barri wal bahri bima kasabat aydin nas, that things are destroyed in the system. The systems are being destroyed because of what people are doing by themselves, how the societies are dealing themselves. You can see the floods, Pakistan floods, now floods in Australia, some other Asian countries, USA and America, snowstorm, hurricane, and all these things. You can see these are not at the normal scale. These are impacting big time. The historic heat waves in Europe and the dry weather and water shortages are impacting big time. This is in addition to what is impacted by the COVID-19 and what is impacted in addition to because of the Ukraine-Russia war. Now, the challenges that we are having globally and which are going to impact Pakistan big time and actually are impacting include climate change, plastic pollution, air pollution, resource depletion. Food security is becoming a big issue, even for a country, agriculture country like Pakistan. Supply chain for commodities is becoming a big issue. The issue is not only commodity prices, but rather the bigger issue is the supply chain management for that. Fossil fuels are impacting, biodiversity loss is imminent. We can see how the impacts are coming to our country and globally. Deforestation has destroyed already Pakistan's green, oxygen and green situation. Poor environmental governance policies, obviously all over the world, but particularly we are talking about Pakistan. And in Pakistan, one more important thing is that rate of exploration in fossil fuels, particularly coal. The problem is now the situation in terms of environment has gone so bad that even if the countries like Pakistan have a very limited carbon footprint per capita as compared to other countries, and even those countries are having that carbon footprint for maybe 150 years. But the problem is right now we are late in that and we cannot exploit those resources to that level. And this is actually impacting big time. Now, from World Economic Forum Global Risk Perception Survey, if you see the climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, these are the biggest things that are actually impacting us. Now, coming to this sustainability part, how we can overcome the challenges. Sustainable development goals. Again, I would like to mention that I'm going to touch upon Maqasid Sharia as well, because there are at times when they come from the West, we adopt them like, like from our heart, but we forget some of the things that are coming in our own traditions. Anyway, sustainable development goals have to be there. Supply chain and food security focus has to be there. Commercialism and sustainability have to have a balance, even in the commercial entities. Early warning systems, long-term planning, government intervention in the right manner. These are globally needed, not only in Pakistan, but coming to Pakistan, particularly in this situation, austerity measures are needed. Better management of all resources is needed. Focus on sustainable development and investment in climate resilience is needed. This is very important that we curb our borrowings, because other than infrastructure, borrowing is actually impacting our overall sustainability in a very bad way. Reduction of interest rate and management of its volatility is important as of now. Control of inflation needs to be done through better supply chain management and other measures. Only interest rate hikes will not be helping you actually curbing the inflation. Developing national environment quality standards is very important, and take difficult long-term steps. For example, permanent increase in energy prices, prioritizing resources, etc. Here, I would like to touch upon, as I mentioned, with the Sustainable Development Goals, that what we get from our traditions, from the Maqasid Sharia, if you see the prioritization of things, the first thing is that all SDGs are actually aligned with the Maqasid Sharia that we have been learning from our traditions. And if you go for that, what we have here, there are 5 factors. You need to protect. This is the protection and preservation of Deen, the life and health, intellect and education, progeny and family and society, and future of the society, wealth for the society and for individual. And this is to be done by prioritization of necessities over needs and needs over embellishments and complementary matters. This is something that we need to consider as a nation, that how this prioritization is going to help. I have poll question on this, some prioritization related points as well that I will request the hosting team to put now. Now, coming to how we can use Islamic finance and economics to achieve sustainability. Prioritize real economy, agriculture and industry over real sector and service sector. Austerity measures at all levels, individuals, institutions, country, government, country, all levels. Sukuk only to ensure only asset-backed and revenue-focused financing. This is very important, that the borrowings, as you increase any single penny of borrowing, that impacts eventually the sustainability. And this is something where the economic downturn cannot be reversed unless you decide that borrowings have to be only for infrastructure. And Sukuk actually provide that solution, that you can use the borrowings only for infrastructure and you don't go for consumption and operational borrowings. Entrepreneurship development, we talk about it a lot, but to be honest, this is the only way out if you want to go forward with that. Combining efforts of social finance and Islamic finance. I believe some of the speakers already touched upon some of the aspects of micro, SME, agri. Particularly, we need to focus this time significantly on agri and SME sector within agri to ensure food security and real economic growth. Collateral management. And one more thing that's important to understand, that increased commodity prices have ensured that agri sector has become more sustainable financially. This is something very important that our government needs to understand, that there were times that agri sector was not giving enough returns and people were moving towards urban areas. Now it is time that if you plan the things properly, you can actually invest in agri sector in a manner that your urban development is not disturbed in a big way, and rather your economic development is based on these agri factors. Collateral management is very important. It's a good initiative that has come from the government recently, and now we have first collateral management company. But having the collateral management and electronic warehousing to improve supply chain and to eliminate middleman and to make agri sector more and more profitable and increasing exports in the areas of agri, it is very important to focus significantly on this area. Prioritize society over individual interest, individuals and businesses not to be allowed waste and deplete resources, protect environment, growth. Now, just to touch upon, like, you know, we belong to a religion where the teaching is that you have to grow trees even if the day of judgment is coming. You have to not to cut trees even at the time of war. This is something that we need to build in our DNA, that we need to work on these aspects of protecting environment. We are the ones who are asked not to even waste water when you are making ablution at the running river, and we are the ones who are wasting significant water every year. We need to convert those teachings into strategy and to use that strategy in our collective benefit. Preserve and efficiently use water. I talked about construct dams, improve the irrigation and water supply systems, preserve underground water levels, encourage fair trade and commerce and curb unfair trade practices, particularly hoarding that has been significantly exploitative. Exploitative middlemen need to be eliminated if you want to actually get something out of the agri sector. So with that, I have put these poll questions and these have been presented. So let me see how the result is there. We can see that, and if there are any questions, we can take. My apologies for being very quick. I believe that the topic was quite long, and I tried to cover it within allocated time. So in the first question, I think we see that capitalistic, unjust, imbalanced economic system is the answer of the majority. Second answer is supply chain disruption and commodity prices. Coming to the second question about economic perspective, all of the above, I think people are majority, nearly 49% are in favor of that. Coming to the back on track thing, I think again, the majority, 57%, they say that we have to take all these measures which are mentioned here. With that, I would like to thank you. And I don't know whether time allows to take any questions or not, but I would love to if there is any time available. With that, I would like to thank you all and to the ICAP management for providing me this opportunity of being with you. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum salam ji. Umar Saab, thank you so much for an insightful session. And you know, we were just discussing as to how easily you connected the deen with dunya, and how you know, what we are facing, how it connects with what we have been doing contrary to the teachings of our own religion. But thank you for this insightful session, and we completely agree with you. And I believe you know, agriculture, you have talked about agriculture, and Pakistan has one of the lowest yields in the region. And I believe if there is right focus, agriculture development and revival in the agriculture can help us take our nation out of the current economic challenges that we are speaking about.
It is now time to welcome our keynote speaker for today's convention, Ms. Asma Resmuki. She will speak on the topic of leadership for sustainability in crisis.
Asma is the president of the International Federation of Accountants and has been serving on the IFAC board since November 2017. She has chaired the IFAC Planning and Finance Committee and Board's Governance Subcommittee. She was also past president of the Pan-African Federation of Accountants.
Having more than 25 years of experience in assurance services, due diligence, and valuation, agreed upon procedures and internal control review, she has also served as audit partner in Deloitte and EY in Morocco, where she led audits in various industries and service sectors, including real estate, mining, pharmaceutical, consumer business, automobile, and tourism. We are pleased to welcome you as today's keynote speaker, Ms. Asma.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Hello, everyone, and apologies for my voice. I have a flu, so it's a bit scratchy. It's a real privilege for me to join you today, and I want to thank especially President Tola for inviting me to say a few opening remarks for this session. ICAP became a founding member of IFAC in 1977. And since then, you have been a crucial partner for the global accountancy profession. And for even longer, because your own founding goes back to 1961, the ICAP has served the public interest and the accountancy profession in Pakistan with distinction. So to start, I will briefly describe IFAC and why our relationship with ICAP is so important. IFAC, as you know, is the global organization of the accountancy profession. We represent more than 3 million professional accountants through our plus 180 member organizations across 135 jurisdictions. Our work falls under 3 major objectives. First, we represent and advocate for the profession as its global voice. Second, we help to equip the profession for the future through our members and the professionals they represent. And third, we support the development, adoption, and implementation of high-quality international standards. And IFAC has many strengths, but what IFAC aims to do is only possible with our members because they offer the resources and geographic reach to make local, regional, and global transformations happen. And I want to recognize the individual contributions of all ICAP members who have given volunteer service to IFAC, including Mr. Yaqub Sutar, my colleague at the IFAC board, Mr. Khalid Rahman, who has been nominated for the nominating committee of IFAC, Mr. Muhammad Samiullah Siddiqui, who serves at PAIB Advisory Group, and Mr. Muhammad Ali Latif, who serves at SMP Advisory Group. So thank you all, and to the ICAP for all you do to advance our profession and the public interest in Pakistan, and for your partnership and collaboration over many years as a member of IFAC. I have been asked today to speak about the timely theme of leadership for sustainability in crisis. And I will start with a high-level view of the situation, followed by a narrower focus on SMEs, small and medium enterprises. We have all seen the devastating impact of global warming across the world. And Pakistan specifically has suffered a terrible hardship with last year's flooding. And we now know that these events were made more extreme by global warming. Pakistan contributes less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions. But as a result of floods, approximately 5% of its population has been displaced. And the country is estimated to suffer losses of $40 billion and now faces a food security challenge. As the planet continues warming, extreme weather will continue, unfortunately, taking lives and livelihoods, destroying infrastructure, and disrupting agriculture with even greater intensity. Through these and other effects, climate change is exacerbating many global crises, including food insecurity and poverty. And it is only through partnership and collaboration in the form of global climate action that we can prevent together the worst outcomes. There has been some recent progress. COP26 led to significant pledges for climate change mitigation, including emissions reduction and forest protection. And it placed greater emphasis than past agreements on adaptation. COP27 went a step further with the first ever pledges for loss and damages compensation. But until they are implemented, commitments are only words. In the meantime, we continue to approach the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming threshold at a very speedy pace. The accountancy profession needs to lead the world from commitments to implementation. And this is exactly the meaning of leadership for sustainability in crisis. Specific plans need to be made to cover every step of the process. And these plans need to have clear measures and targets that should be reported on regularly and transparently with independent verification. And this must happen through society, in government, as well as private organizations. So some of you might be wondering why professional accountants would have a leadership role in this. Well, let me tell you that there are very good reasons to think that we professional accountants have a major role to play in this and to save the world. And I shall raise just a few of these reasons. One, accountants are at the center of information flows and decision-making. And so we are uniquely positioned to capture, analyze, report on, and assure sustainability information. Two, we have skills and competencies that are critical for connecting financial and sustainability information, including our grasp of business models, risk management, systems and processes, and performance measurement. Three, we have global reach like no other profession, which puts us at the center of the action. Global capital markets, global clients, and global supply chains all call for the skills, expertise, and ethical integrity of professional accountants. Four, we provide high-quality audit and other assurance services, which are in demand because they enhance credibility and trust in disclosures, including sustainability disclosures. Five, and finally, we have our public interest mandate. As a regulated profession, we are subject to an ethical code and public oversight. And we are charged with acting in the public interest with professional judgment, skepticism, and most important of all, independence. So there is no question that our profession is essential to climate action. There will be more to learn, new competencies to acquire, and new roles to fill as sustainability factors increasingly guide the decisions of the companies we work for or the clients we serve. But we are and will remain the right people for the job. Of course, we are not the only stakeholders in climate action and sustainable development. For years, demand has been growing from all stakeholders, including regulators, investors, and society, for sustainability information. And the establishment in November 21 of the ISSB, International Sustainability Standards Board, was an important step forward towards meeting that demand while advancing a comprehensive global baseline for sustainability disclosures. But for the ISSB's standards to have a global reach, jurisdiction level adoption and implementation are going to be key. And no one is in a better position than professional accounting organizations, which we call PAOs, to engage and advocate with the relevant stakeholders to keep up the momentum and ensure that global standards become local. Professional accounting organizations also have an enormous opportunity and responsibility to equip their members with the skills and competencies for sustainability services. And on this point, PAOs can harness partnerships with universities and other educational institutions. They should engage with them regularly and consistently to define sustainability competency requirements and update the curriculum and learning resources. At the macro level, global markets, investors, governments, and regulators will continue to deliberate, and public opinion will continue to evolve. But sustainability starts with businesses and in businesses. And only when sustainability issues are addressed on a micro level that sustainability will be possible on a macro level. And the mandate for all organizations is simple. We cannot ignore sustainability. It is not enough to continue with a few sustainability initiatives. We need far-reaching and urgent action to adequately respond to the severity and the threat posed by climate change. And this means both mitigating greenhouse gas emissions and, very importantly, adapting to the physical risks that climate change already poses in countries like Pakistan and other countries in the world. So this brings us to small and medium enterprises, or what we call SMEs. SMEs, as we all know, are the backbone of the global economy. They account for about 90% of all businesses and half of all employment and GDP. In emerging markets, 7 out of 10 new jobs in the formal economy come from SMEs. Pakistan is no exception to the trend, with 5 million SMEs contributing 40% of Pakistan's GDP. And none of this is meant to downplay the role of SMEs in more developed countries, because every company, including the world's largest, depends on SMEs as suppliers or customers at nearly every link in today's global supply chains. So having understood the importance of SMEs, we need to look at the implications for sustainability. And I will focus briefly on 2 points. First, we must recognize that the carbon footprint of SMEs is extremely large. According to the OECD, 60 to 70% of industrial greenhouse gas emissions come from SMEs. The implications are profound for emissions. Mitigation strategies around the world. All stakeholders need to incorporate SMEs into the heart of their plans for a greener future. And the second point is that SMEs should benefit greatly from sustainability initiatives. Relevant, timely, comparable, and accurate sustainability information allows SMEs to think holistically about their strategies and business models. The accountancy profession has a very important role to play here. SMEs may lack the resources they need to handle many of the tasks necessary in today's complex business environment, including new and unfamiliar work on sustainability matters. And these tasks are bound to become more complicated as sustainability reporting becomes the norm around the world. So SMEs will continue to look outside their firms for support, and our profession must be ready to apply our technical skills and give business advice. I mentioned earlier that regulators are, like all stakeholders, demanding sustainability information. And I want to emphasize that this is a global issue. Regulatory requirements in the European Union, for example, and elsewhere, will have ripple effects around the world as firms in those jurisdictions examine the climate risk in their supply chains. So SMEs all over the world, including Pakistan, where ICAP members work, will have to think beyond their borders. In short, SMEs simply cannot afford to ignore sustainability, and sustainability efforts cannot afford to ignore SMEs. In conclusion, I will leave you with two thoughts. One, our leadership as a profession is necessary, but we are not in this alone. We need to work closely together across the global profession and among our stakeholders and partners to ensure everyone in the ecosystem is a partner in advancing common solutions. Two, education in sustainability is also very critical. We all need to upskill and reskill ourselves on this new and unfamiliar topic, which is sustainability. Otherwise, we will be outdated and we will not be able to play our leadership role in this area. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure to join you today. I congratulate ICAP for organizing this convention and my best wishes to all for health and safety. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Asma, for your valuable time and insights. You presented this very complex and new topic so, with so much ease and anyone can comprehend. So full credit goes to you for that. The key messages that I have taken from your session is that we have a major role to play in this journey. We have to play a role in making sure that commitments are led towards implementation. And we have to handhold the SMEs in this journey as well, because sustainability without SMEs and SMEs without sustainability is not going to make us or make this journey sustainable going forward. So thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate it and really appreciate your taking time and gracing us with your valuable presence in this conference. Thank you so much. So with this, let me now move to the part of the conference that Shafaq likes the most, yet another panel discussion, Shafaq.
Yes, indeed. And let me start by introducing the panel who are going to lead the discussion around sustainability and resilience in organizations during times of crisis. We have with us Mr. Farooq Rahman, who will moderate the session. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan and a partner at AF Ferguson's & Co. Chartered Accountants. Mr. Farooq has been elected as member of the council during 2 terms and as vice president for the term 2017 and 18. He is chairman of the Accounting Standards Board and Education Committee of the Institute.
And Ms. Susan Rosme, she is a sustainability officer with Chartered Accountants Ireland and secretary of the Institute's expert working group on sustainability. She also chairs the Sustainability Task Force of Chartered Accountants Worldwide and author of Sustainability for Accountants, Climate Essentials for Accountants, and co-author of Sustainability for Small Businesses.
We also welcome Mr. Ahmed Mukhtar. He is working as senior economist and head of strategy and policy at the regional office of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, based in Cairo. He is leading the economic analysis and reporting to support the achievement of sustainable development goals, including the socio-economic aspects of food security, rural transformation, food and agriculture policy, natural resource conservation, and climate change impacts. He has over 20 years of experience in public, private, and international development sectors, working on national and international multilateral assignments.
Dr. Hadi Shahid, he's the managing director of Elliott Hadi Shahid Chartered Accountants and a managing partner of Elliott Management Consulting. He's a holder of PhD in accounting and an accomplished corporate executive. He has more than 39 years of experience in assurance, accounting, audit, and business management, including 4 years as area in charge for one of the Big Four. Over to you, Mr. Farooq.
Has already been done. I was listening to Madam Asma, President of IFAC, and it was really a treat for us to understand the role of IFAC, the importance of sustainability and the relevance of sustainability for the accountants. In our panel discussion, we are going to cover sustainability and resilience in organizations during crisis. So if we look at the topic, we have 3 key words here: sustainability, resilience, and crisis. Where there is crisis, there is economic downturn. And in economic downturn, it is really affect the countries, the organizations, the individuals. Everybody is at a loss then. This can get even worse if the measures taken to counter those crisis situation may result in something really gross loss for maybe a country or an organization or for individuals as well. So if we really look at the countries, the organizations where there is resilience, and that resilience is for the sustainability of the organizations, that carries some importance. The organizations where there's been studies that have adopted environment, social, and governance practices, it has shown that there is greater resilience, and those organizations have taken benefit of that. Now, for the countries, for organizations, and for the individuals, is that going to be an individual action on everybody's part? So the answer is no. It has to be worked together. All of them have to stand together for the country, for their organizations, and of course, impacting their own individual roles and life. So in that context, I'm setting the scene for my panelist that Suzanne is sitting in Ireland, Dr. Hadi in in UAE, Ayman Mukhtar in Egypt. So we have a coverage across many regions. So maybe the experience of each individual panelist may be different in terms of what crisis mean to your region, your country, or maybe in your role as in your organization. So let us start by asking what crisis mean to each one of you. Let me start with Dr. Hadi Shahid Saab. Dr. Hadi, if you can kick off this discussion and explain or define what crisis mean to you in the region where you are, and maybe what you have experienced in terms of your own organization. They'll follow with Suzanne and Ayman Mukhtar. Over to you, Dr. Hadi.
Thank you, Farooq, and assalamu alaikum to all the audience. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yes, being in a very small country, but very centric to the crisis in the past many decades, I have seen very closely the crisis of Iran-Iraq war, the Gulf War of '91, the oil for food crisis of Iraq, the Lebanese war and then subsequent crisis, COVID-19, Ukraine, Russia, and UAE has been badly affected in many crises and very luckily benefited from many crises. So it's a very unique experience we have been having here. The crisis from the financial side to the social side. I'm a social community worker as well as a public accountant. So I have seen these impacts very closely, like during the Gulf War, we had issues of the airlines closing down. So people have been rushing back to their home countries. The crisis of unknown fear was spreading. The recent crisis of the COVID-19, a fear of health, a fear of death, a fear of financial crisis. Almost 1 million people lost their jobs in UAE and they had to leave for their country. You see, the crisis in a normal country having its own population are faced in a different way. The crisis in a country which is for 90% of the population is a transit country are looked into in a very different angle, because whenever we say when the dark starts, everyone including birds look for going back home. So that concept, when the crisis comes, everyone working here starts looking, how would I reach to my home place? And so the second quarter of 2020, there have been hundreds of queues outside the airlines offices in UAE, looking for the seat for the people to go back. And then the communities organizing the food for the unemployed people. The embassies are working for collecting money and giving them resources to go back to their home countries. So the crisis have been of many magnitudes. It is simply defined as a condition of instability and danger. It can be a social, economic, political. Luckily, we have a good political stability. We have a good economic stability. With these two, we still had the crisis in this area. Unpleasant consequences of living for the living being. A crisis is an instant where something or someone is dealing with one or more extremely serious issues. A crisis is any situation that could affect an individual, a group, or the entire society, and could result from an event or time period. The negative changes in human or environmental affairs are referred to as crises, particularly when they happen suddenly and with little to no notice. So had a good experience looking at from the SME side as my clientels, our own practices, the community at large, particularly the Pakistani community living in the United Arab Emirates. I believe that the crisis is a matter of management. And those who can manage it, they become more stronger and have a more resilience for future matters to face. Thank you, Farooq.
Thank you. Thank you. I really like your comment about UAE being a transitory place and people go there and look forward to going back home. Interesting.
People like me can live 40 years and still be in transit.
We welcome you back anytime. Okay, coming to your part of the world, Suzanne, how have you experienced or how would you define a crisis in your jurisdiction?
Assalamu alaikum. And I also would like to say, and apologies for my pronunciation, Bohut Shukriya. For the opportunity to speak. Defining crisis in Ireland, it feels as if we have been in a permanent state of crisis. And I wonder, is that more our definition of crisis rather than the true nature of crisis itself? We have obviously, like everybody else, have gone through the COVID pandemic. And before then, it feels like there wasn't much of a recovery after the financial crisis of 2007 and 2008. And of course, Ireland has been still recovering from the conflict in the north of Ireland, where we had 30 years of armed conflict between the paramilitaries and armed forces, which came to a conclusion with a Good Friday Agreement. So it does feel as if we lurch from crisis to crisis. And certainly at this time of the year in Ireland, we always experience a crisis in our health service. And we're, I think, possibly unusual in the European context in that we have a huge housing crisis with 11,000 homeless people, which for a country of our size is rather extraordinary. But I think it would seem to me, though, as if the poly crisis that was identified this week in the World Economic Forum's risk report, which was mentioned by your previous speakers, also certainly pertains to Ireland, in that there's many interdependent risks that are now coming to form this kind of poly crisis risk landscape for the country. But that being said, like Dr. Shahid also said, is that there is, it is more to, I think, the definition of crisis. There is many opportunities that are there for business, but you can really see the role of accounting coming to the fore in that, in monitoring the risks, and then also in managing the opportunities. And I particularly like Dr. Shahid's comment about managing. It's who manages the crisis. So I do see, from an observer's point of view, from a professional accounting organization's point of view, the role of accountants in helping people through the poly-crisis situation.
Right. Thank you, Suzanne. Moving on to Ahmed Mukhtar. So you, again, your area and more expertise in terms of food and agriculture. So this is one topic probably around the world. The importance of food system cannot be, undermined. So in terms of these COVID-19 Ukraine war, because Ukraine has been a food supplier, but also if we look at the climate side of it, so all these things together is probably something a perfect recipe for a crisis that probably you have looked at. So your views on that.
Thank you very much, Farooq. It's nice to be back to my fraternity, if I can call, because I spent 3 years with you guys before joining the public sector. So that's my other side. On the crisis, in my view, we have to understand that change is the only constant thing. We know that. So when you are an agent of change, you find yourself with an opportunity. But if you're a victim of change, you find yourself in a crisis. And of course, we all are in multiple crises now, and the world had always seen one or the other crisis. At present, in my view, the real crisis is lack or absence of recognition of the fact that we are going through a global reset. I repeat, the world is going through a reset, be it economic, political, or social. That is why we see the manifestations of this reset in different forms of crises, whether the political crisis, economic, and so on and so forth. Going on to the food crisis, for example. Yes, we do have a global food crisis because every night about 800 million people go hungry, while the other fact is that at this point in time, we have sufficient food to feed everyone in this world. And at the same time, almost 1/3 of the food is lost or wasted. So these type of things are contributing to the crisis. Coming directly to the region where I'm working right now, basically I work mostly on multilateral policies on the food. There are 4 C's, I called, of the crisis in food security. Climate change, for sure, number 1. Conflicts, particularly in our region. The COVID-19 that really disturbed the recent supply chains and so on and so forth. And most importantly, the consumers. The consumer demands, consumer habits, and everything is changing. People are going into the higher level of their dietary needs when it comes to the middle class, and the upper class is changing its dietary patterns as well. And that leaves a little bit rough space for the lower class, or about 60 to 70% of the consumers around the world. Now, how are we dealing with these crises? I think we would probably discuss that in the next part of the discussion, but everyone is dealing in a different way. The immediate thing or immediate response that we saw at the global level is to look inwards at the country's level. Unfortunately, we do not have a real global framework to deal with crisis. We do have pledges, we do have these so-called announcements and so on and so forth, but we have a global recognition, probably a collective recognition, but we always have the local solutions. So there is a need to find the global solution. I would stop here, and I think you would have probably the next round of questions where we can go into details of what could be done, and particularly what this profession can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. So if we summarize like the definition of crisis, if we go to the Middle East part, there's experience from some military action. If we go to the Ireland part, I think they mentioned about the health crisis coming out of the COVID. Food crisis is something which is there, the wastage of food. It is not really dependent upon a particular event, but this is something which is there as far as that sector is concerned. But you again very experienced in terms of looking at the responses that your organization or you yourself may be part of those responses that while experiencing in your organization, you have seen that this is how the organizations have responded to such crisis situation, so that our audience can really benefit from that level of thinking, how you can come out of those crises, or at least you can mitigate the impact of the damage that comes through the crisis. So let's start with Ahmed Mukhtar.
Okay, thanks, Farooq. Thanks. I can continue with that. Let me narrow down then to the food security crisis. Unfortunately, at the global level, if we look at the food security governance mechanism, we do not have a uniform global governance mechanism. And that is primarily due to the fact that whenever it comes to the food and agriculture policies, the political economy overtakes the hardcore economy. We don't think more from an economic feasibility or transactional perspective. Rather, we look at the the political cost of any of the steps. And that leads us to having inefficient, non-inclusive, and unsustainable agri-food systems almost all over the world. Having said that, we have to understand that probably except 23 or 24 countries, all other countries are not self-sufficient in food. You have to import one thing or the other. Now, when it comes to the international trade in food and agriculture, again, we are much more conservative, much more inward-looking, and much more protectionist than the industrial products. And this is counterintuitive because food is the first thing that we want to have at the global level. So for now, we understand that at the G20 level, of course, I mean, we have the Committee on World Food Security that is housed at FAO. We had the United Nations Food Systems Summit that was held in 2021. But in concrete terms, I think it would be most probably the G20 platform that would come up with some of the guidelines that would usher into a new food security global governance mechanism that would try to figure out the gaps and where the countries can, contribute towards a global solution for the food security. Because for now, as I said, we have witnessed inward-looking policy orientation by the countries. We have witnessed the move towards self-sufficiency, import substitution, and shortening of the supply chains. And all of these things may not be economically feasible. At the organizations level, in fact, particularly organizations that are into agri-food business and others, we have seen that they are striving towards more agility, being more responsive and flexible enough to adapt to the changes and find pathways out of these crises. And that is particularly in response to these uncertainty or volatility in the global food supply chains. At people, at our level, who are the ultimate victims of any crisis, and particularly food crisis, we are probably, I think, not fully cognizant of the fact that there is a crisis and its impact, except managing the day-to-day issues such as the food inflation and so on and so forth. So all in all, I would say that the word that I use, that we are in a reset. There are new boundaries, there are new food system definitions being defined at the global level, and that would probably trickle down to the businesses, to the organizations, and then to the individuals. But that would take a bit of time, a bit of pain as well, including economic and social pain. And then probably we might come up with a new balancing equation in many of the sectors, including the food. Thank you.
So the key message I can hear is that now the response of the countries and organizations have been to look inwards. That's interesting. So Dr. Hadi, you mentioned defining the crisis that you have seen 1 million people going out of their jobs and then being in a transitory phase, going back to their countries. So what has been the response of those organizations dealing with such situation where there is a large exodus of people? How they were able to remain afloat with facing such huge exit from any organization?
Well, the system, the way the governance of UAE is done, the government and most of the organizations react very fast to the issues, both negatives and positives. So on the side of it, when the crisis started, of course, there have been a huge crisis of fear of unknown. The government changed the labor laws, allowed every contract can be amended, salaries could be reduced. And as I mentioned, that the fear of living in the transit makes people uneasy, and they try to take a comfort to their back home countries. A quite number of people left the country. And as soon as the situation started recovering, there have been more recruitments, and good luck to the Expo 2020, which although did not happen in 2020, but in 2021, This 1 million plus another 500,000 came back to the world. So organizations here and the government regulations really work faster than any other location in the world. And agility, their ability to perform, their ability to transform into the revised business plans and actively perform is second to none at the moment in the world. I must say that both on individual levels, SMEs, as well as the very large organization and the governments as well. So the regulations were kept on going to be more friendly, to allow people to come in and take their places, get more organized, more digitalization, but physical recovery has been very fast. And by now, as we are sitting in 2023, I think the country has not only recovered, it had been much more faster in economic growth than it used to be before.
Yes, you're right, Qadi. Clearly, like sitting from here, from Pakistan, we can see that how well the response has been and bringing the things normal back again. I think there's a lot to learn from how the organizations and at the government level, UAE has responded. Suzanne, you touched upon the health sector. So in terms of the response, if we just narrow it down to the health sector, what has been the response?
Well, if I may, actually, the health sector was one of many crises that we would have identified. I think I mentioned it simply because it's so in the news currently in Irish media, but other issues that we face, and if it's okay for me to talk about those instead, I will, would be Brexit, which obviously is something that impacts on the Irish economy considerably. And that's the UK, which would be one of our largest trading partners, leaving the European Union, and also the supply, the energy crisis and the cost of living crisis. So we would mirror the risk register that was identified by the World Economic Report that I mentioned earlier. In that cost of living crisis would probably be at the top of the tree in our list. And what the government is doing with those two, the energy crisis and the cost of living crisis for business, is that before Christmas, we brought out a budget 2023, and in it introduced a scheme, the Temporary Business Energy Support Scheme for business, which was to allow businesses to avail of some funding if they had a certain percentage of increase in their energy costs. What's very interesting, though, is that there's been a surprisingly low uptake on this fund. And it was something that our Taoiseach, our Prime Minister, Leo Varadkar, commented on only this week, that even though supports are being provided, it's not always a given that businesses will avail of the supports, which was unusual. For me, I was somewhat disappointed actually by one of the supports, in that initially the government had tried to tie the support, this business energy support scheme, with the requirement on businesses to avail of a carbon calculator that it makes available to businesses free of charge. It's called the Climate for Business, an online resource service. And initially, our revenue, which is the tax system in Ireland, the obligation or the ability to avail of this temporary business energy support scheme was contingent upon having performed a carbon footprint assessment, and also to have shown evidence that you had taken steps to reduce your energy use. Now that requirement was actually decoupled, which is where I found it rather disappointing, because I'm very much in agreement with Mr. Mukhtar's comment about the Great Reset, that it's a requirement now for all businesses to change how they do business, how they look at resources that they're using. And I found that this was a very interesting metaphor in the response to crises in Ireland. This requirement initially of the government for the provision of this funding, the support to businesses that were struggling, then the initial requirement to ensure that there was a recognition by businesses of carbon footprint and the impact that businesses have on the environment. And then the removal of that requirement, because that was felt it was too onerous on businesses, which I personally wouldn't agree with. And then also the low take up. So I think it's quite, for me, it painted an interesting picture of Ireland's response to the crisis, kind of both nationally and then in the micro level with the smaller businesses.
Right.
So I didn't answer the health service question there. We're still struggling with that particular one, but I was keen to sort of get onto the cost of living and the energy issue.
Certainly, like the handling such level of crisis is difficult, and there are measures, and then one has to see how successful those are. But now we know the level of crisis and how we have responded around the world. But that is something which is now known to us, like what happened to us. But going forward, we all know there could be any more issues or a significant event may come, maybe an environment issue, a technological issue, again, a medical side, something like COVID-19 again popping up. So anything can happen, because now the message is clear that the future is uncertain. It's volatile, it's uncertain. Now, taking all this into account, very briefly, if we start with Ahmed Mukhtar, how can we risk-proof that? How can we bring in the resilience in organizations? So if your 2 sentences on very broader macro level guidance to all the audiences that this is how you thinking about future, learning from the past and bringing resilience to your organization.
Thanks, Farah. I mean, this is $1 million question. You know, I wish we knew the answer. But the simplest would be that we know, as you said, we have to recognize that there will be change, not that there could be, there will be. And as I said, this global reset or the great reset, as Susan said, this will show many changes, many disruptions in the way we work, we operate, we perceive, and so much so that in some sense, we might even see a major disruption in the economic and in the way we account for economy or the GDP counting. I mean, that's a very tall claim, but some of economists like me are anticipating to that extent. Now, the biggest thing is the ability to adopt or adapt the change. That is what would be, in my view, if you are evaluating a going concern as an auditor, as a chartered accountant, for me, financial is not really the indicator for a going concern. It is how much adaptable you are to these changes. Now, the point is that you cannot define the changes, as you said yourself, Farah. The changes could be any. For example, the way of doing businesses, I mean, look at the big companies like Levers and so on and so forth, how much long-term employees they are anticipating. I mean, people are shelving their pension plans, for example. This Japanese model of spending whole of your life in a company is no more present even in Japan, and so on and so forth. More and more contracting, more and more outsourcing, more and more teleworking, and so on and so forth. All of these things would impact your productivity, your way of business, and your financial and other operations as well. So this ability to be ready for change, to adapt to the change, and then be responsive to that change would probably define how resilient an organization would be or could be in this changing scenario. Thank you.
I think great comment about the adaptability. I think that is very clear. Suzanne, your take.
Apologies, I was muted. For me, I think resilience very much comes down to your ability to withstand and survive and thrive. And that is a very fundamental difference between sustainability and resilience. So sustainability means survival. And in the context of, say, climate change, it's going to be, can you survive climate crisis? Can you survive climate stress? Resilience then is going to be the ability to thrive in that environment, to be flexible, to be adaptive, absolutely. And although we did say that it is impossible to predict what's going to happen, and it's very few, I imagine, saw the pandemic on the horizon and were able to prepare for that. But I think what really demonstrated the ability to survive and thrive was the ability to react, and to react quickly, and also to know. So while we don't know what's happening, the more we can inform ourselves about the risks that are pending, the better positioned we will be to respond to those in a realistic manner. And when I say realistic, it means understanding the full depth and breadth of the risks, and not looking long term, and not always looking. And there's a phrase, it's a very Irish phrase, I appreciate, but it's not always looking at the inch in front of the saw. So it means when you're sawing a piece of wood, not always looking at that tiny bit ahead, looking broader, and information, and getting as much of that as possible.
Yeah, I think clearly understanding risk is the key word. Dr. Hadi, I think your jurisdiction has been resilient, and I'm sure your organization as well. What message do you want to give?
Well, as Ahmed and Susan also said, it's a matter of the ability to react and prepare yourself, react in a prepared manner. So the way the future seems to be, that the change and impacts are a reality. To what extent and to what time, to which country? And in the past 20 years of the globalization, anything happens to any corner of the world, by and large, the impact goes to the other areas. Who knew that Ukraine and Russian war will impact everyone in the world? Perhaps before the information was given that the Ukraine was producing 25% of the food for the whole world. We always thought that is such a small country in Europe, which is so insignificant to be talked about, except certain tourism areas. So the adaptability and the basis of the knowledge to the managers and the people who are at the helm of the affairs, particularly in the finance and the management. So it all relates to what the changes in the curriculum should come, how the future generations to be prepared from their educational and training point of view, how adaptable the organizations and the governments should be on that, and the ability to because nobody have any control on the crisis, particularly the people, professionals like all of us, do analyze things but do not create. So we are only analyzing what is happening, how it is happening, and future. So ability to analyze it quickly and giving the solution to the managements, and management's ability to adapt it, and the governance to give the facilities to the societies and the communities. And that should be the way forward for everyone to survive in a more better way than in the past.
Right.
Or can I take a minute, please?
Yeah, please.
Thanks. No, I just remember an anecdote from Dr. Hadi's point. In fact, on from 23rd to 25th of February, we were in UAE. The government of UAE hosted the Food for Future Summit. And in all of that summit, because I deal with international trade issues on food and others, so was very happy to come up with a communique that the international markets can address all of the food supply chain issues, don't think about self-sufficiencies, deploy more technology and others. And exactly the same day, we had this thing, and look at now. I'm just saying that things move so quickly that you cannot even imagine. Thank you.
Right. Exactly, and that's what Dr. Hadi is saying, prepare, and prepare. Let me go a little technical now. Then you head the sustainability function in your organization. We all know COP26 brought us the ISSB announcement, the formation of International Sustainability Standard Board. And clearly, we all know that the investor require more information. The financial information that currently goes to the investors, that is taken as not good enough. So there is a demand for more. And here comes the sustainability then. So this International Sustainability Standard Board, and we are aware of the 2 exposure drafts, S1 and S2, that they have issued. What is your perspective in this regard? What framework in your jurisdiction is there something which is followed, or what are your views in respect to the sustainability related frameworks for the organizations to prepare themselves for future corporate reporting in this respect? Suzanne.
Yeah. It's the good question, as they say, the $1 million question. And it was the case, I think, that it wasn't so much that there wasn't enough sustainability related information appearing, it wasn't comparable. So investors were struggling to be able to compare data from one company with another company and to draw conclusions and have enough decision useful information from those. And it's led to an extremely fast convergence of standards, or certainly an attempt to have a convergence of standards across the world. And we've gone from some huge amount of frameworks. I think there was about 600 not to say the last count, but certainly at a count that was performed by Accounting for Sustainability a couple of years ago. Obviously, the dominant, the Gang of Five, as they were, have coalesced and they've come now more under the banner of ISSB. And in Europe, obviously, we have to look at not just the ISSB standards, but also the standards that are being created by EFRAG in Europe, and to see how those will work. And we also are keeping an eye on the Corporate Sustainability Disclosures Regulation, which is about to, I get confused myself with the amount of acronyms, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is being transposed into law. So our teams are looking to see how those will work together, which will be the most useful for individual company requirements. But also, as a professional accounting organization, our role through our teams is very much to inform members on how they can work on their capacity building and to keep them abreast of all the developments in these areas. And there's one framework that I didn't mention there, which is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, the TCFD. And while there is no one there's no one standard that's recommended by any government or any association, I did note that our then Minister for Finance, Paschal Donohoe, had publicly welcomed the TCFD and recommended that companies look to it. Now, as people will know, it's no mean feat to prepare disclosures against the TCFD, but it is heartening to see the amount of organization, the increase in number of regions that are making this mandatory for companies of a certain size. So I know certainly the UK, it's mandatory to disclose against a TCFD for organizations of a certain size. So it is a very interesting landscape to watch. And it's certainly one that we see as only increasing in velocity, I think.
Yeah, I think what we have now discussed and bringing that into the context of the ISSB standard, the S1, which is equivalent to, for accountants, I'm saying it is equivalent to IAS1. It is more about presentation and setting the policies. So we have discussed about the governance part. We have to see the risk management part. Then we have to move on to the matrices, how all of this sustainability related matters are to be measured. So I think that is important that our audience need to take this into account, that such standards are now just around the corner in some jurisdiction, some other form, through some legislation has already been there, but for wider communities and countries. I think Madam Asma also mentioned about the adoption of the ISSP standard in each individual jurisdiction would become important, and to get the more understanding about that is something that we all need to be conscious of. But moving away from this technical part, I'll go to Ahmed Mukhtar. For the food and agriculture part, how do you see the policies and their or the overall food system being monitored and analyzed? If you can just give us some insight into that.
Surely. First, as I said, there is no, let's say, one global governance mechanism for food and agriculture, but we have different manifestations. At the global level, of course, sustainable agriculture or greening the agriculture is the buzzword right now. Everyone is trying to be much more sustainable, much more green, and so on and so forth. However, we have to see that traditionally at the global level, our food systems had been geared towards achieving efficiency and productivity because we needed to enhance the food availability for many countries. However, recently, we have witnessed a focus towards sustainability, not in all of the countries. For example, in the EU and Switzerland, they are going far ahead in terms of the sustainability, and they have introduced some of the measures. For example, the food imports have to be sourced from sustainable sources. The recent case of European Union with Indonesia on the palm oil imports is one case, an example. Banana industry fought for such a long time, and so on and so forth. Switzerland is going a step further, that in order to export your food stuff, you have to show, you have to demonstrate your sustainability practices. In terms of the businesses, we have seen that there is a sudden surge in the recognition and adoption of sustainability practices in the businesses or the food-related businesses. For example, the companies like of Nestle's, P&G, and Unilever, and so on and so forth. Now, let me introduce that at the same time. You were talking about the standards, which are reporting standards, but we have about more than 400 private or voluntary sustainability standards in food and agriculture area. More than 400, precisely 489 as per one count. And this is all which is being implemented by businesses. For example, Carrefour has its own 30+ standards, Walmart and Waitrose and so on and so forth. So we can't say that sustainability is not being taken care of, but I think someone actually asked a similar question as well. These are private and voluntary standards, but a compliance to those standards would have a cost element. And that leads to another discussion of this North versus South, or developed or developing countries, that you can produce sustainable agriculture, produce sustainable food, but who would bear the cost? I mean, New Zealand, as you know, is genetically modifying their cows so that their manure has less methane, because methane is produced from these cow dungs and so on and so forth. How much is the cost? In fact, for one injection, you can buy 2 cows in Pakistan. So point is that we have to think about these type of cost elements or compliance cost of the sustainabilities, but there are, let's say, more and more recognition, more and more adoption of the practices. Of course, reporting, much better, but in the process and in the products as well, at the global and at the enterprise levels. Thanks.
Great insight. From an accountant standpoint, we are more focused towards now the reporting part. So whatever the policies or the cost has been, but now for organizations, especially the corporate sector, would like to have more information on this. I think that is relevant for decision making. Dr. Adi, you want to, if you can throw some light on the greener initiatives that UAE has taken?
Yeah, sure, I would do. But before that, I would, of course, assure Ahmed that we will learn now the food standards as well as the accounting standards. Certainly, the going concern in the finance terms can be measured by figures, but in the real terms, of course, you can measure it about the food availability. Yeah, UAE being a very responsible country, has carbon producers, and they are aware of that situation that they have to contribute towards the green economy, which will create a sustainable development initiative. UAE has taken a number of initiatives. The head of the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, His Excellency Sultan Al Jaber, has been nominated to GOP 28. And as you know, that Abu Dhabi will be hosting the next conference. And he said, I quote, "This will be a critical year in a critical decade. For climate action, the UAE is approaching COP28 with a strict sense of responsibility and the highest possible level of ambition," unquote. So they are taking a number of initiatives by which the reduction in carbon is done. The policies are for the energy, finance, food security, and youth development. These are the four pillars on which the UAE's new economy, new policies are being established post-COVID-19. As you initially said, that every country now looking inward, and with that situation, the policies are being made. The energy being the pillar, investigated ways to improve energy effectiveness, decarbonize the energy system. The finance pillar put a particular emphasis on luring and promoting the green investments. And the food security, which is one of the major pillar of security of the country in UAE, looked at ways to incorporate the sustainability and resilience within the value chain, while the youth pillar focused on the importance of the empowering young people in the engine of the sustainable development. So UAE has taken a number of green initiatives, and hopefully that would produce faster results than the crisis next to come.
Thank you, Dr. Adi. I think all along what we have discussed has nothing to do with the financial numbers or the auditing. So it's entirely a different topic and a different skill set. And for audience, I think you have to note that in terms of future, the new skill set that you have to take is something which is not directly the financial number, but also all of this, what we have discussed, has become relevant. So if I just go around and take the final closing remarks, statements from all of you, but please also mention the relevance or importance of this subject for the chartered accountants, for the accountants. That would be, I think, important. So Suzanne, if you start.
Thank you. I think for chartered accountants, they are ideally placed. As we heard from Ms. Asma, they have the skills of professional skepticism, and their reporting skills obviously come to the fore, but also their ability to manage numbers. And when we're talking about numbers, we need to think about examples like Ahmed mentioned of the numbers involved in, say, the two cows in Pakistan versus one cow genetically modified potentially in Switzerland. You're not simply talking about the number of cows there, you're also talking about the percentage of methane that is going up into the environment. So I think it's time that all of the numbers are considered, not simply economically, but also around society and the environment, and how we can maintain resilience in the face of that.
Right. Thank you. Ahmed?
Thanks, Farah. For the chartered accountants, for sure, they are probably the most relevant ones, because when it comes to sustainability and resilience, the biggest challenge is financing. Whether to finance, how to finance, and to basically change and others. And of course, most of the CAs are in decision-making positions. Second, for the CAs, please think not only on the enterprise numbers, but on the country numbers as well, on the collective numbers. That's a mindset change that probably we need to opt. The very final one, since we are going through the global reset, it is better to be an agent of change rather than victim of change, and you will find opportunities. Thank you.
Great message. Dr. Hadi, we started with you, we are ending with you.
Thank you, Farooq. I would rather say that to manage crisis, or to manage the situation, the first thing one should do is to have a smile. Because if you smile, you get the strength to yourself. And if you have taken a strength, you give this strength to your company, your organization, your country, your society. And the second thing which I said to my partners when we gathered digitally during the lockdown in 2020 March, a sudden lockdown, and nobody knew whether we'll be able to go to office in future or be able to go out of home or what is going to happen. So I told my colleagues that there is an Islamic way of handling the crisis. And that is that you pray 2 rakah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and pray and give some charity. That is the way how you can handle. But the most importantly, as chartered accountants, we have the responsibilities to self, to our organizations we are dealing with. If you are in practice, then the clients we are who are taking our advice, and the country and the society at large. And the most important is that we should have the ability to manage, to guide how to manage. I guess that is my message to all the chartered accountants, that their ability to manage the situation in the crisis. And one of the, I won't say mistake, but one of the mythology used by most of the accountants at large is that whenever they talk of crisis, they talk of cost reductions. And cost reductions impacts the society in much negative manners than otherwise. My suggestion will be to look into the business model, re-review the business model, right, rather than only talking about the cost reduction. So with that, my message is, as I said, the skills of managing the affairs.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hadi. Our clear discussion and messages, that we have to remain bold. We will face crisis will come and go. We have to understand that there is every likelihood of the future being uncertain, volatile, and we have to prepare for that. So in that manner, we will be resilient. Once our organization is resilient, we will have sustainability. And for sustainability, there are ways and means of reporting so that the stakeholders get the information they deserve. So thank you very much, Suzanne, Ahmed Mukhtar, Dr. Hadi. It has been a pleasure having this discussion moderated by myself. So thank you very much. Over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Farooq, and thank you so much, our esteemed panelists. And Hadi Saab, just listening to your advice, where you can see myself and Shafaq have been smiling throughout this this session, spreading the positivity as you
yes,
right.
Thank you.
So with this, Shafaq, I know that I just talked about spreading the smiles, but like every good thing in life, this conference is coming to an end as well. But before we move towards an end, we should at least try to capture the key learnings of this very insightful conference.
Right. So I would like to just again thank the panelists once again for across the globe for their valuable time and also for their views. And also thank you to Farooq Rahman for efficiently conducting the panel discussion. We now move on to the key takeaways from the convention. So for that, we would like to invite Mr. Asad Feroz. He is a council member at ICAP and a chairman of the SMP committee of ICAP. He is a fellow member of ACCA UK, fellow member of PIFA and the Institute of Taxation and Management. He is also a founding partner of Junaidi Shoaib Asad Chartered Accountants, an independent member of Morrison Global. He has been a consultant to the World Bank. He's a certified director and a skilled trainer. So over to you, Mr. Feroz.
Thank you very much. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable President ICAP, Mr. Ashfaq Tola, Madam Hina Usmani, Chairperson OCC, fellow council members, respected chairs of overseas chapters, ladies and gentlemen present in person and through online medium. A very good morning, afternoon and evening to all of you depending on your time zones. I have been given a task to share the key takeaways of this convention. Madam Hina Usmani in her opening remarks mentioned that Migrate companies fail to see the opportunities hidden in the economic crisis. Mr. Ashfaq Tola, President ICAP, in his address on Pakistan may be able to avoid a full-fledged economic crisis, mentioned that Pakistan is on the list of unfortunate economies that markets think might soon follow Sri Lanka into the debt default and economic crisis. Conversely, some people believe that the country is well equipped to survive its current troubles. However, he saw light at the end of the tunnel. Mr. Salman Haider delivered his keynote address of facing crisis upon crisis, how the world can respond. He mentioned, firstly, the pandemic turned our lives and economies upside down, and it was not over. Secondly, the war of Russia's invasion of Ukraine devastated the Ukrainian economy, sent shockwaves throughout the globe. Mr. Moazzam Shah spoke on how to navigate successfully through an economic crisis. During the recession, many public companies failed badly. They went bankrupt, went private, or were acquired. But just as striking, some companies flourished, outperforming competitors in sales and profit growth. Businesses need to address 4 areas: debt, decision-making, workforce management, and digital transformation. Then we had a panel discussion on seizing the prospects of a new economy, which was ably moderated by Ms. Khurshid Kotwal, our council member. Panelists included Mr. Ali Kazmi, Mr. Musaddiq Rahman, Mr. Akif Siddiqui, and Ms. Uzma Adil Khan. Panelists discussed about the retail sector digitalization and automation hotspots for finance function. They further added that the global economies had faced unprecedented challenges during the crisis. UK and global perspective of banking, fintech was also shared. Panel also touched upon ESG, its significance, and transformation of energy sector to make it greener, cheaper, and more reliable. Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb, President HBL, spoke on strategic innovation helps businesses unlock a new source of growth. He mentioned the quote of Winston Churchill, "Never let a good crisis to waste." He added that Pakistan is a very resilient nation and has every ability to bounce back. He added that innovation is thinking out of the box. He added, there is need to do something radical and disruptive in Pakistan, especially in growth of the agriculture sector. Our dialogue on engaging young workers through the economic crisis was delivered by Her Excellency Ms. Amna Baloch, Pakistan High Commissioner to Kuala Lumpur, Republic of Pakistan in Malaysia. She mentioned that recovery programs, including the quantitative easing to the firms and transfer payments to individuals, should aim to keep young people connected to educational, training, mentoring, and paid employment opportunities, so they are not left disconnected from work for extended or uncertain periods. An insightful session was held on the aftermath of economic downturn on human capital, which was led by Mr. Saqib Beg. He shared with participants that the efforts to stimulate the economy needed both to reflect the current drivers of economic growth and take advantage of the process of creative destruction to accelerate structural shifts towards a stronger and sustainable economic future. Then we had a wonderful panel discussion on insights on people development during economic downturn, moderated by our past president, Mr. Yaqub Sattar. The panelists included Mr. Noman Ali, Mr. Sohail Raza, Mr. Ashar Noor, and Ms. Kamila Khoury. The panel discussed in the economic environment how people development was being handled or addressed in different parts of the world. Also, they discussed at length specific skills that needed to be developed or acquired going forward. Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, in his address on resilience for sustainability amid worldwide economic downturn, shared biggest challenges in Pakistan and globally. These included climate change, plastic pollution, resource depletion, food security, etc. He also recommended measures for economic revival of Pakistan. He also demonstrated how Islamic finance and economics could help achieve sustainability. We were honored by the kind presence of Ms. Asma, President IFAC, who spoke on leadership for sustainability in crisis. She mentioned this one and the next decade would be the most important in human history because we are facing global level economic, environmental, pandemic, and war crisis. Our profession has a key role to play in the face of enormous challenges. We need to be decisive and have thoughtful actions. Our last panel discussion was on topic of sustainability and resilience in organizations during the time of crisis. Moderator was Mr. Farooq Rahman, our council member ICAP. Panelists included Susan Rosne, Mr. Ahmed Mukhtar, and Dr. Hadi Shahid. It was discussed that our attempts as people and society to become sustainable have replaced by need to protect our core functions and build resilience. It was also seen that the economic crisis affects people and the work environment. The way out is only possible when complementary efforts are made to support each other's decisions. Then eventually the ripple effect takes place and the economy comes in a position to take off again. To sum up, we had great discussions, very insightful ideas and innovative suggestions, which would be very good learning curve for all our participants. Thank you everyone for making this convention successful. Over to our wonderful MOCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Asad Saab, for the summation, and what an engaging convention it was.
Indeed. And I really enjoyed all the discussions. What we have demonstrated is that a global convention of members of ICAP is possible.
Surely. Technology is coming to play, and the current leadership is committed to bring our global members together. We will now invite Mr. Abu Talib Hedri for the vote of thanks and convention closing. He is a secretary at ICAP and a fellow CA. He has almost 30 years of experience and has been working at senior management positions in prestigious organizations. His last assignment was with the Mars Group, where he was working as Director Advisory Services. So, Imran.
Till we meet again, Allah Hafiz, Assalamu alaikum.
We are signing off, and over to Mr. Ali Hedri.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and a very good evening or morning or afternoon to all of you. I know we are joining from different time zones. First of all, heartiest congratulations and felicitations to all of us who have been instrumental in making this very important event a huge success. I'm sure that all of us would be leaving this event much wiser and with a lot of intake. I thank everybody from the bottom of our heart who have been instrumental and significant in making this very important event happen. Our president, Mr. Ashfaq Tola, our vice presidents, our council members, and of course, the chair of our OCC committee, Ms. Hina Osmani Saiba. She's worked tirelessly and diligently to make this event a success. It's been an incredible event. We thank all our speakers from different parts of the world who joined. We thank all our participants again who joined from different parts of the world. As you know, ICAP is a premier prestigious institute. We endeavor and try always to deliver the best for our members, for our students, and the community at large. Today's event has been extremely successful. I'm very pleased, and I thank again Ms. Hina Usmani Saiba and the organizing committee, Ms. Khurshid Kotwal, Mr. Asad Feroz, Mr. Hasnan Badami, and Mr. Zishan Ejaz in particular, and of course our team, our Marcom team, our IT team, our whole secretariat and management at ICAP. Again, I have to tell you that everybody has really worked tirelessly. For the past few days, people have been running around, and gives me immense pleasure to see that the event has happened successfully, has given us lots of insights and lots of advantages and benefits. Inshallah, we hope to continue to have these events in future also. And again, the international people who have participated in events, we can't thank them enough. Ms. Amna Baloch in particular, who's been instrumental, who has helped us in organizing the ASEAN chapter, and again has been a very big source of inspiration for us. Everybody has to be thanked and has to be facilitated for this. Thank you very much. See you inshallah again soon. We will all keep in touch, and ICAP would remain a prestigious premier body led by a very good council and by a president and vice presidents and support of our government. And thank you. Allah Hafiz.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan (ICAP) is a premier accountancy body, committed to producing the highest quality professionals with world-class competencies. Our diverse global alliances ensure that unique expertise, resources, and insights are readily accessible for the benefit of our fraternity of members. ICAP is proud to have reciprocal arrangements with other accountancy bodies around the world. Our Overseas Coordination Committee (OCC) is responsible for overseeing international collaborations and establishing swift connectivity with our overseas members. Under the guidance of the OCC, the management committees of our chapters work to conduct networking events and provide support to ICAP members for employability and appropriate settlement. We are pleased to introduce you to the managing teams of our chapters around the world. Australia.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum. A very warm welcome from Sydney to all the participants of CA Pakistan Overseas Convention. My name is Farrukh and I am Vice Chair for the Australian chapter of the ICAP members. Australia is ranked 18th in the list of most rich countries. Its economic prosperity is built on a strong foundation of good governance, open markets, and the rule of law. Australia's lifestyle is another factor which draws in workers from around the world. On global cost of living indices, Sydney, Melbourne, and Perth rank far below other international cities like Hong Kong, Singapore, New York, London, and Los Angeles. Australia attracts global talent looking for fresh opportunities, and many of them choose to stay. Pakistani CAs are late to embrace Australia as their home. I was only the second Pakistani CA to migrate to Australia in 2002. Now they are estimated to be around 150 Pakistani CAs and counting. Australia chapter of the ICAP members was established in 2019. The chapter played instrumental role in getting the mutual recognition of its members locally with CA Australia and New Zealand through International Pathway Program. This agreement has recently been extended for another 5 years term. For Pakistani CAs, Australia has everything: affordable lifestyle, good employment opportunities, and cricket. I welcome you all. Thank you.
Bahrain.
Hello and a warm welcome from Bahrain to all the participants of the CA Pakistan Overseas Convention. I'm Mohammad Saeed Bard, Chairman of the Bahrain chapter of ICAP members. Kingdom of Bahrain is a gateway to the Middle East, strategically located at the heart of the Arabian Gulf. With a diversified and vibrant economy, lower cost of business, and efficient logistic connection, Bahrain is the best place to start your business, expand to GCC and MENA region. Our chapter has more than 100 members working in Bahrain. Most of our members are working in financial services, audit, assurance, manufacturing, and some in other industries. Bahrain is well known for its contribution towards growth in Islamic banking. With support from AOFI, ICAP Office Karachi, and some other sponsors, we successfully conducted a hybrid event on Islamic banking and digital revolution in July last year. For Bahrain chapter, we try to arrange hybrid events with online participation, and we invite all of you to attend our future events that will be announced on social media of ICAP. For any opportunities that you may want to explore in Bahrain, you can contact Management Committee of the Bahrain chapter. Our contact details are available on ICAP website membership section, and you can search for our contacts on that website. Thank you.
Canada.
Greetings and Assalamu alaikum from the Canada chapter of ICAP members. This is Asad, the chairman of the chapter. We have more than 500 members and associates residing and working in Canada. They are working mostly in the auditing, accounting, consulting, and financial services sectors. Canada is the second largest country by area, and it has one of the most cold and beautiful places around the world. It also has one of the most diversified populations around the world. Canada is inviting more than 1.5 million immigrants by 2025. CA Pakistan is holding a global convention on the 13th of January at 3 p.m. Pakistan Standard Time by the title of Seizing Opportunities from Economic Crisis. Very interesting topic indeed. We hope to welcome you to this interesting event on the 13th of January. Allah Hafiz and goodbye.
Qatar.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Shiraz and I am the member of ICAP since 2013 and I am working in Qatar since 2015. Qatar is a small beautiful country in Arab Peninsula. It has one of the largest per capita income of the world, and the major resources of Qatar are natural resources including oil and gas. Recently, Qatar has hosted one of the biggest sports events of the world, FIFA World Cup 2022. With hosting of this event, Qatar has registered itself as one of the most modern countries of the world. In Qatar, there are 100 plus members of ICAP and they are serving in almost every sector of the economy, including oil and gas, retail, airline, banking, construction, and many other sectors. These members are playing a vital role in the economy of Qatar and making ICAP and Pakistan proud. Thank you.
Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum, all the overseas convention from Saudi Arabia. My name is Faisal Bukhari. I'm the chairman of contact persons of ICAP in Saudi Arabia. As contact persons, me and my team facilitate our members under the MOU signed between ICAP and Saudi Organization of Chartered and Professional Accountants. We have more than 500 members serving in both public and private sector. It is a result of dedication and commitment of all of our members that we have built a strong equity and goodwill for the brand ICAP within the last 3 to 4 decades. All of our members hold key positions within private sector. Saudi Arabia, under the patronage of King Salman and Prince Mohammed bin Salman, is going through a major transformation of its economy under the Vision 2030. I am very proud to say that ICAP members are playing an integral role to support government's vision as board members, advisors, CFOs, and finance professionals within different industries like financial services and institutes, manufacturing, distribution, oil and gas, and public sectors. I would like to thank ICAP for arranging the Overseas Convention to bring all the overseas members closer and to share our views and best practices of managing the opportunities during economic crisis. I'm looking forward to know my fellow members how better facilitate our members. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
United Arab Emirates.
Hello everyone, good morning, Chairman of the ICAP UAE chapter. I hope you all are fine. I had a great beginning of 2023. First of all, I would like to know that UAE is a regional hub and second home for Pakistan. The country is trying to align itself with the international world. Only the last 4 years, so many laws, value-added tax, ESR, UBO, transfer pricing, etc., have been introduced. Opportunities for the professionals like us. There are around 1,000 members of the ICAP living in the UAE, and the UAE chapter of ICAP out of Pakistan. These members are working almost in every wing of Pakistan Association, own branch in the UAE as well, and as promised by the president of the ICAP, the branch will be positioned as a regional hub to enhance the connectivity among the members and to enhance the professional in the GCC countries. The management committee of ICAP UAE chapter containing 8 members. 3 members have been elected from Abu Dhabi and 5 have been elected from Dubai. The chapter have 5 subcommittees with the name of the patrons, the sponsorship and subscription subcommittee, CPD subcommittee, social subcommittee, and job placement subcommittee. Each committee is headed by the member of management committee. The team has certain aspirations, and these aspirations are to make the chapter self-sufficient, to enhance the member participation in the events, to conduct a continuous professional development activity for the members, and to work for the placement of the members and associates, and to work on the image building of the ICAP in the UAE. To meet their aspiration, the management committee has given its business plan to the president of ICAP in the latest meet and greet event that was held in October 2022. These events were held in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and these were the largest event in the history of ICAP UAE chapter. The committee is working on the business plan that has been presented to the president of ICAP. In case you are in need of any support related to start up a business, in case you are exploring any other opportunity of business, in case you are exploring job opportunities in the UAE, you can drop us an email on one email address, or you can connect with any member of the management committee on the given phone numbers. It will be pleasure supporting you. Thank you very much and have a lovely day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The United Kingdom.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Faraz Jan Mohammed, a member of UK Chapter's Managing Committee, and I welcome all of you to CA Pakistan's Overseas Convention. We have lived through unprecedented times in the recent history, with 2020 and 2021 marred with COVID infections and its impact on health, mortality of individuals, as well as wide economic fallout. But we also saw rapid scientific developments and innovation in form of vaccine development. So in 2022, as we emerge from COVID, we face a set of unexpected challenges in form of Russian invasion, energy shocks, supply chain constraints, and rampant inflation. 2023, as we enter into this year, brings its own set of challenges. Not the least, the synchronized slowdown of world economy and anticipated recession in most of the developed world. So the theme of this convention, seizing opportunities from economic crisis, could not be any better. There's a host of experts and speakers from across the world who will be sharing their insights and views on the challenges that are faced by world economy in the coming year, as well as how we should. So I hope you find this convention insightful and interesting. Thank you.
Southeast Asia.
Hello, this is Humayun Habib. I'm an overseas ICAP member based out of Malaysia. Malaysia is considered a gateway into ASEAN region, a market of 600 million people and an economy of size of over $3 trillion US. We have about more than 50 members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan based in ASEAN region. So we took an initiative over the last 3 years effort along with some of my other colleagues to start
United States.
Assalamu alaikum, ICAP. This is Mohammed Wakar from US chapter, and we are very excited to attend this virtual convention where our leaders are going to talk about how to survive in difficult environment and how to seize opportunities when times are rough. I find it very relevant, especially here. And this is going to be a great. See you next week. Bye-bye.
And Oman. We all welcome you to the CA Pakistan Overseas Convention 2023.